I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Kidnapping caused by a can of coke. A drop of cold sweat slid across Jiang Chen's forehead. He swallowed hard and looked at the weapon dangling in front of him. At least 30-60. Under her willow eyebrows were a pair of heroic phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge and a cherry mouth. If it weren't for her bad expression, she would be a beauty. A jet black pistol, a whip that was emitting a chill. If there were some ambiguous decorations around, I'm afraid there would be no man in the world who wouldn't look forward to what happened here. Looking forward to it. Jiang Chen was filled with regret and fear at this moment, without any physical excitement. Hey, why do I feel that my pants are a little small? This must be an illusion. How could I be a masochist? First of all, Jiang Chen definitely doesn't have any special hobbies. The reason why he was tied to the chair tightly by this beautiful woman holding a whip was completely accidental. Name. The busty woman in a black leather jacket and old white jeans lifted her slightly messy long hair on her shoulders and stepped on the armrest of the chair rudely. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and told his name honestly. As a civilized man, he had never seen such a wild beauty. The beauty raised her eyebrows. Why's your name so sissy? Go ask my mother, damn it. Of course, he could just think about these words in his mind, but he was really afraid that, if he said it out loud, the gun in her hand would make a hole in his head. Yes, this beauty was holding a gun in her hand. The atmosphere suddenly became not so good. My mother gave birth to me this morning, Jiang Chen muttered. To be honest, this name is not very sissy, but because his appearance happens to be the kind of delicate type, even if he was given a manly name, it would probably feel very inconsistent. Don't interrupt. The beauty whipped the leather sofa next to him with a whip in a vulgar way, and the sound of the snap scared Jiang Chen and made him shrink back. I'm not interested in your mother. Damn, you asked. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart with a sullen face. Looking closely, you have the potential to be a gigolo. The beauty chuckled, suddenly came closer, and gently touched Jiang Chen's face with the whip. Answer whatever I ask you next. If you dare to lie, I suggest you draw a few ugly cuts on your face. Jiang Chen's face turned liver colored. Damn, why do I feel like a woman who is about to be raped? Where are you from? The beauty narrowed her eyes and asked in a deep voice. I'm from the north. Jiang Chen lied casually, and he naturally didn't believe that this girl could really see through his secrets. Wanghei City? This is also Wanghei City? This shabby place? This kind of cola? Where did you get it from? The beauty's pronunciation was very awkward, as if she had never heard of coke. Jiang Chen felt that the beauty's tone became more and more urgent, and that tone seemed to be full of greed. Coke, a carbonated drink. Nonsense. Of course I know it's a carbonated drink. What I'm asking you is, where did it come from? The beauty held the coke and took a big gulp. Then she let out a breath and threw the empty can on the ground. Then she grabbed the whip and whipped the sofa hard. Jiang Chen looked at the strange looking gun against his forehead. A drop of cold sweat slid across his forehead again. Jiang Chen slowly calmed his restless breathing and tried to calm himself down. I can't explain it. Do you want to die? Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Jiang Chen didn't know where he got the courage from. He actually said something back. The beauty fell into silence. After a while, she sighed, put the gun on her waist, and threw away the whip she picked up. Well, maybe I did go a little too far. Although she said so, she still had no intention of untying Jiang Chen. She had been whipping the sofa just now. Does this mean that her nature may not be that of a villain? Jiang Chen bravely guessed. Believe me, I have good intentions. Jiang Chen was not sure if his conscience would make the scorpion-like beauty hesitate for long, so he had to lie casually. Good intentions? It's like saving you who are about to starve to death. If I say anything today, I'm afraid that you and I will not have a good life in the future. Jiang Chen continued to speak in a mysterious tone, and his words left a lot of room for her imagination. Although the beauty smiled with some disdain, the hesitation in her eyes was very obvious. Maybe we can cooperate. I just got here. Well, how should I put it? Everything is terrible. I need a tour guide. For this, I can pay you a generous reward. Jiang Chen controlled the speed of his speech and threw a piece of carrot slowly. Oh, are you from the Northern Union District? The beauty raised her eyebrows. In this wasteland, if there is still a little order in that piece, it is probably the Union District established on the distant northern grassland. Because there were almost no nuclear strikes and no outbreaks of infection, a stable order was established there. However, stability is only relative. Slavery, exploitation, chaos, and chaos, except for a slightly higher food production. It is not much better than the disorderly Wanghai city. No, I just come from a relatively wealthy place. Well, I collect some useful things for someone. By the way, I get rid of some redundant goods for us. For example, the can of soda you drank, and the 3 cans you licked clean. Jiang Chen didn't dare to take over and claim to be from the United District. He had never been there. What if he was exposed? The best way at this time was to insist that he was from a special place. No one had been to this place, so Jiang Chen could say whatever he wanted. When she heard licked clean, the beautiful woman's face immediately turned red. She seemed to realize that her eating manners were not very elegant at that time, so she glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen smiled and said he didn't care. He knew that the negotiation was basically successful. I don't know what's worth your attention in this place. The supermarkets, granaries and even refrigerators in the houses of the whole Wanghai city have been emptied. You can't even find a piece of bread. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Jiang Chen shook his head and asked with a smile. Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. I'll state in advance that, if the so-called cooperation includes some abnormal services, I might be on your head. You think too much, Miss Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen sighed. No matter what, he would not go to bed with a tigress who might bite him off at any time. All I need is an experienced tour guide. And, do you think I'm short of food? Then what are you looking for? Could it be slaves? Suddenly, Sun Jiao's face changed and her eyes turned unfriendly when she looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, since there is no shortage of food, there must be related production facilities such as farms or plantations. Sun Jiao's first reaction was that this guy might be a human trafficker, and slaves are the best labor force in the wasteland. Human trafficking is a very normal thing in the wasteland, but Sun Jiao feels deeply disgusted by it because her sister might have been sold to some unknown place by human traffickers. If she was sold to a factory, it would be fine, but if she was sold to a brothel or a cannibal tribe, it would be a nightmare. No, you misunderstood. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. We don't need slaves. What I need is technology. Technology. Sun Jiao was stunned. Yes, just like the laser gun in your hand and the computer on your arm. Although we have these things, we can't produce them independently, so we decided to come to this abandoned city to find the technology of the old order. Those things? Sun Jiao was obviously stunned and then looked at Jiang Chen with some suspicion. Is this kind of thing difficult to make? Many people in Liuding town can assemble this thing. Damn it. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, but his face still showed nothing. I'm just giving an example. Our technology is relatively advanced in food production and logistics transportation, but relatively, our general technology may be slightly inferior, which is why I came here. Jiang Chen was not embarrassed when he lied, and he began to admire his actor-like acting skills. He has noticed that, although this world once had extremely advanced technology, civilization has declined after the nuclear war, and then encountered the zombie virus. It is a miracle that the entire human world has not been completely destroyed. One word to describe the current situation of this wasteland is good and bad. This can be seen from the coexistence of high-tech floating cars and axle-driven internal combustion locomotives on the streets. Whatever you want. Sun Jiao gave up asking further questions, changed the subject, stared at Jiang Chen with interest for a long time, and then said, so, should we talk about my reward? What do you want to pay with? Jiang Chen asked after a moment of silence. He really didn't know what the currency in circulation in this world was. C-type batteries, food, subcrystals, all are fine, but I personally prefer food. As Sun Jiao spoke, Her tongue gently touched her red lips, paused and continued. By the way, do you still have that canned curry chicken nuggets? You ate them all. Jiang Chen sighed and said with pretended heartache. What batteries and subcrystals? He had never seen them before, so using food as a reward was naturally the most suitable. Sorry. Sun Jiao scratched her head in embarrassment, but her face soon returned to that vicious expression. She stepped on the handrail and started to extort money without any hesitation. Payment, 10 cans a month. Free meals. Deal. Jiang Chen's straightforwardness made the aggressive Sun Jiao feel a little guilty. Although only had such a thing as conscience in this wasteland, it must be said that conscience hidden deep in people's hearts still exists. Fierceness is just a protective color. I will be responsible for your safety. Sun Jiao coughed and added with a little guilt. Nonsense. If I die, who will pay you? Jiang Chen complained viciously in his heart. Although this price is nothing to him, it is still a few hundred yuan. Then, my beautiful bodyguard, can you untie the ropes on me? The crisis was finally resolved, and Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His limbs were almost tied up, and he lost consciousness. Sun Jiao skillfully pulled out a dagger from her waist and cut the hemp rope tied to Jiang Chen into strokes. After slightly stretching his muscles and bones that were gradually regaining consciousness, Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Jiao with some resentment and picked up the backpack that had been turned upside down. Sun Jiao smiled with a red face and whistled to put the matter behind her. What's next? Leave here? Leave? Why? This is a gathering point for the time being. Outside the window, the city with steel and concrete has long lost its former vitality. There are no pedestrians on the streets that should have been prosperous. Instead, there are endless zombies. Occasionally, unknown alien monsters appear and bite the lifeless corpses and howl like lords. In the distance, the sound of trivial gunfire can be heard. In this city full of death, familiar battles are staged every day. Humans and monsters, humans and humans. Through the stained glass window, Jiang Chen saw danger, death, and gold all over the ground. Chapter 2, Warp Bracelet. The universe is diverse. A butterfly in the Amazon jungle flaps its wings inadvertently, and 2 weeks later, a tornado may be set off in Texas, USA. In other words, any slight change may have an impact that is enough to change the future trend after being magnified infinitely. In other words, the future we understand is extremely unstable. Jiang Chen, male, 23 years old, undergraduate graduate. After graduation, he worked as a salesman in a clothing store, but he has been fired. His shrinking wallet forced him to face a dilemma. Should he continue to stay in Wanghai City to find a job, or give up the rented house and return to his hometown to live? To be honest, he didn't want to run back in disgrace. Living in a big city like Wanghai City is not only his long cherished wish since childhood, but also his parents' expectation of him. How many people who have not seen the world don't want to go out and see the world, even if they already know that reality may make them look downcast? That night, he got drunk. It was the first time since he graduated that he drank alone and passed out. After venting all his frustration, he vaguely felt as if his head was hit by a stick and the whole person fainted. After the unknown metal object hit his wrist, it seemed to merge with him and disappeared. Then, he gained an incredible ability, time travel. Of course, it was several months later that he discovered this abnormal ability. The strange pattern was wrapped around his right wrist like a watch. Even if you look closely, you can only conclude that it is a strange tattoo. So the question is, Jiang Chen has never had a tattoo? He didn't know why he was the one chosen, but he knew that his chance to reach the peak of his life might have come. Time travel? Dimensional jump? He didn't have enough professional knowledge to explain this unusual phenomenon. It was just because of an accidental electric shock, but nothing happened. Later, he found that, after absorbing about 100 degrees of energy, the empty slot on his wrist like a tattoo would be filled, which would meet the conditions required for time travel. A crossing consumes about half of the energy tank. That is, a full 100 degrees of electricity is enough for a round trip. The cost of crossing is only about 50 yuan, which is really too cheap. In addition, the function of this strange tattoo is not only crossing. Jiang Chen accidentally discovered that in addition to being able to travel to a strange world, this thing also has an independent subspace. In layman's terms, it is a storage space of about 1 cubic meter. However, since storing and retrieving items from space requires a certain amount of energy, Jiang Chen still chooses to use a backpack to carry items for crossing. After all, if you don't save the energy in the energy tank, if you can't find a way to replenish energy in the end of the world, won't you be unable to come back? Jiang Chen has a hunch that this energy tank should be upgradable, including the storage space. There should be a certain amount of expansion space, but he hasn't figured out how to upgrade it yet. As for how to charge, the method is very simple. Just plug the right finger into the socket. This method is crude, but it works. As for how Jiang Chen discovered this method, it has been said before that it was entirely due to an accidental electric shock. The first time he traveled through time was in an abandoned house. From the dusty bed and rotten wooden windowsill, it can be seen that this house has not had visitors for a long time. After carefully confirming the environment, Jiang Chen began to explore this dilapidated house. From the half-damaged radio with storage function and the waste newspapers, Jiang Chen barely learned some information about this world. This is a parallel world similar to the Earth, but technology is obviously ahead of Jiang Chen's. There are tall buildings everywhere, but there is no trace of civilization. The streets are full of zombies and alien creatures. Jiang Chen, who doesn't even have a reliable weapon, naturally doesn't dare to go out easily. The time is 2190, and the location is still Wanghei City in the Republic of China. However, Wanghei City here is almost different from Wanghei City on Jiang Chen's side. In 2150, the global climate is warming, and various resources are extremely tight due to overexploitation, and the economic crisis is coming as expected. In 2164, the Polish political crisis ignited the powder keg in Central Europe, and the Red regime began to advance westward. Affected by this, the global political system entered a state of extreme tension. It is worth mentioning that in this parallel world, the Soviet Union did not disintegrate in 1991. Therefore, the world political structure was divided into a triple world, the NATO military body, NATO, composed of the United States and its allies, the Central Asia and Europe Red regime, CCCP, led by the Soviet Union, the Pan-Asian Cooperation Organization, PCA, composed of Huaxia and South Asian countries, and some marginal countries remained neutral. In 2171, the situation in Central Europe escalated, and the Red regime declared war on the Blue regime. Both sides accused the other of firing the first shot, thus opening the curtain of the Third World War. In the winter of the same year, the South China Sea incident broke out. China and Japan had a naval battle in the South China Sea. NATO declared war on the Pan-Asian Cooperation, and the Asian battlefield opened. In the same year, a political crisis broke out in Mongolia, and military frictions occurred between the Red regime and Huaxia, forcing a large number of military forces from the two countries to confront each other at the border. In 2172, the Red regime detonated the first nuclear bomb in Paris, announcing that World War III had entered the nuclear war stage. In 2173, this modern war unexpectedly fell into a stalemate. The whole world suffered from the impact of nuclear radiation, and the ecological environment suffered uncontrollably and nearly devastating damage. The nuclear winter covered 80% of the Earth's land with ice and snow. No one expected that global warming would end for such a very ironic reason. War, famine, disease. This modern world war almost exhausted all the vitality of human civilization in just 2 years, and the economic losses caused far exceeded the sum of World War I and World War II. For this reason, peace came as a matter of course without a winner. Because everyone knew that, if the war continued, I was afraid that no one would be alive. In the new year of 2174, the peace treaty officially came into effect. The reconstruction of the biosphere plan was officially launched, and the radiation removal plan was jointly funded and promoted by all countries. In the autumn of 2174, the International United Organization announced that the reconstruction of the biosphere plan had failed. The radiation purifying bacteria under development had uncontrollable mutations due to radiation. At the same time, due to attacks by unknown armed forces, the mutant bacteria spread on a large scale in the city. Humans infected by the mutant bacteria will become zombies, and a global biochemical crisis will break out. All institutions have been paralyzed, and all order has collapsed overnight. In 2176, the World United Organization launched 6 colony ships to the planet Captain B in Centauri. Carrying the hope of human civilization, they sailed into space in the name of seeding ships, to find a new home. However, all this has nothing to do with the people who are still struggling on the ground. In the same year, the World United Organization was disbanded. The information recorded in the newspaper only lasted until 2176, and Jiang Chen mostly saw the remaining information from a yellow diary. From the electronic watch that was still running in the drawer, it can be concluded that the current time point is June 2190. Coincidentally, it is also June in the present world. However, in just 5 years, the human civilization in this world line has destroyed itself. After a short stay, Jiang Chen chose to return to the modern world. There are too many unknown dangers here. It is not a wise choice to explore without full preparation. Jiang Chen rested for 2 days after returning to the modern world, and then bought a box of canned food, a box of ham, and a box of instant noodles from a nearby supermarket. Out of caution, even though he did not plan to spend the night in that dangerous place, he still brought 3 days of food. The strength of the zombies seemed to be greatly weakened during the day, which also facilitated Jiang Chen's exploration of this area. Carefully passing through the center of the street and avoiding the area with more zombies, Jiang Chen found this villa. The tall courtyard wall and iron gate looked very safe, and the withered vegetation in the courtyard looked quite bleak. The relief on the marble column next to the door of the main building of the villa has been washed blurred by acid rain. It can be seen that the pollution in this world should be very serious. The stone building structure does not have much science fiction color. It can be seen that the former owner of the villa seems to be a rich man who enjoys life very much. As for why he chose to explore this villa, the answer is obvious. A rich man's home must have some valuables, right? However, what Jiang Chen encountered was not valuables, but a beautiful woman who was almost starving to death. Perhaps it was because his beauty numbed his vigilance, or perhaps Jiang Chen, who came from a civilized society, did not think about danger at all. In short, when he saw the beautiful woman who had no strength to breathe looking at him with pleading eyes, he generously took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, put it to the beautiful woman's mouth, and fed her with sympathy. Saving people is important. Will she give herself to him? Ahem. Then Jiang Chen took out a can of curry chicken nuggets. After smelling the fragrance of the can, the beautiful woman still looked at Jiang Chen with her big watery eyes full of pleading. Being looked at by a beautiful woman with such eyes, for Jiang Chen, who was still a virgin, it was an indescribable enjoyment both mentally and physically. So Jiang Chen took out the spoon enthusiastically and fed the hot long-legged beauty the delicious food in the can. And then, nothing happened. Then Jiang Chen regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself in the face. The beauty's behavior perfectly interpreted the story of the farmer and the snake. After eating a can and a few steamed buns, the beauty pulled out a pistol from her waist without saying a word and put it against Jiang Chen's forehead. When Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded and did not react, she had already tied him to the stool skillfully and took out the original owner of the villa. It should be a sex toy, a whip. She began to torture Jiang Chen aggressively. By now, Jiang Chen also roughly realized what it meant to walk on the street with a backpack of food on his back. Fortunately, he met Miss Sun Jiao, who still had a conscience. If he had met some cannibals, slave traders and other villains, I'm afraid that he would have been tied up like a dumpling and treated as food or merchandise. Of course, Jiang Chen could also choose to activate the tattoo on his wrist and teleport back to the modern world. But in this case, his biggest secret would be exposed. Once this woman guards the body, he will have to face greater danger. He is not willing to give up this treasure land. Besides, it takes time to activate the time travel function. Once this crazy woman finds something wrong, there is no guarantee that she will not shoot directly. Jiang Chen does not want to take this risk, but fortunately he has reached a cooperative relationship with this woman now. Hey, I say, how are you going to transport the daily necessities here? Sun Jiao asked in confusion, while reinforcing the weak defense area of the villa. My companions will naturally have a way, you don't have to worry about this. Jiang Chen continued to lie. There are indeed a lot of banknotes in this villa, but the banknotes in this world are very different from the banknotes in Jiang Chen's original world. Jiang Chen wanted to go and find some valuable gold and other things, but the owner of this villa obviously did not keep those valuable things at home. The murals hanging on the wall may be valuable, but those great painters may not exist at all in Jiang Chen's place. It is obviously not feasible to exchange these artworks for money. Jiang Chen showed great interest in the more advanced home facilities in the villa. However, when he found that the holographic image TV, automatic cooking equipment and other things could not be started normally, Sun Jiao gave the reason very straightforwardly. Ah, you mean those things? After the nuclear explosion, most electronic equipment can't be used. However, if the key components are removed, they can still be exchanged for a small amount of useful things in many survivor bases. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed and had to give up the plan to move these devices to the modern world to sell. But since these things have existed, it means that someone must be able to make them again. Jiang Chen believes that if he uses food as an exchange, there must be many elites in this world who are willing to work for him. After all, in this doomsday, those luxurious civilian technologies are really worthless. Weak technicians, if they are not talents who have mastered high-end technologies such as making weapons, most of them can only face the fate of living in the slums. Sun Jiao didn't know what Jiang Chen saw in this villa, but since her employer had asked her to do the job, she naturally wouldn't refuse. To be frank, there's no point in reinforcing this building. As long as we don't make too much noise, those brainless zombies won't be able to sneak in. There are no powerful mutants in this area. You're just doing this for... Okay, I'm not on guard against zombies. I also know that, as long as I don't provoke those disgusting guys, they won't take the initiative to come and provoke me. I'm preventing uninvited guests from sneaking in. Do you understand? You definitely don't want to be stabbed in the neck while you sleep. We need to stay in the city for a while, and this will be our supply point. As he spoke, Jiang Chen glared at Sun Jiao fiercely. Okay, boss. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes and nailed the last nail into the board. In fact, she wanted to refute. No one would sneak into a building that was obviously looted. As for why she was here, that was her secret. Do you have a map of the area? Sitting on the moldy sofa with his legs crossed, Jiang Chen did not feel guilty about letting this beautiful woman do hard labor. This woman almost tortured him just now, and it was not a good feeling to be pointed at by a gun. Sun Jiao was obviously very skilled in this kind of work, and soon she fully reinforced the first floor of the villa. As for the materials for the renovation, they were all locally sourced. Where's your aid? I can send it to you directly. Aid? Jiang Chen was stunned. That's it. Sun Jiao tapped the wrist computer tied to her arm with her fingers, grinning as if she had heard some interesting joke. You don't have it, do you? I can buy it. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. He felt like a primitive man in front of this girl. It's hard to imagine you dare to explore the city without EP. Aren't you afraid that the radiation index in your body will exceed the standard? Sun Jiao sighed, took out something that looked like a large electronic watch from the portable backpack behind her and threw it to Jiang Chen. Try it on. It seems to fit. Where did you get it? Jiang Chen fiddled with it, amazed at the advanced technology in this world. This thing called EP is very light to wear on the hand, and it doesn't feel like a hindrance at all. The pale yellow fluorescent screen shows Jiang Chen's various physiological indicators. This seems to be a health monitoring device. I took it from the body of an unlucky guy. Sun Jiao's mouth grinned. The smile was obviously sunny, but it made Jiang Chen shiver involuntarily. Asterisk 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 username, Jiang Chen physical condition, muscle strength. 12 bone strength. 10 reflex nerves. 11 brain cell activity. 14. Radiation value. 11. Safe. Abnormal state. None. Asterisk 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 when Jiang Chen saw the radiation value, a drop of cold sweat slid across his forehead. He almost forgot that this world is full of radiation. If he stays here for too long, he will be doomed sooner or later. He didn't know what the radiation value of 11 meant. He only knew that, before coming to this damn place, he couldn't be exposed to radiation. Oh, none of the abilities are over 20. I say, are you really a man? Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen's lower body with ill intentions. Do you want to try? Jiang Chen said viciously. I'm standing here, why don't you try? Sun Jiao stepped on the armrest of the sofa with a domineering leather boot, looking at Jiang Chen with provocation in her eyes. Damn, how can I bear this? If not now, when? Or wait until later? Jiang Chen decisively admitted his cowardice. Just kidding. Regardless of whether he can beat the barbarian. Even if he can beat it, impossible. I'm afraid that, when he does that, he still has to be careful of this woman biting off his bird. Jiang Chen believes that Sun Jiao can really do this. It's safer to do that kind of pleasant thing in modern times. If you have money, are you still afraid of not having women? For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a person, the woman who fired him, the woman who almost made him lose his source of income, and almost made him unable to live in Wanghai City, the woman who always had a cold face. What's wrong, my little boss? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Sun Jiao emphasized the word little, and looked at Jiang Chen's eyes with a playful look. Nothing, I remembered something in the past. Sun Jiao was slightly stunned, and the calm tone actually made her feel a little cold. Although she didn't think that this man with a combat power of less than 20 could pose any threat to her, the intuition about danger that she had trained for many years on the edge of life and death rarely lied. Sun Jiao shut her mouth tactfully. There was no need to offend a free meal ticket. Being able to eat every day was something that Miss Sun Jiao had never thought of before. The taste of the curry chicken nuggets was simply amazing. It was the first time she discovered that there was such delicious food in the world. In this wasteland, it was a very happy thing to have a steamed bun to chew. Oh no, most people still rely on nutritional supplements to fill their stomachs. The kind that doesn't fill you up, but you won't starve to death either. In addition, this immature boss seems to be a good person. Don't get me wrong, the word good person is definitely a derogatory term in the wasteland. But for some reason, although she said so, she still prefers to get along with this Mr. Nice Guy compared to the normal people that can be found everywhere in the wasteland. At least, she doesn't have to find herself tied up like a dumpling when she wakes up. Thinking of this, Sun Jiao's somewhat dry red lips couldn't help but outline a faint smile. I say, do you have to smile so creepy? For some reason, the smile on Sun Jiao's face was obviously beautiful, but it made Jiang Chen shudder. Really? Don't you think your sister is very charming when she smiles? Should I answer yes or no? Looking at that beautiful face, Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and muttered softly. Chapter 3 I Need Gold. The next morning, Sun Jiao was sent by Jiang Chen to explore the commercial bank building in Qingpu. Jiang Chen gave a very straightforward answer to Sun Jiao's question about what the bank could investigate. I need the gold there. This world is full of treasures. If you take any of those high-tech civilian equipment to the human world, it is likely that they will be able to beat the gadgets that are still in the laboratory. However, it is obviously unrealistic to sell these high-tech products directly to the human world. In this case, the only thing with high value and easy to cash is gold. Jiang Chen guessed that in this doomsday without any order, gold should have no value at all. When everyone is hungry, no one will exchange their food for those shiny gold things. Obviously, he guessed right. Although Sun Jiao wanted to know what the gold was for, Jiang Chen obviously had no intention of revealing anything, so he had to give up asking. There was also a small episode in the morning. After getting up, when Jiang Chen handed a piece of bread to Sun Jiao quickly grabbed the bread and stared at Jiang Chen's eyes with a very vigilant look. Tell me, what are your intentions? Intentions? Didn't you ask me to provide meals? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her. What a joke. I'm not so horny that I'm ready to sleep with you. If I have money, I can go back to modern times and sleep with 10 models, right? Anyone who is willing to sleep with a tigress who may bite off his penis at any time must have a problem in his brain. Provide meals? Sun Jiao didn't react for a while, and after a moment, she suddenly remembered the remuneration they had agreed on yesterday. Breakfast. 3 meals a day, but you will probably have to eat outside at noon. I'll get you another can of food. Although the backpack was rummaged through by this woman, there was still some spare food in the storage space, and with the current energy, there was still enough to take out 1 or 2 cans. Sun Jiao was stunned, and her eyes were inexplicably hot for some reason. She had seen many villains who killed their compatriots for food in the wasteland, and also met cannibal bandits who wanted to stew her into twice cooked meat, but this was the first time she met someone who was worried about her starving. Sun Jiao grabbed the can and looked to the side with a flickering look in her eyes. To be honest, she even planned to rob this guy of everything and then hold him hostage to exchange food from his accomplices behind him. Although this thought was only a flash, it existed, and now it brought her a strong sense of guilt. Breakfast. What is that? Sun Jiao chewed the bread randomly and said indistinctly. It was really a bit rude, but watching the beauty wolfing down the food was also a different kind of fun. It's easy to get stomach problems if you don't eat breakfast, Jiang Chen muttered. He almost forgot that this was the end of the world where most people lived a life of eating one meal and not the next. Ahem. Anyway, eating something in the morning will also make you more energetic. Thank you what? Because the voice was too soft, Jiang Chen couldn't hear what she said clearly. Nothing. Sun Jiao licked her red lips with breadcrumbs after eating the bread and looked at her hands that were slightly stained with oil. For some reason, she restrained the desire to lick her fingers. This was the first time in her life that she had an inexplicable feeling of face. How to describe it? Don't want someone to see your indecent behavior. It seems that this is not quite right. I will try my best to find the gold in the bank vault, but it may be more difficult to move those things here than to find them. Yes, this dead city is full of abandoned cars, but the electromagnetic pulse phenomenon caused by high-altitude nuclear explosions in the nuclear war has long paralyzed most of the electronic equipment in the city. The development of technology has become a shackle that restricts the survival of the survivors. There is no car lying on the street that is not a product of high technology. Even internal combustion engine cars are usually equipped with high-tech accessories. It is precisely because of high technology that these things are completely broken down. Unless you find a professional to repair it, it is almost a dream to find a drivable car in the wasteland. Don't force yourself, just focus on reconnaissance. I need to know the terrain and the degree of danger there, as well as the exact location of the gold. That's all. Try to come back before dark. Well, I know it without you saying it. Sun Jiao waved her hand and finally checked her equipment. Wanghei City is very dangerous at night, and there are zombies everywhere. Those zombies are much smarter at night than during the day. By the way, can you show me the status of your ep? Just as Sun Jiao was about to go out, Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Jiang Chen was still a little curious about what kind of perverted number of bodies the woman who could subdue him with one move had. Sun Jiao was stunned for a moment, then shook the ep in her hand briskly, leaving Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Asterisk username, Sun Jiao, muscle strength. 44 bone strength. 61 reflex nerve. 40 brain cell activity. 13 notes, C-level tissue repair vaccine. T-virus vaccine. Asterisk no matter what, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine it. The power that the slender arm could burst out was more than 3 times that of his. Is this person still a human? Exclamation mark. While Sun Jiao was exploring Pudong Bank, Jiang Chen was not idle. After confirming that Sun Jiao had gone far away, he immediately traveled back to the modern era. The passage of time in the two worlds is parallel, and there is no faster passage of time on either side. Jiang Chen still has enough time. Charging naturally cannot be done in the rental house. It is unknown how long it will take to charge the household circuit to 100 degrees of electricity. If Sun Jiao came back and didn't see anyone, it would be troublesome. Therefore, in order to complete the charging as soon as possible, Jiang Chen had to shamelessly steal electricity from other places. After secretly prying open the distribution box in the neighborhood next door, Jiang Chen cut a hole in the rubber of the power transmission and distribution wire with a knife with a sense of guilt. He took a deep breath and put his right hand on it. The huge current even caused crackling sparks, and the energy tank on his wrist was quickly filled. In contrast, the whole building lost power. Fuck, damn power company, why is there another power outage? My qualifying match, damn it. Oppa, woo woo woo, why is there a power outage? I'm so mad. Furious roars came from upstairs, and many residents opened their windows to see the situation in the residential building opposite. Jiang Chen ran away in disgrace before he could even close the lid. The reason why he chose this neighborhood to charge was because this old neighborhood had no cameras installed. With a full sense of guilt, Jiang Chen fled back to his rented apartment in disgrace. Hey, we need to find a way to solve the charging problem quickly. Ask someone to modify the line. It's hard to explain the power consumption. It will be troublesome if it attracts an investigation from the relevant departments. Move to another place, or enter commercial warehouse that can withstand high power output current. Damn, it would be great if there was something that could replace electricity as energy. In order to measure the remaining energy, Jiang Chen used a ruler to compare and used a pen to mark small marks next to the energy tank as a scale. While humming a little tune and imagining a happy life in the future, Jiang Chen packed the food into his backpack and wholesaled several boxes of canned food, instant noodles and bread on Teo Bao. Looking at the remaining account balance, Jiang Chen was not discouraged at all, because he knew very well that it would not be long before the money he spent now would only be a small fraction of his future account. The gold in the entire bank vault. What a windfall that would be, even if the money had not yet arrived. Cough cough. Getting rich overnight. I'm afraid that only this word can describe his mood at the moment. In addition to food, Jiang Chen also prepared some medical supplies such as bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs. Considering that he would probably have to stay in the apocalypse for a while, Jiang Chen spent 10% of his energy to put 2 boxes of canned food and 4 boxes of instant noodles into the storage space. Although both storage and access require energy, it is always better to be prepared. After lighting a cigarette and inserting his finger into the socket, Jiang Chen quietly waited for the energy to be fully charged. After all, there were only 10 kWh of electricity. It was not worth stealing electricity from outside for this 10 kWh of electricity. It was not safe and harmful to others. Ahem. To kill time, Jiang Chen began to fiddle with the wrist computer on his left arm. The radiation values still made Jiang Chen feel a little concerned. He did not want to get any disease due to radiation. He gently clicked on the help option about the radiation value. After reading it carefully, Jiang Chen could not help but feel happy. When the radiation value reaches the threshold of 50, it will affect the health of the user. We sincerely recommend that you store a certain amount of iodine in the app to control the radiation value in the user's body. After swallowing his saliva, Jiang Chen clicked on the button to extract iodine, and a thin needle popped out from the side of the app. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen took the iodine from the coffee table and tentatively inserted the needle into the iodine. The color of the iodine began to fade slowly and finally became colorless. Looking at the iodine progress bar that was gradually replenished, and the slowly decreasing radiation value, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The problem that troubled him was solved so easily. In this way, he could solve the radiation problem by buying some iodine tablets from the pharmacy. After charging, Jiang Chen stretched his body, then walked into the kitchen, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, and made a bowl of fragrant tomato scrambled eggs and green pepper and pork shreds. After serving the food on the table, Jiang Chen also took out a beer from the refrigerator. Quietly enjoying this simple and delicious lunch, Jiang Chen took a sip of cold beer and sighed with emotion. If this meal was placed in the end of the world, I wonder how many kilograms of gold, or how many tons, it could be exchanged for. After all, in that chaotic world, gold is not more valuable than stones. From the extremely happy and satisfied expression on Sun Jiao's face when she swallowed the cold canned food, Jiang Chen had already guessed how precious food was in that world. Jiang Chen even believed that, if he took out a can of food in that Liuding town, there would probably be countless women who were still pretty and willing to sleep with him. Putting the last grain of rice into his mouth, Jiang Chen chewed it carefully, and his thoughts could not help but drift to the distance. What if, in the near future, the Third World War broke out in this world, and everything that happened in the end of the world was repeated here? Jiang Chen shuddered, and did not dare to continue thinking about this question. Haha, why did I start thinking about these nonsense questions? Let me live a good life first. Jiang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head, throwing the empty beer can into the trash can. In short, get the gold first, then change it into money. Then, live a rich life for a while before considering it. First, you have to buy a villa. You have to buy a car. Girlfriend? You have money, so why worry about this? Jiang Chen poured the dishes into the pool, washed them, and put them in place, then walked to the living room, and carried a heavy backpack. Time travel. Wait. As if he had thought of something, Jiang Chen hesitated and stopped the journey that was about to begin. He returned to the kitchen again, opened the refrigerator door, and took out a can of Coke. The journey began. A newbie, please support me. I beg you to give me a hand if you have read the 3rd chapter. If you think this book is good, please click on the collection. Of course, it would be even better if you have a recommendation ticket. Your support is my motivation to finish the remaining 2 million words. Chen Crossing would like to thank you here. Chapter 4 Bank Bars. When his feet stepped on the dusty precious wooden floor, it was just a moment for Jiang Chen. After checking the energy bar on his wrist, Jiang Chen was stunned. The energy consumed in this time travel was only 40%. Will the capacity of the energy bar be upgraded with the number of times it is charged? Jiang Chen shook his head. This is undoubtedly good news, but his knowledge is definitely not enough to explain this phenomenon. Just take it as it is. Sitting quietly on the high-end sofa, Jiang Chen enjoyed the luxury that was hard to have in this world. He lit a cigarette and waited for time to pass. Through the moldy wooden window, Jiang Chen vaguely saw the shadow of Sun Jiao walking from the street. After taking out the telescope on the side to confirm, Jiang Chen got up and went downstairs to open the door of the villa and let Sun Jiao in. The gold you want. Jiang Chen took the bag thrown by Sun Jiao. His hands sank slightly, but he was happy in his heart. This weight is not light. I'm afraid it weighs several kilograms. However, this woman actually threw these kilograms of gold as easily as a ball of paper. The force is really a bit scary. Jiang Chen glanced at her arms and could hardly find the curve of muscles in the thin lines. I was so exhausted. The bank hall was full of zombies. I almost used up all the ammunition of my 2 batteries before I could clear out those disgusting things. The bank's vault was sealed with thick steel plates, and I couldn't open it. I found these gold bars in a room called the VIP room. Sun Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and then threw the backpack on her back aside. Although there was not much gold, it still weighed several kilograms. Counting the weapons and equipment and supplies she carried, Sun Jiao was almost traveling a long distance with a load of 20 kilograms. This place was still some distance from the bank. Next. This is. Sun Jiao took the coke thrown by Jiang Chen and looked at it blankly. I see you like it very much. Being looked at by a beautiful woman like this, Jiang Chen began to feel a little embarrassed, so he smiled and said. Sun Jiao pursed her lips slightly, but she didn't say anything. She was silent for a moment, then she resumed her usual heroic attitude, opened the can, and took a gulp of the coke in her hand. Gulp gulp. Ha. So cool. It's so hard to help you transport gold outside in this damn weather. Hey, it's still iced? Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen suspiciously. The refrigerator in the kitchen is still usable, and the solar power generation equipment in this villa is surprisingly intact. Jiang Chen didn't lie about this. Although most of the electrical appliances were destroyed by EMP, the solar power generation device on the roof of this villa was unexpectedly preserved, and the refrigerator was also in good condition. Perhaps someone had lived here before and repaired some of the electrical appliances that could be used. But judging from the thickness of the dust on the ground, those things happened a long time ago. Forget it. I don't think you'll tell me where you got it from. Sun Jiao waved her hand in a gesture of giving up and threw the empty can on the ground. So, what's next? If we want to blow up the vault and move the gold here, we may need the help of professionals. At least, we need powerful explosives or skilled hackers to decipher the electronic lock. Where can we find these 2 things? Explosives are not easy to deal with. It is very convenient to buy food in a harmonious society, but it is basically impossible to get that kind of prohibited items. After all, Jiang Chen is just a small citizen now. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen asked. Many survivor bases have it, such as Liuding Town. Sun Jiao showed a nostalgic expression, her eyes drifting to the window. That's a relatively interesting place in this wasteland. Is it far from here? Not too far, but a bit expensive. Sun Jiao narrowed her beautiful eyes. Except for locals who own property and laborers who have lost their freedom, tourists need to pay 1 energy unit of subcrystal to enter, or other equivalent. 1 point of subcrystal? Jiang Chen frowned in confusion. That's it. Sun Jiao casually took out a piece of green and black crystal from her pocket. The content of this subcrystal is about 37 points left. You can use epate to test it. This thing is very difficult to get. Only those powerful mutants will condense this biological crystal at the back of the head. If possible, I really don't want to run into those guys. A monster that can scare this guy? Jiang Chen felt terrible just thinking about it. Taking the black crystal, a faint energy pulling feeling came from his right hand. Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. This thing can actually charge the bracelet? Exclamation mark. However, Jiang Chen didn't show anything on his face. He just casually played with the subcrystal in his hand for a while and returned it to Sun Jiao. What can you exchange for 1 point of subcrystal? 1/10 of a box of canned meat or half a box of low quality canned food. 10 nutritional mixtures, 1 C-type battery, or 3 energy weapon magazines. There are too many things that can be exchanged. This energy material can be used as currency in many survivor bases. You can even find a woman to sleep with in Liuding Town. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with a playful look. Flirting with this little man gave her an indescribable pleasure. Hey, 37 subcrystals. How about I exchange them with 4 cans? Deal. Sun Jiao threw the subcrystals back to Jiang Chen without hesitation, but as if she had thought of something, she sighed and hesitated to add, if you ask me, although I know you eat a lot, it is definitely a loss to exchange like this. If you trade with others like this in the future, you will definitely be treated as a sucker. Oh. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. He didn't care much about the 3 subcrystal points. Although 10 subcrystals are indeed worth a can, it depends on what kind of can it is. Most of the cans in Liuding Town are mutant fish meat, and many of them are mixed with sand. However, this is already the best case. You know, some cans are even filled with human flesh. The helplessness and numbness in the words made Jiang Chen feel suffocated. He swallowed his saliva and couldn't speak for a long time. Curry chicken nuggets, braised beef. These delicacies are the first time I have tasted them in my life, Sun Jiao said with a lingering feeling. At the same time, she looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully, then looked away. Travelers in the wasteland usually use mutant cattle to transport goods. I once had the honor of eating a meal of mutant beef. The dry taste made me very satisfied. I believe you. Jiang Chen's voice was very light. He suddenly felt a little scared. To Sun Jiao, he was a nobody. If she coveted his wealth, she would kill him in an instant. Do you believe it? Jiang Chen now only dared to feel a little creepy fear. He even had the idea of grabbing the gold and teleporting back to the modern world, leaving everything here behind, regardless of whether he was in the end of the world or the wasteland. These few kilograms of gold were enough for him to live a millionaire's life. He finally understood at this moment that he had imagined this world to be too simple. However, perhaps it was because of greed, or perhaps it was because of inexplicable arrogance. After a struggle between himself and himself, Jiang Chen finally calmed down and suppressed the idea of running away. Without any expression on his face, Jiang Chen tried to make himself look less scared. Believe. Miss Sun Jiao sneered, but the indescribable emotion under her brows could not be hidden. However, this distant word has long been extinct in the wasteland full of hunger and death. Although Jiang Chen said this fascinating word at this moment, Sun Jiao's facial muscles only instinctively expressed disdain. Sighing, Sun Jiao walked towards the kitchen. Your naivety is really to the point of being annoying. But I don't hate you. Hearing what Sun Jiao said, Jiang Chen gradually relaxed and let go of the tension in his heart. Perhaps he made the right bet, and Sun Jiao didn't want to do anything bad to him. Otherwise, she would have had many opportunities to get rid of me, and there would be no need to drag it on until now. The heavy stone weighing on Jiang Chen's heart was finally removed. Since you are my employer, in addition to protecting your life and safety, I think I also have the obligation to ensure that you are not deceived by people with ulterior motives. Well, how should I put it? If someone peeks at your belongings, it will be a trouble for me. If you trade with others in the future, it's better to take me with you. Sun Jiao, who walked to the door, suddenly stretched her head back and said, "Is this it, Sun dear? Don't look at me like that. Damn, I have goosebumps." Cough cough. Sun Jiao avoided Jiang Chen's sight in a panic and rushed to the kitchen. However, she screamed in astonishment soon. How is it possible? Refrigerator, excuses, beliefs, and even most of Jiang Chen's words were false, just to avoid unnecessary trouble and danger. However, the touch at that moment was real. In that moment, Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered that this wild woman was not so annoying, but a little cute. Don't eat canned food, let's eat fresh vegetables tonight. To celebrate my first employee. As if to vent his joy, Jiang Chen laughed and rushed into the kitchen. Standing in front of the refrigerator, Sun Jiao even forgot to refute the title of employee, just staring blankly at the tomatoes in the refrigerator and eggs. These fresh ingredients were all stuffed in by Jiang Chen before she came back. "You." Sun Jiao turned her head stiffly and spoke in a trembling tone. "Don't ask yet. I know you must have a lot of doubts in your mind. We will discuss this issue during dinner. Now, can you cut tomatoes?" Leaving Sun Jiao in a daze, Jiang Chen walked to the refrigerator with a smug smile on his face and took out a few tomatoes and eggs. "Tonight, we are having scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Chapter 5, Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes. The reason why it was fried tomato and eggs was because Jiang Chen's cooking skills were just so-so, and the only dish he could show off was this one dish he made every day. Now that he had money, maybe he should hire a nanny? But then Jiang Chen shook his head secretly. His secret was too shocking to the world, and it was really inconvenient to hire a nanny to take care of him. It would be better to find a girlfriend. Thinking of the several kilograms of gold bars that were casually discarded in the living room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flash a smug smile on his face. Sun Jiao pretended to be full of doubts and cut tomatoes stiffly. Looking at the red juice that exuded an alluring aroma, she didn't know how many times she had swallowed her saliva. Since Jiang Chen said that he would tell her at the table, there was no need to rush for a while. Sun Jiao silently cut tomatoes and unconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen, who was stirring eggs on the side. That faint smile with happiness made her feel a little flustered for some reason. "Be gentle. You're going to smash the chopping board." Oh. Jiang Chen's voice scared Sun Jiao so much that she quickly looked away. When she realized that she was not behaving normally, she inexplicably felt annoyed and ashamed. However, behind this anger and shame, there was actually a hint of happiness. Happiness? Such a distant word. It seemed to be traced back to the time when she lived in the shelter. Sun Jiao vaguely remembered that when she was very young, the door of the shelter had not been unlocked. Now that she thought about it, it was simply heaven. There was no crime, no class, and the order was regulated by the main brain. Everyone completed their work equally and enjoyed reasonable resources. Because there was no conflict of interest, everyone was kind and everyone was happy. Although people occasionally missed the distant blue sky, no one went back to doubt that they were happy. Yes, compared to the cruel wasteland, Shelter 071 was simply heaven. At that time, both her parents were still alive, and she had a very cute sister who was only 1 year younger than her. After the shelter was opened after the expiration of the year, they witnessed together the first ray of sunlight that shone into the cold steel gate. Then they were separated. Later, she learned that many mercenary organizations specifically targeted those newly opened shelters with simple defense facilities. They took advantage of the remaining conscience in the hearts of people who had just walked out of the shelter to plunder the survival supplies and the population there. It was during that riot that she was separated from her relatives. It was also from then on that she gave up all the kindness that remained in her heart and became a qualified wasteland survivor. But for some reason, at this moment, the frozen heart began to loosen slightly. Home. In a trance, Sun Jiao actually had such an illusion. After realizing her thoughts, she felt her face inexplicably hot. These 2 days are probably the 2 days with the richest emotions in my past few years. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly and shook her head, putting the tomatoes cut according to Jiang Chen's request into the bowl. To suppress the restless emotions, it was enough to take a deep breath, but the touch of the soft spot in the heart could not be buried no matter what. Perhaps Sun Jiao herself did not realize that the man standing beside her beating eggs had begun to have a special position in her heart. Looking at Sun Jiao's wolfing down, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he saw someone eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes so creatively. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind, such as why I have so much food. Jiang Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Sun Jiao and said quietly, I don't know how to describe this feeling. Sun Jiao gradually stopped eating, put down the chopsticks in her hand, and looked at Jiang Chen with blurred eyes. You give me a feeling, as if you are someone who walked out of a fairy tale. Puchy, fairy tale? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. There are some books about the pre-war period. In the shelter, we call them fairy tales. Sun Jiao sighed and laughed at herself. Everyone lives a happy life, with family, friends, and even lovers. But it's all fairy tales, right? After all, the first time I touched the sun was when I was 7 years old. Jiang Chen was speechless. He just walked to the refrigerator, took out a few cans of beer, and turned back to smile at Sun Jiao, as if to comfort her. In our place, we drink a glass when we feel tired. Sun Jiao picked up the beer, tilted her head back, and took a gulp, and a satisfied sound came out of her throat. Burp, this thing doesn't taste as good as Coke, but it can make people vent, and it's a good thing overall. Jiang Chen also took a gulp of beer. How long have you been drinking alone? It seems that it has been like this since graduation. A person came to a strange city, entered a strange company, and then endured the pressure of work and the burden of life, until now he was fired. He had dreamed countless times in the ivory tower, but was ruthlessly crushed by reality. To be honest, he felt really bad when he received the dismissal notice. At least in this doomsday, there is someone to drink with him. This doomsday is not too bad. The two chatted for a while, and finally became good friends and held hands. Group number 482,875,504. To know why the male and female guests held hands, please watch the small drama of the Dao version below. The small drama of the author and his friend Easy in the XTH year of the War of Resistance against Japan. The Devils raids continued, and everyone was in danger. In the occupied area, the Devils were domineering, and there were also spies sent by them outside the occupied area. There was no trouble in a remote mountain village, but one day, Gaozi, who had been away from the village for many years, suddenly came back, wearing a mink coat, and looking very luxurious. Heezy found his good friend, and pulled him to have a drink with him. Heezy, Lao Chen, we haven't seen each other for many years. I heard that you have 800-year-old wine at home. Why don't you take it out, and have a few drinks? Author, Lao He, you are joking. Now you are a celebrity in front of the queen. How can you look down on our small places? Heezy glared. What celebrity? I'm doing this for the welfare of my fellow countrymen. Author, you are right. Heezy, stop talking nonsense, just take it out. The author was speechless, went back to the room, took out the 800-year-old wine, and put it on the table. Heezy poured the wine, took a sip, and frowned. Why is this wine so sour and astringent, and the color is also muddy? The author smiled bitterly. There are 2 bottles of good wine, and this bottle is mixed with urine. Heezy glared, spit, and said angrily, you are tired of living. Considering our friendship, I will give you a chance and offer the other bottle. The author was silent for a moment. 1 bottle of this wine was taken by the local king in the mountain village on the top of the mountain, and the other bottle was not taken by the king, because he felt sorry for me, and he rewarded me as a family heirloom. If brother he insists on having it, you can go to the local king's mountain village to get it. Heezy heard this, but smiled awkwardly, and sat back awkwardly. The local king paid tribute to the queen, and he could not be touched. The second king was still wearing the stars and stripes, and the small village was built in the United States. After speaking, Heezy suddenly glanced Since the king left you a bottle as an heirloom, why did you, an unfilial descendant, mix urine in this wine? The author smiled bitterly. Good wine, but I can't give it to Taejin, so I had to do it out of helplessness. He shouted, how dare you? I'm doing this for your own good. Do you know how many people were shot yesterday? 404. The author sighed, and instead of looking at Easy, he looked at the list of ancestors displayed on the wall. Ancestors, the situation is compelling, so don't blame me. If you have a spirit and want to taste this good wine, go to the mountain village to taste it. They don't have ginseng. If the wine suits your taste, come back and give me 2 copper coins as a thank you. The next day, the devils entered the village, and the walls were broken. Everyone was in danger of life or death. The end. Woo woo woo. Chapter 6, Meat Mountain. The grey cement road was full of cracks. Unknown plants grew tenaciously in the cracks of the cement road, bathing in the unhealthy sunlight. There were basically no intact windows in the surrounding buildings. The glass had long been shattered in the nuclear explosion. The streets were full of abandoned cars. From the cracked but unbroken car windows, it could be seen that the glass used in the car windows seemed to be slightly better than the window glass. Streamlined iron boxes could be seen on the streets. According to Sun Jiao, it was a slow descent device used by NATO's orbital airborne troops. However, when mentioning the history of the city's invasion, Sun Jiao's face did not show any extra emotions. This may be related to the fact that she was born in a shelter and had no concept of the so-called country. However, when mentioning the war of the predecessors, her face still showed undisguised boredom. In her opinion, both sides of the war were stupid. Is it going to rain? Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, and there were thick dark clouds in the form of clumps. It seemed that the sunlight was unnatural, only after it passed through the dark clouds. The sunlight had a kind of oppressive yellow-green color. I really didn't know how these plants grew. That's not a dark cloud, it's radioactive dust. Sun Jiao couldn't help but feel a little funny. Jiang Chen was just like her when she just came out of shelter 071. In other words, we are now exposed to radiation without any protection. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The only thing he knew about radiation was the Fukushima nuclear power plant accident. He still remembered that there was a period of time when the salt in the supermarket was sold out. Although it was an ignorant act, it is conceivable that for people living in a harmonious society, radiation is a terrifying existence. However, Sun Jiao seemed to be accustomed to it and did not take the sword of Damocles hanging over her head seriously. Don't worry, as long as the iodine in your rep is not depleted, the radiation value will not exceed the threshold, and you don't need to worry about growing a third hand. Of course, when crossing high radiation areas such as nuclear power plants or former government agencies, it is better to wear radiation protection clothing to be safer. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen teasingly and continued to lead Jiang Chen in front. Although she had experienced a night of passion, Sun Jiao did not show any discomfort at all, but Jiang Chen's calves were a little soft. This is not to say that Jiang Chen is not good, but no matter how strong his physical strength is, as a pampered modern man, he can't be stronger than this female warrior who walks in the wasteland all year round. That terrifying muscle strength data. Jiang Chen could never imagine that this woman who looked like she had no muscle lines would be stronger than him, a man who looked more or less muscular. The reason why the two went out together was all Sun Jiao's idea. Since you said you would help me, you have to learn some combat knowledge. Come with me tomorrow. At least you have to learn how to shoot and protect yourself. Well, actually, I think I can be a logistics staff or something. Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow we will go to the survivor camp in block 6. You haven't even been vaccinated against infection. It's too dangerous. You have to go there by yourself. So Jiang Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the rifle thrown by Sun Jiao and follow her on the road. The two chatted from time to time along the way, but for some reason, Sun Jiao didn't ask about Jiang Chen's secrets. Since she didn't ask, Jiang Chen naturally didn't take the initiative to bring it up. However, Jiang Chen could see that the reason why Sun Jiao didn't ask was not because she was no longer curious, but out of an indescribable trust. One day, you will tell me. The unspoken words can be felt. For the same reason, Jiang Chen didn't ask what Sun Jiao said must do was. We will pass through a zombie infested area ahead. The best place to hone your marksmanship is a battlefield. You should familiarize yourself with the weapon first, but don't fire casually, Sun Jiao said, and took out a streamlined rifle from her bag. Meeting Jiang Chen's curious gaze, Sun Jiao smiled and explained. SK-10 Sirius, a medium to short range laser rifle. Laser rifles are the best choice for dealing with creatures like zombies. Low noise and high accuracy. But in order to familiarize you with shooting, it is better for you to start with kinetic weapons. Sun Jiao pointed at the rifle in Jiang Chen's hand and continued. PK-200 assault rifle, caliber 7.62mm. Although this kinetic weapon is not as accurate as a laser weapon, its power and reliability are not comparable to laser weapons. Even if you take turns to hit someone with the butt of the gun, you don't need to repair it. The safety is on the right side above the grip. Be sure to turn it off when you are not firing. The streamlined short and wide gun body feels a bit futuristic. On the grip, Jiang Chen saw a small mark. Pan-Asian Cooperation Organization. The two walked one after the other on the deserted street. The occasional half-man high rats running by the roadside would occasionally scare him, but he got used to it after a while. These mutant creatures were everywhere. Jiang Chen even saw a wolf dog-sized cockroach waving its 1-meter-long antennae at the two of them, and then scurried into the shadows of the street. The dense cilia were really disgusting. Not all creatures are aggressive. For example, rats, although they are huge, they still have a physiological fear of humans. Although cockroaches look scary, they will not actively attack living things because of their eating habits. Getting closer and closer to the street in trance, Sun Jiao gradually raised the muzzle of the gun and began to be alert. Zombies will stop moving during the day. The mutant bacteria attached to the back of their brains need a stable environment for photosynthesis. It's surprising, isn't it? This is also the reason why these zombies have not starved to death for so many years. I heard that some zombies in the city have even evolved the ability to reproduce asexually. Sun Jiao chuckled twice with a fake smile, still maintaining a vigilant posture, and continued to speak. We need to be careful of carnivorous creatures. They usually feed on zombies or rather low-level mutant creatures, but if they encounter humans, they will definitely not be picky about food. And humans, if someone aims at your head, don't hesitate, just open fire. Sun Jiao's unhesitating tone made Jiang Chen feel a chill. While being surprised at the cruelty of this wasteland, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that this city has formed a complex and alternative ecosystem. Nature is indeed a magical thing. No matter what you give it, it can make it stable in a reasonable way. Survival of the fittest. Under the high-rise buildings, there is no more civilized atmosphere, only barbarism. Although holding the crystallization of civilized technology, Jiang Chen does not feel safe at this moment. Hush! Sun Jiao suddenly stopped and raised her right fist to signal Jiang Chen to stop. Don't point the gun at me, idiot. Watch my back. Sun Jiao cursed Jiang Chen in a low voice. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, took a deep breath, then opened the safety and pointed the gun at the quiet street behind. Not normal, all the mutants nearby have disappeared, so they may have sensed the approach of their natural enemies. Sun Jiao's voice was also a little nervous, which made Jiang Chen's heart, which had finally calmed down, start to get nervous. Natural enemies? Carnivores or something like that. I hope it's not a death claw. Although he didn't know what the death claws Sun Jiao was talking about were, Jiang Chen also read a little bad feeling from her tone. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the distance of the street. Along with a heavy and high roar, bursts of fierce gunfire followed. There's a battle ahead, follow me. After hearing the commotion in the distance, Sun Jiao did not retreat, but instead started to move towards the battlefield with a rifle. I say, did you go in the wrong direction? However, Sun Jiao did not answer Jiang Chen's question, and Jiang Chen sighed and had to run to catch up. Roar oh oh oh. The ugly and ferocious face was twisted, saliva was pouring out of the mouth like rain, and the broken street lamp was waved in his hand, and the fat was almost overflowing. Keep firing, throw the explosives over. Quick, ammunition. I need ammunition. My hand. The whistling car door cut off the arm of an unlucky guy and embedded it heavily in the wall behind him. The monster was venting its power, roaring and moving towards the human defense line. Soldiers with mixed equipment were venting their firepower fiercely at the monster, trying to suppress the rampaging fat. Several soldiers lowered their heads and quickly ran through the firepower net of their teammates, dodging the debris thrown by the monster, and desperately threw the explosives in their hands at the fat. It's the meat mountain. Turning the corner, Sun Jiao's face was full of shock. How could this thing appear in? Jiang Chen's expression was even more exciting. He opened his mouth wide and was completely stunned. What the hell is this? The butcher in the mountain? But this one is too big. The meat mountain was bathed in gunfire and bullets and moved forward. The situation of those soldiers looked quite bad. Although the overwhelming bullets had a certain impact on the meat mountain, it was far from enough to stop it. The thick fat was like a gel, clamping the bullets that penetrated his skin, which made the group of people who mainly used kinetic weapons almost helpless. Although the leader of the group decisively ordered some people to approach and throw explosives at the meat mountain, the thick fat obviously served more than just bulletproofing. Although the attacks did not work, it was not meaningless. At least the meat mountain was restrained by the fierce firepower like raindrops and could not move forward to the human position. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly passed over the human defense line, and the shells dragged yellow traces and fiercely bombarded the meat mountain. However, the shells failed to hit the meat mountain and almost slid past the meat mountain's fat face and bombarded the building behind him. Boom. With the violent explosion, the reinforced concrete wall was blown to pieces, leaving a terrifying hole. As if aware of the danger, the fat all over the meat mountain's body shook violently, and the power bursting out of the body became more violent. The open mouth seemed to be ready to roar again. However, the roar did not come out in time. Another shell ripped through the battlefield. After the trajectory was corrected after the first tracer bullet, this shell smashed into the bloody mouth. There was no suspense at all. Scarlet blood, dark green brain matter, and yellow-white fat almost covered half of the street. The headless meat mountain fell to the ground in the cheers of victory, making a heavy muffled sound. After the battle, the soldiers walked out of the bunkers, cheered and hugged their comrades, and helped the wounded. Everything seemed very organized. Type 99 anti-tank gun. I guess only this kind of thing can kill the meat mountain. The fat of the meat mountain is very thick, almost the nemesis of all individual weapons, and at the same time, its bad habit of throwing things around is simply a nightmare. Sun Jiao said, as if she was relieved. What are they doing? Holding back the churning of stomach acid, Jiang Chen glanced at the people busy on the meat mountain's body and asked. Collect subcrystals. In addition, the fat of the meat mountain can be used as fertilizer or as a source of organic matter and phospholipids in nutritional mixtures. By the way, I remember that its blood cells can also be used as raw materials for many vaccines. Nutritional mixture? Why does it sound like food? Jiang Chen shuddered and secretly vowed that he would never touch the so-called nutritional mixture in his life. Isn't this equivalent to eating the meat of the meat mountain? As if guessing what Jiang Chen was disgusted by, Sun Jiao grinned and then took Jiang Chen to the soldiers. Sensing the approach of the two, a soldier came over, holding a rifle and looking them up and down, and then spoke very professionally. Welcome to the 6th block, buddy. As usual, I need to check your genetic code. Genetic code, a code compiled from a gene sequence according to a specific algorithm, is used as the username of EP. Due to the widespread use of EP and the uniqueness of the genetic code, it is usually used as something like an ID card number. After all, there is no civil affairs bureau in the end of the world. If you want to prove that you are you can only use DNA to speak. Many survivor camps that have order will check the genetic code before allowing entry. The main purpose is to arrest people who have violated the law in the camp. After showing the EP on their arms, the militia politely let the two pass. I always thought that this wasteland was full of barbarism. I didn't expect to see civilization. Jiang Chen's heart was gradually relieved by the fact that these armed soldiers did not harass the two. However, Sun Jiao just smiled playfully at Jiang Chen's remarks. Oh, I have the opposite opinion from you. I think the wasteland is full of so-called civilization, but the form is more special. The steel gate slowly opened, and the security of the camp was lifted as the meat mountain fell. Behind the sandbags at the door, Jiang Chen saw the anti-tank gun that destroyed the meat mountain. The hideous gun barrel exuded a chill, and lying on the ground was a metal shell as thick as a thigh. Making way for the trucks entering the camp, Jiang Chen followed Sun Jiao into the camp. This order that exists in chaos, District 6, welcomes travelers from the wasteland like a harbor. However, it would be too naive to imagine it as the embodiment of justice. Chapter 7, Block 6. Civilization is the spiritual wealth and inventions that have been deposited over history, which are beneficial to human adaptation and cognition of the objective world, conform to human spiritual pursuits, and can be recognized and accepted by the vast majority of people. In this way, there is indeed civilization here. It's just that it is more deformed. If you use one word to summarize the level of technology in the 6th district, it is mixed. You can see mercenaries with rifles on their waists smoking and dazed at the recruitment point, and you can also see traders using holographic computers to count goods. People with missing arms and legs are not uncommon. Some are on crutches, and some are on mechanical prostheses that are more agile than real legs. If you use one word to summarize the level of people's livelihood in the 6th district, it is also mixed. Skinny men and women are everywhere. Because of hunger, people don't even have the strength to wail. Uniformed soldiers patrol the streets in groups of 3, holding guns, ignoring the hungry people, and also ignoring the prostitutes soliciting customers on the street. Like machines, you can't see the expressions on their faces behind the dark sunglasses. Absolute neutrality is the foundation of the 6th block in this wasteland. The laws here are very simple. Murder and theft will be shot. Transactions that fail to pay taxes will be expelled, and malicious damage will be imprisoned. Sun Jiao explained casually to Jiang Chen, who was not used to this place. Why wasn't that man shot? Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, and looked at a man in uniform beating a woman who was too hungry to resist to death with a stick. As if he noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, the man grinned at Jiang Chen in a friendly smile. That's the inspector, responsible for handling the dead bodies in the slums. Sun Jiao answered in a familiar tone, but Jiang Chen could feel that she didn't seem to like it here. The woman was obviously still alive. The inner circle of the 6th block will be cleaner, but if you enter, you need to pay a little price of subcrystals. We come here just to trade some useful things, so the market outside is enough. Sun Jiao changed the subject. Jiang Chen nodded silently. This twisted civilization. Although the market outside is also dirty and messy, it is much better than the situation in the slums. The thieves or criminals who were shot were thrown directly beside the garbage dump. In the evening, the inspectors would drag them to the farm and mix them with the fat harvested by the camp today to make fertilizer for growing crops. Some of the more famous thieves were painted with formalin and nailed to the wooden board. Roger Gerson, nicknamed the Claw Wolf. He committed murders 3 times in the 6th block and was shot dead by the security team in the sewer. A closer look showed that the identity of the deceased was also engraved on the wooden sign. The name seemed to be a foreigner, but there was nothing strange about it. NATO troops had landed in this city, and many people stayed here. At the entrance of the market, 2 merchants who were dressed fairly cleanly were bargaining fiercely. In the end, they seemed to have finally reached a consensus and signed their names on an agreement. Under the notarization of the market manager, one party took out the subcrystal and placed it on the energy counting instrument, and the other party moved out 10 women who were only wearing pieces from the rented tent. That's right, they moved out. On that slender and fair neck, there was a ring-shaped electronic lock, and she obeyed the pull with a dull look. Those women were all pretty, with fair skin that was as white as mutton fat jade. The only flaw was that there were barcodes tattooed on their cheeks that only appeared on supermarket products. It seemed that he was satisfied with the goods. The merchant who paid Yajing ordered his men to load the women onto the truck and drove away from the market. Xinru Hotel. Sun Jiao said slowly, squinting her eyes and looking at the direction where the truck was leaving. Jiang Chen noticed that Sun Jiao's hands had been clenched into fists without her noticing. Hotel? It's just a den of gold. Sun Jiao spat lightly. It provides a full range of services for guests. You know what kind of services they are. There, female slaves are consumables. After all, there are people with all kinds of perverted desires. I once heard a guy with a dull mind brag in a tavern in Liuding town about how tender the girl's flesh was in the new hotel, in the sense of food. Jiang Chen shuddered. He seemed to be able to imagine what kind of hell those expressionless girls would face. That human trafficker probably belongs to the forces that occupy Shelter 101. They use cloning technology and culture fluid supply devices to cultivate low-cost clones. People cultivated by these technologies are more like commodities than humans. So, what on earth is a shelter? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao's eyes, which had no emotion, in disbelief, and asked with difficulty. It's a magical thing. Each shelter has a different design concept, in the hope of achieving maximum survival efficiency. Sun Jiao shrugged. I was born in Shelter 071. Now I think I'm lucky. The design concept there is to regulate personality with fixed procedures. Although the daily routine is relatively rigid, it's still happy. Some shelters are not so lucky. After saying that, a cruel smile, that was inconsistent with her age, appeared on Sun Jiao's beautiful face. I once heard that the design concept of Shelter 070 was to rule people by people, and to inspire people to survive by creating a spiritual leader. It shows how naive the designers before the war were. It is said that the shelter had developed into a hell only 10 years after the arch was lowered. That moral model had only carried out justice for a few years, and then he forgot the reserve of civilized people, and became a tribal chief. Haha, it is said that he used the authority of the security procedures to absurdly clean up all the men, leaving only women as his tools for sexual release. As for Shelter 101, it is probably an unmanned shelter. Shocked by the cruel reality, Jiang Chen swallowed with some difficulty. However, he still didn't understand what Sun Jiao said. No one's shelter? No one needs shelter? Haha, of course. It stores the DNA data of elites from all walks of life, and after the refuge period is reached, the embryo culture dish is opened to automatically produce those perfect bodies, and then cooperate with the virtual reality system to make them gain more than 10 years of memory in a relatively short period of time. Haha, I don't know what the meaning of those products that come out of the culture tank is. Did the designers before the war realize that these products will be very popular in the wasteland after the war? Sun Jiao's words did not hide her sarcasm. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside as a listener, could not help but remain silent. Is this the end of civilization? Here we are. Sun Jiao's brief words interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts and pulled him to the door of a store. This is the official purchasing station of the outer market of the 6th block, responsible for evaluating and purchasing goods that the camp has demand. Although canned food, batteries and other things can be used directly as currency in some survivor camps, such trading rules are obviously not applicable to the prosperous 6th block. Therefore, at this time, a credible organization is needed to promote a unified currency. At the same time, it is also more convenient to collect taxes. Subcrystals, as the main energy source for high power equipment, are in rigid demand for any survivor base, and its easy to carry feature also meets the necessary characteristics of circulating currency. Although applying for a store to sell canned food is a more profitable option, Jiang Chen, who is not short of money, naturally chose the most convenient way to sell those expensive canned food to the most fair 6th block officials. In this regard, Sun Jiao did not dissuade her much, and it can be seen that she did not want to stay here for too long. Things. A mechanical and skilled answer came from the window. Seeing Sun Jiao signaling to him, Jiang Chen took out the backpack behind him, and took out one of the things in it, and put it on the table. Hiss. The trader in the window took a breath. Jiang Chen finally heard a hint of incredible shock from the tone, and at the same time, felt several naked greedy eyes imprinted on his back. Shivering unnaturally, Jiang Chen helplessly cast an inquiring look at Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao smiled and signaled Jiang Chen not to care. After all, no one dared to break the rules here. At least before they leave the 6th block, they are absolutely safe. Do you have any more goods, sir? The voice was actually respectful. Canned fresh meat. Even the nobles living in the inner circle mostly eat mutant beef and ripened vegetables every day. The front desk trader even suspected that his scanner was wrong because the screen showed fresh beef. Storage period of 127 days. Harmful substances are far below the edible threshold. Food quality, perfect. Meat itself is a luxury, but the fresh beef this person took out. It is not an exaggeration to call it a luxury among luxury goods. This kind of thing has basically disappeared in the end times. I'm afraid that there is no fat cow that has not been mutated on the entire earth. Even if there is, it is probably in the far north, where the radiation level is relatively low. In the 6th block, or the entire wasteland, most people have no chance to eat healthy food. Usually, the survivors choose to use nutritional mixture to fill their stomachs. The stuff made from the protein tissue of mutant organisms naturally can't taste good. It can only be said to be barely edible. Jiang Chen is probably the only one in the wasteland who can eat green food for every meal. What's more outrageous is that this guy thinks canned food is not as delicious as fresh food. There are still a lot. Please go to the VIP room for settlement, and there will be a special trader to serve you. The front desk trader smiled at Jiang Chen and quickly handled the formalities for him. After a while, a lady with a good appearance came to Jiang Chen. "Dear sir, please follow me." The female trader smiled mysteriously at Jiang Chen, then turned around and walked gracefully to lead the two to the direction of the VIP room. The reason for handling transactions in the VIP room is also a measure to keep customer information confidential. If a lot of valuables are moved out of the hall, I'm afraid this person will not have the chance to walk out of the 6th block 100 meters away. Pushing open the wooden door, a faint scent of tea hits the face. Classic wooden tables and leather sofas, a burner of incense in the middle of the tea table, and precious purple clay teapots revealing a very elegant and uncommon style. As far as this VIP room is concerned, it has a bit of the feeling of a modern tea room. "Please come in, sir." Standing in front of the door, the beautiful female trader lowered her eyes slightly and leaned forward, with a hint of tempting ravines on her chest. Miss Sun Jiao, who was standing next to her, narrowed her eyes and raised a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. For some reason, the look of the beautiful trader made him feel a little hairy, as if she wanted to eat him. However, Jiang Chen did not think much about it and walked into the VIP room. Just as the beautiful trader was about to go in and close the door behind her, Sun Jiao also walked in, as if nothing had happened. The beautiful trader looked at Sun Jiao with a little surprise and dissatisfaction. However, the wild Miss Sun Jiao naturally glared back without any hesitation. Glancing at Sun Jiao's proud breasts, the beautiful trader curled her lips unwillingly, still maintaining a polite smile on her face, and closed the door quietly without saying a word. Jiang Chen naturally didn't know about the confrontation that took place in a few breaths. For transactions exceeding 100 subcrystal points, they all need to be conducted in the VIP room. On the one hand, it is out of caution, and on the other hand, it is out of the need to win over big customers. The VIP room is linked to special services, which is not news in the 6th block. Professional female traders earn tips through special services, and the backstage of the 6th block exchange can get good reviews from big customers. In a sense, this is a win-win situation. However, since Miss Sun Jiao is here, the tip of this female trader will naturally be lost. After counting, the transaction was settled quickly. The exchange settled the 20 cans of perfect quality at a high price of 50 subcrystals each. After all, these cans are not just food, they can even be called luxury goods. I believe that, if these cans are brought to the rich people in the inner circle, they can be sold at double the price. This is a reason why things are rare and valuable. For this reason, Sun Jiao complained to Jiang Chen countless times, but Jiang Chen didn't care much, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. How much can a can be worth? However, one subcrystal point can quickly charge the jump bracelet by 10%. In this way, he no longer needs to take the risk of stealing electricity. This business is a good deal, no matter how you think about it. Do you know what the VIP room is? Walking in the busy market, Sun Jiao suddenly said. Huh? A place where bulk goods are traded? Jiang Chen was stunned, not understanding why she asked this. Puchy, Sun Jiao suddenly covered her stomach and laughed very ungracefully. Sure enough, you don't know. I don't think it's interesting. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao speechlessly. Sun Jiao, who had laughed enough, suddenly put her lips close to his ear with a teasing look on her face. It's a place that provides special services. Jiang Chen felt a breath blown on his ear, and his scalp couldn't help but feel a pleasant numbness. However, he had long been accustomed to Sun Jiao's occasional teasing, so he would not jump away with a red face like before, but showed an expression of enjoyment with a thick skin. "Do you hate me for ruining your good thing?" Sun Jiao asked jokingly. "If I stand outside, she might give you a special service." "How could it be? I already like you." Not embarrassed by Sun Jiao's teasing, Jiang Chen teased back with a thick skin. Moreover, he emphasized a certain word particularly strongly. Sun Jiao's cheeks flushed. After all, she was still a young girl who had just experienced the world. Although she always called herself a sister, she was actually not older than Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Sun Jiao's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "Someone is following you." "Who?" Jiang Chen was stunned and subconsciously wanted to turn back. "Don't turn back. Pretend nothing happened. No one dares to do anything here. I have my own way to deal with these rats, my boss." Sun Jiao smiled and said while biting Jiang Chen's ear. To others, the two of them were just a pair of flirting lovers. Because they were being followed, the two of them naturally sped up their journey. Sun Jiao took Jiang Chen directly to a place that looked like a hospital. After entering, he realized that this was a place where various vaccines and gene drugs were sold. After paying a total of 55 subcrystals, the doctor wearing a mask gave Jiang Chen an injection in each of his left and right arms. One of the injections was a T-type vaccine, which was used to prevent infection by zombie bacteria. The other injection was a C-level gene enhancement agent. According to the doctor's introduction, its effect can increase muscle strength, reflex nerves, and bone strength by 10 to 25 points. The effect of physical enhancement will gradually take effect within 3 days. There are many useful drugs in the pharmacy, and Jiang Chen selectively bought some. These are all drugs to improve physical fitness. After all, strength is the prerequisite for ensuring wealth. You can't always hide behind Sun Jiao, right? Although Jiang Chen really wants to do this, hiring someone to fight is more elegant than fighting in person. Ahem. Then, the two went to the arms store to replenish ammunition. The serious assault rifle used by Sun Jiao used C-type batteries as ammunition, and it only took 1 unit of subcrystal to charge 5 magazines. As for the 7.62mm rifle bullet used by Jiang Chen's PK200 assault rifle, it was a little more expensive, and 360 rounds of bullets cost a total of 4 subcrystal points. Although Sun Jiao looked painful, Jiang Chen paid directly. Canned food for arms, it's a profit, no matter how you think about it. Of course, the barbarians here will not understand. In this wasteland, laser weapons are undoubtedly an environmentally friendly and economical choice. Ordinary medium and short-range laser rifles are enough to adapt to the terrain of most urban battles. As long as it is not a high-power long-range laser rifle, the energy consumption is very low. For the Sirius in Sun Jiao's hand, the effective range is only 400 meters. After 400 meters, the energy of the beam bullet will be greatly attenuated. However, a C-type battery is enough to power it to fire 200 beam bullets. If it is not for the concern of overheating, this weapon can even fire with the power of a machine gun at close range. As for kinetic weapons, the advantage is that the effective range is long, the bullet power decay is not obvious, and it will not be completely immune to energy shields. As for the PCA standard weapon PK200 assault rifle, it can be used as a sniper rifle with an 8x scope. Although this kind of gun is a bit wasteful for Jiang Chen to hold, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for him. The reliability of kinetic weapons is many times stronger than that of laser weapons. An imp grenade can make a laser rifle break down, but a kinetic rifle can still continue to shoot. If an accident occurs, Sun Jiao will deal with various malfunctions of the laser weapon, but Jiang Chen can only stare blankly. "Let's stay here tonight." Sun Jiao looked at the setting sun, and then casually glanced at the tracker with her peripheral vision. But, Jiang Chen frowned. He felt uncomfortable all over because he was being followed. "The night is dangerous," Sun Jiao said lightly, with a cold smile on her face, "but at the same time, it is also full of opportunities. It seems that some people are destined to be unlucky tonight." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Grey Goo Mercenary Group. The Tulip Hotel is located at the junction of the outer circle and the inner circle, close to the busiest market in the 6th block and the militia station with the strongest security. The .50 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun on the rooftop, which exudes a chilling air, somewhat ruins the luxurious decoration, but it undoubtedly also demonstrates the strength of this hotel. After all, in this disorderly wasteland, safety is the first priority. Being able to set up an anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof, it is obvious that the backstage here is undoubtedly the official of the 6th block. The people who live here are either rich or noble, so security issues are naturally the top priority. According to Sun Jiao, here, if someone enters your room without permission, you have the right to shoot him directly without asking for the reason. The reason for choosing to live here is naturally to facilitate the handling of the tail. Sitting on the precious leather sofa, Jiang Chen smiled and picked up a leaf of orange from the canned fruit with a toothpick and stuffed it into his mouth with 2 sounds of swallowing saliva. In the past, he would not have bothered to eat junk food like canned food, because who knows how much sweetener and preservatives are added to it. However, because he has been eating junk food these days, for the sake of his health, Jiang Chen has to consider supplementing some vitamins through canned fruit. Don't look at me like that, I'll leave some for you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Sun Jiao's naked gaze and raised his chin to the man on the ground, who was also swallowing saliva. Why don't we solve this problem early and have dinner together? Hu Lei, who was tied up like a dumpling and thrown on the ground, felt a murderous gaze coming from behind him, and he couldn't help shuddering. Looking at the man sitting on the sofa and looking at him with a smile, he felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. A gun was pressed against the back of his head, and cold sweat kept dripping from Hu Lei's forehead. I really, you must have caught the wrong person. I really didn't. Sun Jiao slapped him in the face with the butt of the gun without any hesitation, and then stepped on his head and said viciously, I'm not asking if you've been followed, I'm asking you. Sun Jiao narrowed her eyes and slowed down her tone. Her index finger gently flicked the charging switch of Sirius, and a slight buzzing sound came from the barrel of the gun. Who sent you? It was a snake-like voice. Even Jiang Chen, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, couldn't help but shrink his neck. This was the first time he saw her domineering side. Well, maybe not the first time. When Sun Jiao tied him up like a dumpling and brought him back, he insisted that he knew nothing as soon as he woke up. Except for his name, he didn't confess any useful information. He insisted that he was just a refugee living in the slums. However, would a refugee appear here? This is the prosperous area of the 6th block. I really don't know anything. You are lynching. The guards of the 6th block will not let you go. Hu Lei shouted randomly, his eyes wide open, and even naively began to threaten Jiang Chen. Very naive, and very stupid. If it weren't for his trust in Sun Jiao's ability, Jiang Chen almost believed that he was really an ordinary person. You have 10 seconds to think about it. Of course, to urge you to remember something, I will blow one of your balls every 10 seconds. Sun Jiao said coldly, and kicked Hu Lei, who was lying on the ground, over. No. Hu Lei, who was turned over, screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and looked at Sun Jiao with horror, trying to retreat away from her. I really don't know anything. Big sister, please forgive me. Hu Lei begged desperately, but he could not see any sympathy or anything like that in the eyes of the devil-like woman. 7 Sun Jiao picked up a steel bar without saying a word. 1 Sun Jiao raised her hand. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Sun Jiao stopped her hand after hearing this, but the steel bar in her hand was still hanging in the air. A sour smell filled the room. Jiang Chen frowned and sniffed, looking at Hu Lei lying on the ground and twitching, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. I haven't even started fighting yet, but I've already peed my pants. If you want to learn from others, to fight to the death, can't you just hold on to the end? However, when Sun Jiao said to break the balls, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel pain in his crotch. This move is really lethal to men. I don't like to solve problems through violence. Jiang Chen bit a toothpick and said to Hulei with a smile. Hulei seemed to have seen a life-saving straw, and he crawled to Jiang Chen and kowtowed desperately. Thank you, big brother. I really. But if you keep pretending like this, I don't mind giving my assistant some ideas, such as pressing a hungry mutant dog on your crotch. I think it will be very happy to chew it. Jiang Chen's chilling words made Hulei's smile freeze on his face, turning it into an expression that was uglier than crying. When he said this, Jiang Chen shook his legs unnaturally. Damn it, it hurts me. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, but his face showed no expression. Of course, I prefer trading to violence. After all, I'm essentially a businessman. If you are willing to cooperate, this thing is yours. A crystal particle emitting a light purple fluorescence was placed in front of Hulei, and his eyes full of fear gradually turned into greed. A subcrystal containing 100 energy points is undoubtedly a huge sum of money in this wasteland. Of course, you can cheat, such as using some fabricated lies to fool me. But if I were you, I would not do that. Can your boss give you so much? I can give it to you, as long as you work for me in the future. Jiang Chen looked at the changes in Hulei's expression with satisfaction. He understood that the carrot and stick strategy had worked. The next thing was much easier. Jiang Chen easily obtained the information he wanted from him. The Grey Goo mercenary group mainly engaged in human trafficking and looting survivors, and occasionally provided security services to some specific customers. The headquarters of the mercenary group was stationed in the experimental primary school in Sun Jiao, and used the walls of the primary school to set up a relatively stable defense line. The reason why they targeted Jiang Chen was just a coincidence. It happened that the Grey Goo mercenary group sent a trading convoy to the 6th block for trade. The leader Zhao Guoping vaguely saw Jiang Chen take out a can from his backpack, and then saw him being invited into the VIP room, and then he was tempted. Of course, Zhao Guoping was not a brainless person to take on such an important task as the leader of the trading convoy. It was impossible to take action in the 6th block. If the rules were broken, the pile of dead bodies sprayed with formalin outside the market had already explained the consequences very clearly. Moreover, the Grey Goo mercenary group also needed to exchange necessities through the 6th block, and no one dared to offend such a force. However, it would be fine if they took action outside. The 6th block's commandment was not to step out of the iron gate, which was also a rule. Looking at the bulging backpacks behind Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao, Zhao Guoping's heart was hot, but he still kept a watchful eye. There were many forces coming to the 6th block for trade. If he kicked the iron plate, even the boss might not be able to save him. Zhao Guoping, who knew the depth of the water here, did not rush to make an ambush plan, but sent a man to follow the two people. On the one hand, he was afraid that the people would run away, and on the other hand, he wanted to find out the depth of the two people's strength, and whether there were any forces behind them that were inconvenient to offend. When he saw Jiang Chen first get the vaccine, and then go to the weapon store to replenish bullets and explosives, Zhao Guoping was ecstatic. It seemed that these two people were just lone travelers commonly seen in the wasteland. If an organization with a little strength would not choose to exchange subcrystals for bullets, they would often have an advanced or simple production line to manufacture these consumables. Take the 6th block as an example. The huge slums are not used to raise waste. The factory that occupies a quarter of the area of the 6th block is adjacent to the slums. There are production lines looted from various places, and some have been improved to a certain extent to adapt to the efficient new energy subcrystals. Remelting scrap metal into bullets, decomposing the protein and fat of mutant organisms into nutritional mixtures, and cultivating catalytic fruits and vegetables and other luxury goods through CNC tower-shaped farmland. If you want to survive in the wasteland, you must resume production. The leaders of the 6th block are naturally well aware of this. As early as more than 10 years ago, the supermarkets in the entire Wanghei city had been emptied. Since it was confirmed that the two were just lone travelers, Zhao Guoping began to contact the headquarters of the Grey Goo mercenary group on the one hand, and on the other hand, he stepped up his surveillance of the two. This fat sheep is several times fatter than the sheep he has encountered before. Although the woman made Zhao Guoping feel a little dangerous. He, Zaguoping, was determined to get the huge sum of money on the two. After listening to Hulei's confession curled up on the ground quietly, Jiang Chen touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Hey, boss. Do you think we should take that? That sub-crystal? Hulei said to Jiang Chen with a shameless smile. His eyes were full of greed as he looked at the sub-crystal 100 energy points. It's enough for him to eat for a lifetime. 1 energy unit of subcrystal can be exchanged for 10 nutritional mixtures. Oh no, what nutritional mixtures are there? Ha ha ha. Even if I go to the most famous den of money in this wasteland, Xinru Hotel, I can live a carefree life for more than a month. Hulei's heart was uncontrollably ecstatic, although the subcrystal was still in Jiang Chen's hand. Since that man still needs me, I will not die, and he will give me many benefits. Hulei fantasized about the beautiful life in the future, lying in the arms of the blonde maid, drinking. His little eyes gradually began to focus, and met the black muzzle of the gun. Ah, idiot. Jiang Chen sighed and pulled the trigger. Bang. Blood splattered all over the ground, mixed with white residue. Seeing the smoke coming out of the muzzle, Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. Although he had prepared himself mentally, and the dead man deserved it for his crimes, he couldn't help but feel a violent tremor in his heart when he saw the skull crack under his gun. The reason why Hulei didn't say a word and insisted that he knew nothing was not because he was intimidated by the power of the Grey Goo mercenary group. After all, if he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. It would be difficult for even a behemoth like the 6th Street District to arrest an enemy in this wasteland, let alone the Grey Goo mercenary group. As long as he left this area, he didn't need to worry about the pursuit of the traitor. The reason why he refused to let go was because human life was too cheap. He was worried that if he confessed, he would be executed. But in extreme fear, after hearing the heavenly conditions offered by Jiang Chen, he was like grabbing a life-saving straw and shook everything out. The little minion named Hulei thought that he could really make a deal with Jiang Chen and become Jiang Chen's spy in the Grey Goo mercenary group, taking the opportunity to make a fortune or something. Are you kidding? What the hell is loyalty? There is no absolute loyalty in the wasteland. Everyone is crazy to survive, let alone a gangster like him. However, his calculations failed after all. The moment he confessed the information, his value was gone. Are you kidding? What good does Jiang Chen have to plot against that mercenary group? Can it bring him more benefits? Therefore, it is a wiser choice to execute this monitor directly. Jiang Chen also does not have to worry about those people finding him. Naturally, the blood also splashed on Sun Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Jiao did not show too much surprise. After all, she had seen too much blood. She just shrugged her shoulders and said, I said, blood is hard to wash off clothes. Besides, this kind of thing can actually be left to me. The gentleness hidden in the latter sentence touched Jiang Chen slightly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen calmed down the restlessness caused by killing. He turned off the safety and threw the gun aside. You have to get used to it. Sun Jiao smiled, put the gun aside, stepped over the corpse on the ground, and approached Jiang Chen. Sitting on Jiang Chen's legs, Sun Jiao hugged him. This bold move made Jiang Chen feel a little surprised and a little agitated. The softness against his chest, with the frontal blow, directly dispelled the struggle in his heart. You will stay, right? A pair of slightly dry, but still beautiful red lips exhaled hot air in his ear. You know? That was Jiang Chen's biggest secret, and it was also a secret that could not be spoken. Embracing the delicate body in front of him, Jiang Chen asked knowingly in a complex tone. Women are very sensitive. Sun Jiao's voice was filled with a smile. You don't belong here, but I hope you won't leave me. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen's voice was very soft, but very firm. He had made such a decision as early as that night. Yes, at the beginning, Jiang Chen just planned to get a lot of gold from here, and then return to the modern world, to live a rich life. But now, it seems that he can no longer claim to have nothing to do with this world. Jiang Chen thought with some emotion. With concerns, it is naturally impossible to leave at any time. Maybe there will be a way to get Sun Jiao to the modern world in the future? After all, this place is really not for people to stay. I believe you too. This sentence also came from the heart. If it weren't for the strong smell of blood here, I really want to eat you here. The touch and joy turned into a flame burning in his lower abdomen, and Jiang Chen whispered viciously in Sun Jiao's ear. Yes, I want to take a shower first. But I don't want to let go. Jiang Chen slapped the elastic little, but with a wicked smile, and listened to the soft hum in his ear with satisfaction. Then you hold your sister and I will take a shower. She bit Jiang Chen's earlobe as if in revenge, and her slender and toned thighs clamped his thighs tighter. Sun Jiao exhaled hot air in an ambiguous tone. It's just right for me to see if the genetic medicine has made your muscles a little stronger. A low roar and a cry of surprise. Shirts, jeans, and other things were scattered on the ground. The luxurious water resources poured down, splashing on the smooth tiles. The water drops mixed with sweat slid down in the collision and moans, outlining a track of asterisk asterisk. The following 10,000 words are omitted, and it is not difficult for those with a big imagination to imagine. Accompanied by a high-pitched long cry and a heavy low roar. Panting, Jiang Chen supported the hot thigh and slowly put her on the ground. It seems that the gene potion is not fake. My feet are barely touching the ground. After a while, Sun Jiao came back to her senses from the afterglow of the climax. Panting heavily, she poked Jiang Chen's chest with her index finger in a teasing way and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen coquettishly. It turned out that the flat chest had grown pectoral muscles without her noticing. However, the gene potion directly strengthened the muscle strength, not the muscle appearance, so although Jiang Chen did not look much different, his explosive power and endurance were far from the weak modern man before. Are you satisfied, my princess? Jiang Chen gently hugged the slender waist and smiled wickedly, wanting to pat but that he couldn't let go of. Call me princess sister. Sun Jiao dodged Jiang Chen's hand mischievously, then pulled the bath towel over her body. It's time to get down to business. Dinner together? Jiang Chen smiled and took a bath towel. Of course. But before that, we have to deal with the unlucky guy outside. Looking at Sun Jiao's back as she left the bathroom, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and touched his nose. It's really too crazy to be embarrassed next to a dead person. It seems that I have to restrain myself in the future. I have to restrain myself. Chapter 9 Planning. It's not a big deal. After all, this is not a civilized society. Sun Jiao just called the cleaner through the pager next to the door, explaining that she encountered an assassin, and then a few people came to carry the body away. Before leaving, the cleaner did not forget to spray the blood melting agent on the carpet in the living room for Jiang Chen and his friends, to remove the disgusting stains. Then the lobby manager came in person and apologized to the two for the stalkers who sneaked into the hotel. In the end times, death is a very common thing. It seems that this lobby manager is not the first time to deal with such a situation, and he is quite skilled in his actions. After declining the compensation dinner, steak made of mutant beef, proposed by the lobby manager turned and left. The so-called compensation is actually just a courtesy proposal. Few people who can afford to live in such a hotel would care about eating meat. Because there is no kitchen in this suite, there is only a microwave oven for heating, and a dusty rice cooker in the dining room. Although the wealthy people who live in such places generally do not choose to prepare their own food, it is not ruled out that some extremely wealthy local tyrants are used to using luxury goods such as rice. Yes, rice is a luxury in this era, and even the CNC tower-shaped farmland in the 6th block does not produce much rice. Most people still rely on nutritional supplements as their staple food, and occasionally eat cooked food to enjoy life. But Jiang Chen is obviously that kind of local tyrant. Take out a small bag of rice from the storage space, wash it, pour it into the rice cooker, and add a certain amount of water. In less than half an hour, the white rice that made Sun Jiao's eyes shine came out. Jiang Chen has no scruples about taking things out of thin air in front of Sun Jiao, and Sun Jiao did not ask too much. Jiang Chen can see that she is very curious, and at the same time he is very grateful that she did not ask too much. Jiang Chen believes that one day he will tell her all the secrets, but not now. Because he himself can't explain the miracle that happened to him very well, and vague words will only cause her to have some unnecessary misunderstandings. After pouring the canned food into a plate, put it in the microwave to heat it. When the hot dishes were placed on the table, this not so rich and luxurious dinner began. It was not so rich, because Jiang Chen was almost fed up with canned food. It was luxurious, because it was the first time Miss Sun Jiao had seen these dishes, such as curry chicken nuggets, mapo tofu, bamboo shoots and braised pork, etc., which were hard to name. After a very unmannerly wolfing down of food, this luxurious dinner was over. Touching his flat belly and glancing at the empty rice cooker, Jiang Chen could not help but be surprised. It seemed that the gene drug not only strengthened his muscles, but also his gastric band. This amount of food was at least twice as much as usual. It seemed that the reason why Sun Jiao had such a large appetite was not just because she was a foodie. I had deliberately made more food and planned to save the rest for tomorrow's breakfast, but you ate it all. Jiang Chen said with a smile as he looked at Sun Jiao touching her belly. Sun Jiao blushed and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. What, are you scared? No, I can afford you, no matter how much you eat. Jiang Chen shook his head. Although it was not a sweet talk, Miss Sun Jiao looked very satisfied. This fierce queen actually showed a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Help me clean up. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Sun Jiao and stood up with the plate. Okay. Looking at Sun Jiao's flat belly, Jiang Chen really couldn't figure out where the 5 bowls of rice were. The commercial bank building in Qingpu is located in a prosperous area. Both the density of zombies and the radiation value are very high. And there are dangerous species. Lazily lying on the bed, Sun Jiao pointed her finger on the screen of the holographic computer, and a 3-dimensional image drawn by green lines appeared. This is a map. If we need to get the gold inside, we need to enter from here, then go through the safe passage, and from here. I say, did you listen to me? Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen unhappily. What is this? Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at the high-tech product in Sun Jiao's hand. The physical part is only about the size of a pen. The square light screen projected from the side constitutes the screen. Above the screen is a 3-dimensional image made by holographic projection. This kind of product that only appears in science fiction movies. I didn't expect to actually see it. Jiang Chen couldn't believe his eyes. I'm afraid that the value of this thing alone has surpassed the gold of the entire Wanghei city. Of course, it is difficult to realize it in the real world. I'm afraid that once Jiang Chen takes it out, the relevant departments interested will come to him and discuss with him how to contribute to the country. Holographic computers, although not as reliable as RISC computers, have much higher performance. I say, there should be a limit to ignorance. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at him again, then adjusted her sore arms and continued to lie down. Okay, what are dangerous species? Jiang Chen looked at the back of Sun Jiao's head in silence, sighed and admitted his ignorance, and lay down beside Sun Jiao, staring at the computer screen and asked. For example, the guy called Meat Mountain, that I met this morning, and this one. Sun Jiao's finger slid across the screen, and a creature with a shape quite similar to the alien in the movie appeared above the screen. Deathclaw. The subcrystal energy index is between 60 to 70. It is very agile and has a very sensitive sense of smell. The whole body is covered with high-density keratin armor, and ordinary kinetic bullets are difficult to cause substantial damage to it. In short, it is better to run away directly when encountering such a guy. Although it is generally difficult to run away. The faint scent of jasmine disturbed Jiang Chen's nose. Because of the shower gel and shampoo brought from the modern era, Sun Jiao exuded an especially attractive fragrance at this moment. But now they are talking about business. Jiang Chen still controlled himself. Concentrating his mind, Jiang Chen stared at the image of the Deathclaw on the screen and asked, does this thing appear near the commercial bank building? Deathclaws appear in various places. Generally speaking, they like to live near the center of nuclear bomb explosions, but occasionally they wander around. I'm not sure if there are any, but even if there are not, places with a high density of zombies will generally have other mutant creatures. For mutant creatures, zombies are considered food. Any plans? Jiang Chen asked, after thinking for a moment. Of course, there are 2 options at present. First, directly invade the underground vault through this route, and then place explosives for blasting. Second, go to the main control room through this route, Hack into the host to obtain permissions, and then open the vault's password lock in the normal way to enter. I say, where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Jiang Chen looked at the clear and concise route on the holographic map and couldn't help but be slightly moved. Liuding Town, there is the most complete map database. It is said that the data was downloaded from the satellite shortly before the war, so there will naturally be no problems. What on earth is Liuding Town? I always hear you talking about it. After hearing Sun Jiao's explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious about what Liuding Town was. But hey, an aircraft carrier. Regardless of the surprised expression on Jiang Chen's face, Sun Jiao turned back and winked playfully and continued, so, my boss, isn't it time for you to make a choice? Plan 1 is too dangerous. The noise caused by blasting the vault will definitely be huge. If we attract all the zombies on the street, we won't be able to escape. That's what I thought too. Although the number of zombies on the whole street is a bit exaggerated, the zombies in the whole building will definitely swarm in. Sun Jiao shrugged indifferently. Even in the daytime, zombies cannot be said to be completely non-aggressive. If they are strongly stimulated, those zombies will still attack. How about hacking? Can you hack into the host? How can I do that? Sun Jiao laughed and said, to survive in this doomsday, good marksmanship is enough. However, there are many such talents, and their living conditions are often not very good, so it doesn't cost much to hire one. Then choose option 2. Where can I hire people in this field? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen made a careful choice. Here is fine, the slums in the 6th block, where people who can't fight live. Sun Jiao pointed out the window angrily, turned off the holographic computer, and lay lazily on the bed. By the way, do we really not have to worry about the Grey Goo mercenary group? Although they are active in the Sun Jiao area, we have killed their people after all, and in their eyes, you are a fat sheep. You said so. Jiang Chen touched his chin. I have a hunch that they will choose to take action when we leave the base, or follow us to find flaws. Do you want me to go out and prepare first? Sun Jiao sighed, stretched out her slender arms and stretched. That's the best way we can do this. After hearing Jiang Chen's plan, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up. Sure, even worse than me. Then you go to the job market tomorrow, right at the main entrance of the slums. The commission is usually 1 sub-crystal. They will help you pick until you are satisfied. Well, it's better to act separately and be more discreet when you leave. Jiang Chen cautiously reminded. Understood. Sun Jiao waved her hand indifferently. I have offended a lot of people. It's just a mercenary group. If I wasn't worried about you, no one would stop me. If I wanted to leave, I can guarantee that, if I wanted to leave, no one would stop me. Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart. He pressed the switch of the bedside chandelier casually, and the warm light in the bedroom dimmed. It was already late at night, and through the coated bulletproof glass of the window, the pedestrians on the street could no longer be seen. Oh, are you going to sleep directly? Sun Jiao turned over, hugged the quilt to her chest, and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. You little devil, you need to do some serious work tomorrow. Go to sleep. They had just had a big fight. If Jiang Chen played like this every day, his body would not be able to bear it. Chapter 10. The slums full of talents. Hey, Boss Jiang, are you satisfied with this? The weather in the wasteland is very strange. It is summer, but occasionally it is as cold as late autumn. The dense radioactive dust blocks most of the ultraviolet rays, making climate anomalies a normal phenomenon in this world. If the radioactive dust-like clouds cannot float away, the temperature here will be even colder. Especially in the morning, this chill is particularly obvious. Wearing a windbreaker, Jiang Chen put one hand in his pocket and scanned a resume with the other hand. The fat man standing next to him is bald and looks old enough to be Jiang Chen's father, but at this moment he is nodding and flattering him. In this survivor camp with absolute freedom and capitalism as its core, those who have Yajing are the boss. Although he doesn't know where Jiang Chen comes from, if he offends a customer, the boss will definitely not let him get away with it. Besides, Jiang Chen is a person of status. At Sun Jiao's suggestion, Jiang Chen made up a fictitious identity for himself, the general manager of the fishbone canned food production company. In this wasteland, apart from the bosses of various forces, there are two types of people who have the highest status. One is the arms dealer, and the other is the food producer. Both of these things are very profitable. After all, most of the soil is no longer arable. As for why the company is called Fishbone, it is naturally because of convenience. The canned food that Jiang Chen brought was basically Fishbone brand, and he even began to consider whether to buy the Fishbone Canned Food Co. Limited after getting some money. This also saves the trouble of using sandpaper to erase the production date every time. Zhang Xianyu, former vice president of Walker Technology Company, is proficient in economic management and electronic product R&D planning. He once led the development of the Walker P7 mobile phone that is popular in Asia. Jiang Chen grinned. Deputy General Manager, it's really ironic, ahem. I say, Mr. Wang Yi, what I need is talent in computer science, and at the same time, I can do some physical work. Can you find me a Deputy General Manager? Although it is a pity, this General Manager was eliminated. He doesn't need any corporate strategy, business plan or other things. For some reason, it felt so damn good to get rid of the so-called general manager. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't show any expression on his face. Excuse me, please wait a moment. The talent market manager named Wang Yi nodded and smiled, then turned and ran into the data room to continue selecting. With a sigh, Jiang Chen looked at the ragged people in the slums. There were also families among them. Young and strong men with labor force and even women with good health would go to the industrial zone to engage in production, and then in exchange for a few cheap nutritional mixtures and a small iodine tablet, they would live hard with their families or alone. If you encounter a disease, Jiang Chen looked at the radiation cloud in the sky, and the sunlight that came through was so unhealthy. Soon, the fat man Wang Yi trotted out of the data room, handed a stack of information to Jiang Chen, and then wiped the sweat from his head with a smile. These resumes were all covered with dust, and you could see the traces of wiping just now. There is no shortage of high-tech talents in this wasteland, and it can even be described as surplus. After all, it doesn't take too much advanced technology to produce bullets, and no one will pay for new computers and new mobile phones. Jiang Chen carefully selected the materials in his hand, frowning from time to time. Boss Jiang, are you dissatisfied? Wang Yi asked cautiously. After all, this is related to his commission and his only job. There are a few people whose skills are really nothing to complain about, but Jiang Chen pointed to the column below the resume, which reads criminal records. Why did you pick all the criminals for me? Lu Haitao, a note practitioner, was sentenced to 10 years in prison for stealing 15 nutritional mixtures and worked in an organic synthesis furnace. Li Kaming, the former project manager of Feekson Technology Company, was sentenced to 17 years in prison for armed hijacking and worked in a bullet processing factory. The fat on Wang Yi's face was squeezed together, revealing a bitter smile that was uglier than crying, and he spoke in an almost pleading tone. Boss Jiang, I can't do anything about this. After listening to Wang Yi's explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood. It turns out that not all refugees in the slums are free. Those who can be traded as commodities are naturally those refugees who have lost their freedom. Everyone who has received the minimum living allowance in the slums is nominally the property of the 6th block, and their status is somewhat similar to that of serfs in the old society. Everyone who is able to work will be forced to work in the factory, and those who are not able to work will be reserved as a population base and sent to the front line as cannon fodder when necessary. As for the free refugees, most of them are poor, but they can more or less support themselves, so they naturally don't need to receive any minimum living allowance. However, these are the rules 10 years ago. Now Wanghai City has formed a stable ecosystem, and aliens and zombies will not attack the living space of survivors for no reason. Without external threats in the 6th block, the demand for those serf-like refugees has naturally decreased. In order to absorb the excess population, the 6th block officials have to participate in the population business, provide the necessary relationships to fixed agents, and then sell the excess refugees in the slums through them. These refugees are often bought by some mercenaries or caravans and used as bait to test danger or lure prey. It can be said that the end of those who are bought is not very good. No one will waste nutrient mixture to feed waste. Therefore, those who are allowed to be sold are usually criminals who have committed crimes, except for those who have no labor force and have no value. Jiang Chen began to feel a little troubled. He didn't want these two types of people. Those with bad personalities are difficult to control, and those with weak bodies are difficult to raise. In fact, Boss Jiang, don't worry. Those people will wear electronic collars when they are sold. If they do anything that endangers your safety, Fatty Wang seemed to see through Jiang Chen's worries and explained to Jiang Chen carefully. At the end, he stretched out his fingers and made a flower gesture. In this case, although I'm still a little worried, there is no better way. Jiang Chen sighed and prepared to choose one of these criminals who is acceptable. Just be careful. 010342, please stop, or you will be shot. A cold voice came from the door, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but look sideways. A soft impact came from his legs, and Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, looking down. I'm sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation. I know computers, please buy me. The girl spoke very quickly, and her pupils changed between fear and pleading. Being hugged by the thin body, Jiang Chen first touched the weapon behind him with some vigilance. However, when he saw the soldier in combat uniform signaling him not to get excited and aiming his gun at the girl, Jiang Chen gave up the idea of pulling out the gun. The soldier pulled the thin little girl away like a chicken, and Jiang Chen frowned, but didn't say much. Although he sympathized, he was more worried about the girl's intentions. What if it was a conspiracy of the Grey Goo mercenary group? Haha, I'm really sorry. There are always people in the slums who are in a hurry to reincarnate. Wang Yi quickly bowed to Jiang Chen to apologize, and at the same time, signaled the soldiers to quickly escort the girl back to the camp. Jiang Chen noticed that the girl was wearing a watch-like thing on her wrist, which was flashing red at the moment. Once a slave who had received the minimum living allowance left the slum, the alarm would be activated, instructing the soldiers on duty to catch the person back. What will happen if she is caught back? Jiang Chen asked casually. She will be sent to a labor camp. Wang Yi shrugged his shoulders. Such things happen every day, and he is no longer surprised. Such a young child can also work. Actually, she is not young. Generally, only those over 16 years old will wear a bracelet restricting their exit. That guy is just stunted. Wang Yi smiled. Let's not talk about this, Boss Jiang. Do you want to choose? Let's take that girl. Jiang Chen sighed. If such a thin girl were sent to a labor camp, she would probably die in a few days under the high-intensity labor. Jiang Chen had seen many corpses along the way and had killed people himself. But no matter what, he still couldn't bear to watch a little girl being taken to hell like this. Besides, the girl seemed to be because of me. Jiang Chen convinced himself in his heart. Maybe this is conscience? A luxury. HMM. Wang Yi was stunned, looking at Jiang Chen with a strange expression, and at the same time approached. Boss Jiang, if you like this, there are actually more good choices. I have some ways to get you more. You talk a lot. Wang Yi saw the cold expression on Jiang Chen's face, and couldn't help shuddering. Yes, no problem. There was no need to offend the sponsor. Wang Yi hurriedly nodded and bowed. How long will it take to complete the procedures? Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with this man. About a day. Please tell me your address. Although the girl had just committed a felony that restricted her from leaving the country, it could be said that she had already become a criminal, and in theory, she was within the scope of the license to sell. But after all, she had not gone through a procedure, so it was not so easy to get it out directly. 2 sub-crystals. I'll wait here. Boss Jiang, after all, this is a judicial procedure. 3 sub-crystals. I'm talking about tips. Jiang Chen said impatiently. What's wrong with you? You're talking about the law when there's no civilization? Yes. I'll get it done for you right away. Wang Yi ran back to the data room happily because he needed to get in touch with his connection immediately. Although the fat man looked rather sloppy, he was quite efficient, of course, all for the sake of sub-crystals. Jiang Chen only waited for half an hour, and then he saw a soldier holding the girl back to the gate. In just half an hour, Jiang Chen noticed that the girl had a black bruise on her face. Wang Yi noticed that Jiang Chen looked a little unnatural, so he came closer with a shameless face. Boss Jiang, the physical examination took some time, and this is also for your safety. Please understand. Wang Yi explained with a wry smile, and moved closer to Jiang Chen, and then whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, the quarantine personnel told me. It's still an original product." Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. This guy was like a mobile heat source, and he exuded an unpleasant smell. While putting the transfer fee and tip of 5 subcrystals on the table, Jiang Chen signed his name on the agreement. From then on, the girl with number 010342 had nothing to do with the 6th block. What's your name? Jiang Chen looked at the bruise on the girl's left face, and the bloodstains on her arm, slightly turned his eyes away, and sighed. The bruise should be caused by the butt of the gun. Although the scar had nothing to do with him, he still felt a little guilty. Yao Jiao. The girl answered timidly and obediently, but her voice was a little stiff because of her timidity. Do you know computers? I do. The girl suddenly raised her voice, but seemed to realize her abruptness, so she lowered her head and whispered, in terms of computers, I got a B-level evaluation in the virtual education system. I'm confident that I can do well in both programming and hacking. Oh, then why are you still so miserable? Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the little lolly with a little surprise. If a 16 or 17-year-old can achieve this level, it would not be surprising to be called a genius in the modern world. However, this seems to be a very common thing in the end times. The virtual education system of the brief introduction saves unnecessary quality education and provides professional teaching according to each person's talent. Just stay in the petri dish for a few years to achieve outstanding results in a certain field. Anyone who grew up in a shelter basically received such a similar education. Getting a B evaluation is already a good level. This little lolly named Yao Jiao obviously also came from a shelter, but she may have drifted here for various reasons. This situation is very common. When the resources of the shelter are exhausted, the people inside often choose to leave and find a new home. Most people will choose to enter such a survivor base. Many people in the slums can do it. Yao Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head a little guilty, but as if she was worried that Jiang Chen would be dissatisfied, she mustered up the courage to raise her head. Although my ability may not be the best, but my potential will definitely not let you suffer, and I'm very obedient. No matter what you want me to do, I will not resist, and I will be very docile. At the end, I don't know whether it was because of excitement or shyness, the girl's face flushed. Seeing Yao Jiao desperately promoting herself, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't care about the little subcrystals he spent. Just like money, you have to spend it all the time. Relax, you don't need to be so nervous to work for me. Seeing Yao Jiao trembling and nodding, Jiang Chen suddenly realized the clothes she was wearing. The thin material clung tightly to her frail body, as if everyone in the slums wore this kind of jumpsuit. When she left the camp, all her assets were confiscated, including the tattered jacket she had been wearing. Are you cold? The girl shivered and shook her head. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that the girl was not shivering because she was afraid of him, but because the weather was really cold. With a sigh, Jiang Chen put the windbreaker on Yao Jiao's shoulders in front of her surprised eyes. Don't catch a cold, it's hard to cure here. Jiang Chen didn't say anything heartwarming, but the girl did lower her head silently, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth hidden by her messy and greasy hair. So lucky. Huh? Jiang Chen tilted his head. No, nothing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled, and didn't ask any more questions. He felt more or less relieved after doing a good deed. This might be the characteristic of a civilized person. Yao Jiao secretly glanced at Jiang Chen's raised mouth, then timidly lowered her head and wrapped the collar of her windbreaker. So warm. What she didn't say was that she had been waiting for too long. Every day she would hide in the corner of the slum talent market, secretly observing the people who came to buy slaves. She wanted to leave here. She was waiting for a not too bad buyer. There were brutal mercenaries, well-dressed businessmen, and people who seemed to be ignorant. But she never made such a move as today. Why? Why did she risk death and rush out to beg this man? Perhaps she saw a special feeling in his eyes when he looked at the slums. It was a feeling called pity, although it was very thin, although it was almost worn out. If she didn't take a gamble at this time, she would have to spend her whole life in this hell. She knew very well that the reason why the villains in the slums hadn't attacked her was just because her body was completely undeveloped. Once she grows up, she has already understood what kind of hell she will face from the older sister next door. Forced to exchange her body for a pack of cigarettes, or being insulted by a group of people. The father who died desperately to protect her mother, and the mother who knelt on the ground begging. She has witnessed too many tragic scenes, and she is much more mature than she looks. This world has gone crazy. Since you will eventually suffer from the plunder of others, and live under the control of others, it is better to choose someone who may treat you a little better, not to mention treating you well. She will be satisfied if he can be a little gentle when beating her. As for losing the bet, if Jiang Chen does not buy her out of kindness, the ending of dying in a labor camp is not too bad. Chapter 11 A warm dinner. I said, "You like this?" A look of contempt shot over. Jiang Chen noticed that Sun Jiao looked at him with some unkindness, and he couldn't help but shudder. "You think too much. She is a computer talent I found," Jiang Chen explained with a wry smile. "Do I look so much like a lolly control?" Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, then looked at the little girl who had been lowering her head, and suddenly leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear. "Is she safe? It shouldn't have anything to do with the Grey Goo mercenary group." Jiang Chen shook his head. "I don't want to hear the word should. This is for your safety." Sun Jiao sighed and walked in front of Yao Jiao. Gently raised the girl's chin with her index finger. Sun Jiao stared into her eyes carefully. "Do you know Zhao Guoping?" The abrupt question did not give the girl any preparation. However, there was not much ripples in those clear big eyes except confusion. "No, I don't know him." "Very good. I need to search you. I hope you don't mind." Sun Jiao nodded, and suddenly raised a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. "Yeah." Yao Jiao agreed in a low voice. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Sun Jiao just pulled open her jumpsuit. Yao Jiao's face turned red, but she still did not resist Sun Jiao's action, just gently covered the key parts with shaking hands. Her thin lips trembled slightly. She was very afraid of the sister in front of her. From her eyes, she could not see the kindness in the man's eyes. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen blushed, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block his sight. "Body search, to prove that she is safe." "I say, why are you still blushing like a little virgin now? Is it because your sister didn't train you enough?" Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen mockingly. "Damn, training? Do you want to try it?" Jiang Chen glared at her fiercely. Yao Jiao blushed, buried her head very low, and her body trembled slightly. This was not because of the temperature. This luxurious room was equipped with air conditioning, and it was a high-tech one. It was because of shame. Even though she thought she was calm, being stripped and searched in front of a man was still a bit too exciting for her. "Okay, no signaling device or weapon." Sun Jiao clapped her hands and stood up, pinching Yao Jiao's chest, causing a suppressed exclamation. "I say, are you really a girl? Why are you so poor?" Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Sun Jiao showed off her buttocks. Yao Jiao blushed and said nothing, just lowered her head, and did not dare to pick up the clothes on the ground. "I say, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Chen fortunately gave up trying to stop Sun Jiao's mischief, just sighed, and then coughed with a slightly red face, and said to Yao Jiao, "Put on your clothes quickly." "Yes." The girl hurriedly picked up her clothes, hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and just raised her feet to put them on. Jiang Chen felt that he seemed to have seen something he shouldn't have seen, and covered his nose. "I say, why are you so shy? She is your slave girl, and also your private property. Even if you do something to her, she won't resist." Sun Jiao said to Jiang Chen jokingly. "Oh, you won't be jealous?" Jiang Chen glared at Sun Jiao fiercely. He felt that it was necessary to punish this naughty girl. "I will squeeze you dry." Sun Jiao almost bit Jiang Chen's ear when she said this, which made his blood boil again. Ahem. Well, let's talk about the punishment later. After glaring at this little devil fiercely again, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. "Okay, let's stop joking here. Anyway, this is Sun Jiao. My name is Jiang Chen, and you will be one of us from now on." Jiang Chen tried to use a friendly tone and said to the blushing girl who was at a loss. "Yes, master," the girl said with her head down. "You don't have to call me master, just call me Jiang Chen. I always feel unsafe with that electronic ring. Since you are trustworthy, I will help you remove it." Although it was a pleasant thing to be called master by a pretty girl, Jiang Chen felt a little awkward. Although Sun Jiao looked at him like an idiot, Jiang Chen chose to ignore her. No. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, Yao Jiao not only did not thank him for his kindness, but instead shrank back and showed a begging expression to Jiang Chen. "Why?" Jiang Chen asked in a daze, not understanding her behavior. I don't hate having such a kind master. Yao. I'm already very happy. I hope you cannot abandon me. I didn't say I wanted to abandon you or anything like that. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Being defenseless does not mean trust. Haha, I didn't expect this little guy to be so smart. Sun Jiao whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Hearing Sun Jiao's whisper, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly again and found that he was indeed too young, still thinking about this cruel end of the world with the thinking of the present world. Betrayal is a very harsh word, but it is not uncommon in this end of the world. Pointing guns at brothers fighting side by side for the sake of profit, selling out one's wife and children for survival. All of this is too common in the end of the world. If the electronic collar is removed, whether Jiang Chen himself feels it or not, he will start to be wary of Yao Jiao. After all, she is not like Sun Jiao who has been with him from the beginning, but a newcomer who joined later. Vigilance will breed suspicion. If you are wary of someone in your heart, then everything she does will be worthy of suspicion. Anyway, I don't have any extra thoughts, and I don't have any fighting power. Even if I take off the collar, it's just a matter of a bullet to get rid of me. Although Yao Jiao is young, she is very smart. She knows that if she wears this collar, Jiang Chen will feel at ease with her. That's enough. As long as she is docile and obedient, she will definitely not be abandoned. Yao quietly clenched her fists and made up her mind. She didn't have any extra ambitions, she just wanted to live. Of course, it would be better if she could be happier. After vaguely understanding Yao Jiao's intentions, Jiang Chen smiled and didn't insist. In fact, she was overthinking. Even if the collar was removed, Jiang Chen would not change his opinion of her. Why? Jiang Chen always unconsciously looked at Sun Jiao and Yao with the thinking of the people of the present world, but they also looked at Jiang Chen who did not belong to this with the thinking of the end of the world. In Jiang Chen's eyes, she was just a little girl who had not grown up. Even if this little girl was a computer expert, he didn't think she would pose any threat to him. Yao Jiao was guessing Jiang Chen's intentions with the thinking of a survivor of the end of the world. Although Sun Jiao vaguely guessed Jiang Chen's background, she still didn't jump out of the deep-rooted thinking logic. They may have seen that he was different from others, and his kindness and extraordinary values, that could almost be called naive. But he failed to guess Jiang Chen's truest thoughts. Fearless. Why? If you can escape from a dangerous environment at any time and go to another peaceful world, will you still be afraid of the cruelty happening in this world? Presumably not. Although this idea will paralyze his alertness to danger, things in concept cannot be changed overnight. After all, he has only been here for a week. What he has seen are just some of the fur of the end of the world. Sun Jiao brought Yao Jiao into the bathroom. Although Jiang Chen was a little disappointed that he lost the opportunity to take a bath with Miss Sun Jiao, it seemed to be a better choice to give this time to the two women. Some words can only be said by women to women. It would be bad if Sun Jiao and Yao had a grudge. After all, Sun Jiao had just teased her. This is also the reason why Sun Jiao took the initiative to help her take a bath. Although Yao had been looking at him pleadingly with her big watery eyes before entering. **** by the bathtub. Yao. Yes. Yao Jiao straightened up like a frightened little rabbit. Don't be so nervous. Sun Jiao smiled, hugged Yao Jiao, and gently wiped her back. Can I call you Yao from now on? Yes, you can. Yao Jiao answered timidly. Don't be so scared. I'm very good to my own people. Sun Jiao gently wiped the bruises on her face and asked softly, does it still hurt? Yes, a little. I'll help you apply some medicine after you take a shower. Come to think of it, your skin is really delicate after washing. Sun Jiao pinched Yao's shoulder with some jealousy. Jiao, like a little rabbit caught by a tiger, just shrank in fear, letting Sun Jiao pinch her left and right. Yes, it's a third type hibernation chamber. It has the function of improving physical condition. Jiao whispered. A hibernation chamber, it's really a luxury. So you should be older than me, right? Sun Jiao said with a sly smile. No, it's not. I entered the hibernation chamber when I was 12 years old. Although I spent about 20 years in it, but because of the effect of the inhibitor, my body actually only grew for 2 years. Plus the 2 years I lived in the 6th block, that is to say, my physical age is only 16 years old, and my mental age should be 14. I don't understand so much. 12 plus 20 equals 30. Sun Jiao's old habit came back again. She likes to bully things she thinks are cute the most. Not that old. Yao denied in a low voice. In other words, I'm old enough to eat it? But, can I eat it? Yao's face turned pale. She had heard that there were some perverts in the wasteland who were keen on eating children's flesh. What are you thinking about, eating in this sense? Sun Jiao's hand slid gently across Yao's small chest with a smile. Yao's face couldn't help but blush and lowered her head. I will be very good. If the master wants to eat me, I won't resist. I won't let you eat it. Sun Jiao interrupted Yao with a smile. Huh. Yao was stunned. Sister eats very cleanly. Sun Jiao said proudly with her chest puffed out. Teasing this little lolly made her feel particularly interesting. Feeling the soft and full impact from behind, Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly with some annoyance. No one is competing with you. She secretly complained in her heart, but even Yao herself didn't realize that she had a flash of loss in her heart just now. It's time to flush, hey. Woo-ah. The bathroom was full of joy. It seemed so happy. It was so nice to be able to get along harmoniously. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as he listened to the noise coming from the bathroom. He unscrewed the can with a can opener, poured it into a plate, and put it in the microwave to heat it up. One dish after another was cooked simply and conveniently. The rice in the rice cooker was also steamed, and Jiang Chen served it on the dining table. Looking at the results on the table, Jiang Chen couldn't help but touch his chin narcissistically. Who dares to say that I'm not a good man? HMM. Although they are all canned food. Cough cough. Wow, so rich today. Sun Jiao, who was still wearing a bath towel, showed her true nature as a foodie as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom and sat opposite Jiang Chen without hiding her beauty. I said, put on your clothes first before you eat. Hearing Jiang Chen's complaints, Sun Jiao did not feel ashamed, but provocatively raised her breasts that were about to burst and then changed the position of her slender thighs. It seemed to be saying, I don't listen to you. Come and have sex with me if you have the guts. This guy. Although he felt dry in the mouth because Yao was beside him, Jiang Chen was really embarrassed to punish Sun Jiao, who was wearing hot clothes, so he had to take a sip of ice beer. Seemingly satisfied with Jiang Chen's expression, Sun Jiao also happily took a sip of ice cold cola and then made a happy sound. As expected, this guy still likes big breasts. If Jiang Chen knew what Sun Jiao was proud of at the moment, he would probably spit out all the beer in his mouth. Yao, why don't you come and eat with us? Ignoring Sun Jiao, who was wolfing down her food, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Yao, who was standing motionless beside him. Yao stared blankly at the food on the table, swallowed her saliva several times, and fell into a daze. Braised pork, curry chicken, hot and sour cabbage. This must be a dream. Yao raised her little hand in a silly and cute way and gently bit the back of her hand. Ouch, it hurts. It's delicious. This. Chew it well before talking. Huh. Yao, if you don't eat it, she will eat it all. Jiang Chen smiled and waved to Yao, interrupting her meditation. Me too. Yao swallowed several times, widened her background eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen with an unbelievable look. Is there a portion for me too? Of course, we should eat together when we eat. Slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you. Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao's wolfing down and couldn't help but smile. He was really worried that she would choke. Medicine mud tube. Sun Jiao puffed her mouth and spoke indistinctly. This guy, he looks so mature, how come he sometimes acts like a child? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao wolfing down her food with a smile and tears in his eyes, and he also picked up his chopsticks. Yao carefully sat down on the table, holding the chopsticks, but he didn't move. Aren't you hungry? No. Yao lowered her head, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes for some reason. You are so good to me. I'm just a slave. Slave? Jiang Chen had never thought of it that way. Compared to a slave owner, he wanted to be a boss that suited his status. How could forced submission be more satisfying than respect from the heart? Hey, don't cry. Crying while eating is bad for your stomach. Try it. Haha, this is the braised pork I made. Although it was canned, it couldn't stop Jiang Chen from feeling proud. Yeah. However, the tears did fall faster, and Jiang Chen was a little at a loss for a moment. This sumptuous dinner reminded Yao of the once happy home. For a moment, she even felt a sense of time and space confusion. It was as if all this happened before the war. The man in front of her was her brother, and the woman was her sister. This rare warmth lingered in front of the dining table, blurring her eyes. Coincidentally, it was not the only one. At this moment, Jiang Chen also had an illusion. An illusion called home. Chapter 12. Fierce battle at the construction site. Speaking of which, I haven't been home for a long time. In the past, I was not doing well and was too ashamed to go home to see my parents. But now I have finally made some money. If I sell the kilograms of gold in the villa, I can get at least a few million. Although it is still not enough to buy a house in Wanghai City, it is more than enough to honor my parents and let them live a good life. And a vault in the bank is worth hundreds of millions of wealth. What are you thinking about? Sun Jiao stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Chen. Moreover, he has a girlfriend. Jiang Chen showed a smile on his face, grabbed Sun Jiao's hand, and looked at her carefully. I'm thinking, should I put a ring on you? Sun Jiao blushed and ran away a little at a loss. Although this girl is domineering, she occasionally shows a thin-skinned side. Laughing, Jiang Chen stood up from the dining table. Unconsciously, the dishes had been cleaned up. This was the first time he found that Sun Jiao could do housework, and he couldn't help but show a happy smile on his face. Of course, Yao also contributed a lot. Jiang Chen could roughly guess that it must be the well-behaved Yao who carried the dishes into the kitchen to clean up, and then made Sun Jiao, who had always been careless, feel embarrassed, so she also cleaned up the dishes. What is this called? The feeling of being the head of the family? Ha. After dinner, there was naturally a combat meeting. For some reason, Sun Jiao insisted on lying on the bed in the bedroom to hold the meeting. This guy's really getting lazier and lazier. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although Yao's cheeks were hot, she still took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She was wearing the shirt and jeans that Jiang Chen gave her. It turned out that Jiang Chen prepared them for himself, but he had no clothes, so he gave them to her. When the time comes, he will go back to modern times and help her pick 2 suitable clothes. Since putting on Jiang Chen's clothes, Yao's face has been flushed. Although she didn't smell it intentionally, the faint masculine scent kept lingering on Yao's nose, which made Yao, who had never been stimulated by this, feel a little dizzy. First, let's talk about the bank vault. So, shall I briefly tell our little guy about it? Sun Jiao took out the holographic computer pen and unfolded the holographic image. Enter the safe passage from the underground garage, bypass the hall full of zombies, enter the basement, and then reach the main entrance of the vault. I have been on this road before, so there is no danger. The key is the door of the vault. Are you sure you can open the combination lock? After saying that, Sun Jiao looked at Yao. If it is a pre-war security facility, I'm very confident. However, I need 2 days to prepare, and some auxiliary programs must be prepared in advance. Yao stared at the screen and said carefully, "That's okay." Sun Jiao snapped her fingers. "I'll take you to buy a computer tomorrow, and I'll buy one to play with. As for the preparations, let's do it when we get back to the villa." Jiang Chen had long wanted to get a computer with future technology to play with. I heard that this kind of thing is also very cheap in the 6th district, the same price as the app that is everywhere on the street. Villa. Yao tilted his head. "It's our base, and it's also your future home." Sun Jiao smiled at Yao and added, "Home." No matter how many times she heard this word, Yao felt warm in her heart. Then the next question. Sun Jiao's expression began to become serious, and she put her loose hair behind her head. "About the Grey Goo mercenary group. Oh, did those guys do anything?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked. Yao was confused, not knowing what the two of them were suddenly talking about. Looking at the confused expression on Yao's face, Sun Jiao patted her head and began to explain the whole story to her. "In other words, those people coveted the wealth of the master. Ahem. Don't call me master, it's better for you to call me brother." The word master made Jiang Chen feel awkward, especially when it came from a little lolly. "Yeah. Brother. Damn, so cute, with a bloody face." Jiang Chen turned his head away, but met Sun Jiao's half-smiled gaze. That expression seemed to say, "If you dare to be a beast, be careful that I will cut you," or something like that. Jiang Chen shuddered, coughed, and brought the topic back to the point. "So what did you observe?" Reinforcement of the Grey Goo mercenary group appeared nearby, and they were all hovering about 5 kilometers away from the 6th Block 17 rifleman, a vehicle-mounted machine gun. It is not ruled out that this is just part of it. After all, business was more important, and Sun Jiao also returned to her professional appearance. "According to your plan, the toys have been arranged, and the only thing missing is the actors to arrive." Nodding with a smile, Jiang Chen lay down on the bed. "Then is there anything else to discuss? Go to bed early." "No." "Then here comes the question." Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with ill intent. "Where are you sleeping?" "Huh. There is only one bedroom." Sun Jiao reminded Jiang Chen. "Of course I will sleep with you." Jiang Chen shamelessly hugged Sun Jiao with a giggle. I'll go to the living room." Yao blushed and tried to climb out of bed in a panic. Sun Jiao reached out and grabbed Yao who wanted to escape and blew gently in her ear. "Today you sleep next to your sister, and a big bad wolf wants to eat your sister." "Damn, who eats who first every day?" Jiang Chen's face turned green. In the end, the three of them slept together and spent a peaceful night. However, none of the three slept well that night. The next morning, Jiang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed, looking at Miss Sun Jiao, who was still sleeping domineeringly in his dream, and then looking at Yao, who was curled up and sleeping. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Get up and make breakfast." Although it is the end of the world, the daily routine cannot be messed up. Insisting on eating breakfast is one of the few good habits of Jiang Chen. Putting the plate of bread slices into the microwave, Jiang Chen raised his hand and yawned casually, looking at the sky outside the window. It was not yet completely light, but he was not sleepy. When Jiang Chen thought about the upcoming fight with the most vicious gangsters in the wasteland, he felt a little complicated. How to say it? Although we have been prepared, no one can guarantee that he will not fall on the battlefield. Jiang Chen has been prepared, and the other side will definitely not be defenseless. Hu Lei is missing. The guy named Zhao Guoping, unless he is stupid, can definitely guess that the matter has been exposed. The heavy machine gun that was prepared is probably also a plan to change from an ambush to a strong attack. Unless you hide here for a lifetime, you will have to face the bandits outside sooner or later. Is there anything I can help with? A soft murmur came from behind. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled and whispered, "Don't you want to sleep for a while?" The little girl who put Jiang Chen's clothes loosely on her body shook her head and rubbed her sleepy eyes. No need. If Yao is too lazy, she will be thrown away. I said I won't throw you away. Really, what are you thinking about every day? Jiang Chen laughed and scolded, reaching out his hand to rub the fluffy hair. as if she hadn't woken up yet. Yao was rubbed on the head in a daze, and she snored unconsciously, which was very cute. Thanks to the advanced level of medicine, the bruises on her face have gradually faded, and the scars on her hands are not as obvious as before. Although she looks too thin due to malnutrition, I believe that, as long as she recuperates for a period of time, her body will not be as fragile as it is now. Hey, hoo-hoo, thank you. Yao answered dazedly, and was pushed out of the restaurant by Jiang Chen, and came to the bathroom. Since you are awake, wash your face, and remember to brush your teeth. After giving the instructions, Jiang Chen closed the door, and returned to the restaurant. Holding a disposable toothbrush, Yao stood in front of the sink in a daze. Because of anemia, she is always in a daze in the morning. However, even if her mind is dazed, she can feel her heartbeat is very fast. Why is this? Unconsciously holding the toothbrush tightly in front of her chest with both hands, Yao was in a daze for a long time. She was confused, but suddenly smiled foolishly. The temperature left on the toothbrush was so warm. After breakfast, the three of them left the Tulip Hotel and went straight to the market in the 6th district. There was a store specializing in selling electronic products. Before the war, a tycoon-level holographic computer pen that cost 100,000 RMB to purchase could be purchased here with just a little Asian crystal. At the same time, the store owner saw that Jiang Chen bought two at once and also gave him a lot of electronic parts. Jiang Chen was not very interested in those electronic parts, but Yao did put them into her backpack, as if they were treasures. 100 TB hard disk capacity, ultra high performance processor, very low energy consumption. These are the words introduced by the store owner, and Jiang Chen has no idea how powerful it is. He bought this computer pen mainly for Yao. As for Jiang Chen himself, he just wanted to try what it would be like to watch a movie on a holographic computer. At the same time, Jiang Chen also spent 2 Asian crystals to buy an app for Yao. This thing has miraculous effects in resisting radiation and checking physical condition. However, after receiving so many gifts, Yao seemed very embarrassed, blushing all the time, lowering her head and not speaking. After everything was handled, Jiang Chen and the other two began their journey home. When the leather boots stepped on the concrete road outside the steel gate, Jiang Chen began to detect an unusual smell. Has he been targeted? Perhaps because of the miraculous effect of the genetic medicine, he felt that his intuition was much sharper than before. Remember to act as planned, okay? Sun Jiao walked in the front row with Sirius and whispered to Jiang Chen behind her again. Understood. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders, took a deep breath, and smiled casually. Don't forget, this is my idea. Yao squeezed Jiang Chen's hand with some concern. This considerate little girl easily noticed Jiang Chen's anxiety and stubbornness. But at this moment, apart from giving comfort, she couldn't help more. Not to mention helping, she had to work hard not to become a burden. After all, she was the worst in physical fitness here. Walking slowly around a street and walking towards the ambush of the Grey Goo mercenary group, Jiang Chen's heartbeat gradually accelerated. Suddenly, Sun Jiao stopped. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen immediately became alert and took out the PK-200 assault rifle from his bag. Yao pressed close to Jiang Chen's back. Although her face was very calm, which was not in line with her age, her weak body was trembling slightly. Sun Jiao took a deep breath and suddenly pulled the fuse at her waist. Bang! The smoke suddenly spread out in all directions, covering half of the street. This way, follow me. Sun Jiao called out to the two people and quickly rushed to a building nearby. Damn it. The prey ran away. The man with a shaved head and a lip ring on his lips cursed and hammered the concrete wall, picked up a heavy machine gun, and began to move. He didn't know how the three men sensed the danger. He only knew that, if things went wrong, the boss might cut him in the head. Chase. The second team followed. Roger, this is the second team. The machine gun squad is moving. Quick. Although it was a gangster-like unit, it had been trained in war for several years. This group of soldiers with uneven equipment responded quickly and surrounded Jiang Chen and his men in the direction of their escape. Their wolf-like fighting style was the guarantee of their success. Haven't you arrived yet? Jiang Chen looked at Yao who was gritting her teeth and trying to keep up with them, and couldn't help but ask Sun Jiao. "Almost there?" Sun Jiao answered impatiently, controlling her running speed so that the two people behind her would not fall behind. The gene drug was indeed a magical thing. In just a few days, Jiang Chen felt that his physical condition was very different from before. If it weren't for the fact that this thing could only be used for adults, giving Yao an injection might be a good choice. After running for so long, her muscles didn't feel tired at all. Speaking of which, Yao seemed to be a little anemic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look back at Yao, who was pale. The little girl was gritting her teeth and trying to keep up with the two people. If she continued like this, she would fall behind sooner or later. Jiang Chen threw the rifle behind him, turned around and picked up Yao, who was about to run out of energy. Amid her exclamation, he accelerated to catch up with Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen, didn't say much, and continued to run in front of the team with the gun. Yao stared up at Jiang Chen's jaw in a daze. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek and ripped onto her arm, silently pinching his sweat-soaked clothes. Yao relaxed and gently leaned her little head on his shoulder. She didn't say anything like "please put her down," although she knew it was the best choice. Maybe it might be a bit greedy to think so, but she has never been so eager to live as she is today. Want to repay? No, everything I have already belonged to this person. Yao looked at Jiang Chen's profile, gritting his teeth and trying hard, and thought warmly in her heart. In the end times, dying because of falling behind is a normal thing. But Jiang Chen does not allow this normality. Jiang Chen held Yao and quickly ran through a half-collapsed ruin, following Sun Jiao's steps. Yao in his arms was not very heavy, and she was thin and estimated to be only more than 40 kilograms. What was uncomfortable was the cracked concrete road everywhere, and the occasional zombies. There are very few zombies in this generation, but if the noise gets louder, there is no guarantee that there will be no zombie tide. Because there are vehicles on the opposite side, Sun Jiao can only choose complex terrain to cross. Quick. It's the building in front. Rush in. Sun Jiao waved her hand, and she even had the energy to talk while running. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was gritting his teeth and almost suffocating. Putting Yao on the ground, Jiang Chen leaned against the concrete pillar and gasped with his rifle at his exhausted body. Yao knelt beside Jiang Chen with an apologetic face, stretched out his hand with some heartache, and gently wiped the sweat on his cheek with his sleeve. The sign of Guangli building hung precariously on the roof, and the dark windows made the building look a little eerie. Judging from the fact that there was no paint on the outside, the building was abandoned before it was completed. At the same time, thanks to this, there were no zombies or alien creatures in this building. The cracked wall looked unreliable, but it was precisely because of this unreliability that Jiang Chen chose this place as the battlefield. The enemy was after money, so it was impossible for them to destroy this building and bury Jiang Chen and his 3 men. In that case, the reason why we chose to meet the enemy here was just to give the vanguard a heavy blow, forcing them to advance carefully. After they meet up with the follow-up troops, it would be convenient to catch them all in one fell swoop. Sun Jiao leaned against the window of the abandoned building skillfully and placed the SK-10 Sirius on the windowsill. Staring at the scope seriously, Sun Jiao quietly placed her finger on the trigger, waiting for the pursuers to show up. "Can you still fight if we meet the enemy here?" "No problem." Jiang Chen adjusted his breathing, stood up from the ground, stumbled and leaned under the window next to Sun Jiao, took out the assault rifle in his hand, and turned off the safety. The battle was about to start. Chapter 13. Fierce battle at the construction site. Lu Renjie was very annoyed. He didn't know what the guys sent to ambush had done, but the other side actually found out something. Those fat sheep suddenly ran away, which caught him off guard. Although he immediately took his brothers to chase them, he couldn't catch up. Those 2 people should have been injected with genetic drugs, and Lu Renjie couldn't help but flash a greedy look on his face. Genetic drugs, that's something that even the boss can't afford. This guy not only bought it for himself, but also gave his woman an injection. What's the point of buying it for a woman? Is it more fun to do it? Thinking of this, Lu Renjie couldn't help licking his dry lips and showing an evil smile. whether it's fun or not. After catching up with these guys, won't you know, if you catch that woman and play with her? After playing with it, let the brothers have a taste and see what the difference is between a woman injected with genetic drugs and those weak chickens. When Lu Renjie thought of Sun Jiao's hot figure, he felt a burst of heat. There is no shortage of beauties in the wasteland. With the development of genetic technology, gene plastic surgery technology was developed many years before the war, and the effect of this plastic surgery can still be inherited. Although some people suspect that they are artificial beauties, everyone loves beauty. Who doesn't want themselves and their offspring to look better? Although this genetic technology has certain uncertainties, in general, it still makes the national appearance rise sharply. This also directly leads to the fact that in this doomsday of the 22nd century, in addition to malnourished women, beauties are not uncommon. Lu Renjie, the captain of the looting team, has two tools for sexual gratification in his nest. Yes, they can only be called tools for sexual gratification. In the doomsday where order collapses, without sufficient strength, beauty itself is a sin. The so-called innocent man is guilty of holding a treasure. This is the truth. If Lu Renjie was unfortunately killed in a mission, the situation faced by the two props would be nothing more than being awarded to others by the boss. This seemingly strange ethical concept is unexpectedly popular among bandits. Under such stimulating temptation, the grassroots people often burst into amazing fighting enthusiasm. However, Lu Renjie is a very careful person, and his caution is not in line with his unfortunate name. He finally climbed to his current position, and he didn't want to die, so he was extra careful in every mission. Even when hunting two weak fat sheep, plus a cumbersome lamb, he chose a conservative formation. Let the stupidest one in the team run in front. The other four people were on both sides, and he ran in the middle of the triangle. However, it was his caution that allowed him to live a little longer. But a laser pierced through the head of the man running in the front, leaving a terrifying blood hole on his forehead. Fight. Disperse. Lu Renjie was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the two fat sheep would dare to stop and fight back. Although he was a little caught off guard, he still made a decisive move and fell behind the half-broken concrete wall, calling his teammates to start fighting back. Da. Bullets were fired as if they were free, and cement chips flew everywhere. Jiang Chen suppressed the 5 mercenaries, bandits, so much that they couldn't raise their heads. Fuck, they are so rich. Lu Renjie cursed inwardly and pressed his head tightly against the thick part of the cement wall, his finger on the trigger, ready to fight back. Stupid, aim before shooting. How can you shoot randomly like that? Hearing Sun Jiao scolding, Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and switched the rifle to burst mode. He had played a lot of shooting games, but this was his first time shooting with live ammunition. He was nervous and pulled the trigger to the end. A burst of bullets was fired, and in addition to scaring the other side half to death, it only broke a pile of cement. Yao secretly glanced outside with some concern. The bullets that hit her head from time to time made her hug her knees tightly and tremble. Out of absolute trust and stubbornness in her slave status, she did not ask the confusion in her heart. Is there any meaning in guarding here? Jiang Chen kept taking deep breaths and shooting accurately through the sights. Although he didn't hit anyone, he suppressed the offensive of the other side. Sun Jiao pulled the trigger very calmly, and laser beams accompanied by buzzing sounds were emitted from her gun from time to time. Including the first one, she has taken the lives of 3 people. In this way, the number of people fighting on the opposite side was reduced by half, and the firepower also weakened. The offensive of those bandits changed from radical to containment, and they only fired 1 or 2 shots from time to time to test the situation here. Lu Renjie, who was hiding behind the bunker, covered the bleeding wound on his arm and spat viciously. The woman on the opposite side was obviously much better at shooting than the man, but it was a little late to realize this. The shocking wound was a lesson. Fortunately, the wound left by the laser bullet would not be infected. Lu Renjie took out the bandage around his waist and bandaged himself simply. His subordinates were killed in succession, so he had to give up his plan to steal the credit. He decided to hold on and wait for reinforcement. Fuck, I'll catch you later and make you call me daddy. Looking at the direction of the woman, Lu Renjie's face showed a gloomy expression. Fuck, They really started fighting without saying a word. Jiang Chen glanced at the torn collar on his shoulder and couldn't help sweating. If this bullet had been 2 inches higher, I'm afraid he would have died here. If he died under the gun of the bandits, it would be too cheap. You should retreat. Just leave it to me. Sun Jiao's face also flashed a trace of worry. Although she was always cold in battle, she couldn't help showing a soft-hearted expression when she saw Jiang Chen's worrying look. No, we have to face it. Jiang Chen shook his head and continued to shoot. What does it look like to be protected by a woman all the time? Although it was Sun Jiao's responsibility to take care of Jiang Chen's safety, Jiang Chen did not intend to hide behind her all the time. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with a little surprise, but did not say much. The battlefield did not allow her to be too distracted. As long as she killed more enemies, she could reduce his danger. Sun Jiao silently pulled the trigger, with the flame of killing flashing in her pupils. Soon, the roar of the engine came from a distance. It was the pickup truck with a heavy machine gun that finally drove to the battlefield. Da-da-da. The vented firepower suppressed Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao behind the bunker, and bursts of shouting came from outside. The feeling of cement fragments hitting his face was a little painful, but compared to those flying bullets, it was nothing. Jiang Chen gave Sun Jiao a look, and after getting a positive response, Jiang Chen waved to Yao Yao and walked into the depths of the building with his back bent. Although Yao Yao was almost about to cry out in fear from the violent gunfire, her strong nerves, that had been trained long ago, still made her suppress the fear in her heart. She lowered her body firmly and moved in the direction of Jiang Chen. Aren't you curious about why we have to fight back here? Jiang Chen smiled at Yao Yao with a relaxed expression and rubbed her little head. Yao Yao shook her head and her big eyes looked at Jiang Chen seriously. I believe you. Jiang Chen laughed, threw the rifle on his back, and then took Yao Yao down the stairs. This is? Yes, the sewer. The smart Yao Yao immediately understood why Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao chose to stay here. It was not to escape, but to catch the group of bandits on the opposite side. Give a slap in the face to those scums who dared to covet their wealth. Jiang Chen noticed this detail when he found that the holographic map included the drainage system. There is actually an entrance to the sewer in the center of the construction site. Although it has been sealed, Sun Jiao had already cleared the obstacles when she visited here. After opening the manhole cover, a strong stench hit him in the face, but Jiang Chen just frowned and didn't say anything and jumped in directly. In this parallel world, the drainage system of Wanghei City is quite spacious. At least it is not comparable to the drainage system of the Celestial Empire in Jiang Chen's world. Although the smell is no different, it doesn't hinder anything. When the soles of his feet touched the ground, Jiang Chen immediately turned on the flashlight and took out the assault rifle to guard against the hungry mutant rats that might appear. The archway, which is 8 people wide, seems to be quite spacious. The stench comes from the ditch in the center of the walkway. The solid road surface on both sides is generally clean except for a little moss. The automated water treatment device managed by artificial intelligence AI is still running even now, so the sewage in these sewers still flows at a constant speed in a fixed direction. This kind of key livelihood equipment was repaired just after the war. Although it was abandoned again not long after, it still maintains the original mode of operation. There are still many such unmanned equipment managed by artificial intelligence in this abandoned land. Be careful, jump down and I'll catch you. After finding that the surroundings were safe, Jiang Chen called Yao Yao who was on top to jump down. The pungent smell did not make Yao Yao frown. She jumped down very straightforwardly. Jiang Chen, who was waiting below, caught her and put her on the ground. Let's wait for Sun Jiao here. Jiang Chen let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The danger was finally lifted. Is Sister Sun Jiao okay? Yao Yao asked with some concern. That guy's words are fine. Jiang Chen's face was not worried at all, and he was full of confidence in Sun Jiao's strength. She is a woman who can tie me up at a glance. Jiang Chen naturally would not say this. Dodging the bullets nimbly, Sun Jiao retreated towards the entrance of the sewer while fighting. Hey, girl, where is your man? Did he leave you to accompany the uncles? Ha 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 ha. However, the laughter stopped abruptly, and the man who laughed loudly had a bloody hole on his neck and fell to the ground with a frozen expression. Dodging the rifle bullets, Sun Jiao sneered and threw a stun grenade with his backhand. Buzz. Accompanied by violent flashes and high-frequency sound waves, almost everyone who aimed at Sun Jiao's position was hit and bent over in pain. Sun Jiao, who seized the opportunity, did not stop for a moment and quickly rushed into the corridor leading to the center of the construction site. Automatically blocking the vulgar shouting behind her, Sun Jiao moved quickly, while using the cover, to look back and shoot. Finally, after bypassing a shelter, Sun Jiao came to the entrance of the sewer, jumped down without hesitation, and closed the manhole cover with her backhand. As expected, she felt a firm touch from behind, and a smile appeared on the corner of Sun Jiao's mouth. I say, if you jump down in this position, aren't you afraid of falling on your head? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and slapped Sun Jiao's elastic buttocks hard. Aren't you here, my baby? After 2 giggles, Sun Jiao stretched out her index finger and hooked Jiang Chen's chin seductively. Not only did she not reflect on herself, but she remained in the state of being held horizontally, with her long legs comfortably curled up together. Yao, who was watching the two flirting from the side, lowered her head with a blushing face. I'll deal with you when I get back. Amid Sun Jiao's laughter, Jiang Chen leaned close to her ear and bit her earlobe viciously, then put her on the ground. You are the one who will punish them, my boss. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, jumped to the ground, and thrust the remote control into Jiang Chen's hand. Looking at the ceiling, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but it was soon replaced by a cold light. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen pressed the button in his hand without hesitation. Fuck, why is the person gone? Lu Renjie roared and grabbed a younger brother by the collar. That girl is too flexible. The gun skills. The younger brother who was grabbed said with a face full of fear. His mouth kept shaking and he couldn't even speak clearly. Gun, your mother's ghost. Lu Renjie slapped the younger brother and turned him over. Disperse, search for me. Another leader with a beard stared at the corridor where Sun Jiao disappeared last with a gloomy look and fired a few shots at the ceiling. Boss, there is something here. The bearded man was moved and ran over quickly. It was a manhole cover. It seemed to be locked at the back, so it couldn't be moved. Just when he was about to ask his younger brother to get a welding machine from the car, the bearded man suddenly turned pale, as if he had thought of something. Did you say that those 2 fat sheep were caught? The gangster with a shaved head leaned against the car door and chatted with his companion who was holding the machine gun on the roof. I guess they were caught. Listen, the gunshots had stopped. With his hands on the car-mounted machine gun, the machine gunner turned his head and said with a grin, you know what, that girl's shooting skills are quite fierce. She actually killed 6 of us and injured more than 10. You said that the person was caught, but the boss hasn't come out yet. It won't be. The gangster leaning against the car door showed a asterisk smile on his face. The one on the roof of the car who understood enthusiastically also showed the same expression, grinning obscenely. Of course, the boss will give us some to play with after he has played with them. TSK, I really want to see her humiliated expression. And then, boom. The flames were set off. The violent explosion shattered the glass of the car window in an instant. The rubble flew out of the window and even hit the street across the street. All the screams and wails were drowned out by the loud noise of the concrete collapse. The unfinished building slowly collapsed amid the explosion. Damn, what happened? Gauzy. Climbing up from the rubble, the scoundrel with a bloody face groped for his companion, but only touched a face with a distorted expression, without a neck. As early as the explosion, the unlucky guy who stood on the roof of the car without any cover had his neck broken by the flying concrete. Maybe this is retribution? As the end of his sinful life. Chapter 14 Dirty Sewers. It's so dark in here, I don't know what will come out. Jiang Chen looked around as his leather boots squeaked slightly on the stained road. This was his first time in the sewer. Although he thought it was quite smelly at first, he got used to it after smelling it. Are you scared? Sun Jiao said teasingly. Why? Jiang Chen shook the PK-200 assault rifle in his hand and grinned. I'm not scared of those guys, so why am I scared of these things? The flashlight pointed over, and several half-human high-fat rats squeaked and fled into the shadows. In this doomsday, the most terrifying thing is not zombies or alien species, but humans. Jiang Chen has some experience with this. From the huge earthquake just now, it can be confirmed that the mercenaries are all dead. It is almost impossible to run away when a building more than 10 meters high collapses. No one would have expected that such a trap would be hidden in such a seemingly abandoned building. The main supporting structure of the building was labeled with ***, and radio fuses and camouflage were set. Just press the button and the whole building will be reduced to ruins in the explosion. At first Jiang Chen was a little worried about whether the sewer would be endangered by the aftermath of the explosion, but now it seems that he was overthinking. In addition to scaring the creatures wandering nearby and fleeing the area, the collapse of the building did not have any more impact on the sewer. It can be seen that the government agencies before the war still put a lot of effort into the durability of such public facilities. It's shameful. If it were in the modern world, they might be buried together. Do you think the leader of the Grey Goo mercenary group would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he heard that his entire raiding team was buried? Of course he would. I guess as soon as we appear in the 6th district, he will bring people to kill us. Sun Jiao poured cold water on Jiang Chen, who was a little proud. Well, this is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen was stunned. He had not thought that this consequence might happen. But it doesn't matter. Many things can be bought in other places. Besides, it's not impossible to find a chance to kill that Grey Goo mercenary group. Sun Jiao said the terrifying words very naturally. This violent maniac. Jiang Chen was sweating. He really hadn't thought about wiping out the whole family of the other party. However, he still had to chop off the hand that was stretched out. Jiang Chen was unwilling to do something that was risky and without benefits. Even though the Grey Goo mercenary group was a heinous criminal, he positioned himself as a businessman, not a ranger. Yao followed the two silently, looking around with some uneasiness. What's wrong, Yao? Don't be afraid. Follow me. I will protect you. Jiang Chen patted his chest shamelessly because he was very happy to have solved the pursuers. But Yao's admiring eyes clearly believed it. Yeah. I said, how many bandits did you kill just now? Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and pierced his fart unhappily. One or two should be possible. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing Sun Jiao's face of disbelief, he quickly changed his words. Injure. Anyway, as long as the opponent loses his combat effectiveness, it will be fine. Jiang Chen admitted that his shooting skills were indeed a bit bad. After all, the feel of live fire shooting and the handle of FPS games are completely different. But he believed that, as long as he practiced more, he would become a qualified soldier sooner or later. Puff. Yao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. But it seemed that she realized that she shouldn't laugh at her master, and she pursed her lips very stiffly. That expression was very funny. In this relaxed and happy atmosphere, the three people headed towards the direction of home. How long will it take? It should be nearby. There is an exit to go up. Sun Jiao looked at the holographic image in her hand and frowned. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a heart-wrenching warning. His heart suddenly beat very fast. Sun Jiao seemed to feel something and suddenly stopped. Bang, bang, whoosh, whoosh. The gunshots rang out without warning. The bullets shot from the shadows opposite the corner rushed over fiercely. Sun Jiao pushed Jiang Chen back and knocked down Yao behind him. However, Sun Jiao herself was powerless to dodge. With a muffled groan, Sun Jiao covered her shoulder in pain and fell to the ground. The Sirius in her hand fell to the side. No. Jiang Chen's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. He roared and almost jumped up from the ground in half a second, desperately pulling Sun Jiao back from the ground. The bullet hit the concrete road fiercely, splashing a string of gravel. A strange cry came from not far away, and in the closed space, it swept away the response of the cautious people. Sun Jiao. However, Jiang Chen could not hear all this. Looking at Sun Jiao's closed eyes, the trembling of pain spread from Jiang Chen's toes to his scalp, almost occupying his whole body. All the things that happened in the past few days, in an instant, seeped into his mind. That somewhat rude woman, that charming woman, the woman who loved me. She pushed me away. But she, looking at the bloodstains all over her body, looking at the weak appearance of Sun Jiao, who was still alive and kicking a second ago, Jiang Chen felt the pain of his heart being cut by 1,000 knives. The eyes were like flames. Can you bandage it? Yes, I can. Yao was almost crying because of the blood on Sun Jiao's body. In addition, it was the first time she saw such a ferocious expression on the face that always had a gentle smile. I can't, please. Jiang Chen stuffed the medical kit in his backpack into Yao's arms and then walked to the corner with his assault rifle. Oh. Lulu. The meaningless shouting vented violence, and the fire from the bullets exposed ugly and happy faces. Just like the natives, they should be residents living in the sewers, so they have long been accustomed to the vision of darkness. Even without lights, they can see clearly. Anyone passing by will become their food. No matter if it is a mutant rat or a human. Haha, beasts. Jiang Chen roared furiously and leaned out of the bunker with a rifle. The bullet grazed his cheek, but he didn't feel fear. It was as if this kind of nerve had been cut out of the body. All that was left was killing. Following the flickering fire, Jiang Chen pulled the trigger. It was an unexpected feeling. It was as if every cell in his body was screaming and frantically agitated, but this feeling did not erode Jiang Chen's reason, but made him particularly soberly venting his firepower. This sobriety was only for killing. What Jiang Chen failed to notice was that the ep on his wrist was barely noticeable, flashing a faint yellow fluorescence. He violently knocked off the empty magazine and roughly replaced the new one. Jiang Chen roughly pulled the bolt, then raised the rifle, and continued to vent bullets. Gradually, his vision began to become agitated, and everything he saw was like being in a turbulent water flow. This strange interference made Jiang Chen roar in anger, but this anger contributed to the spread of this abnormality. Just as he tried to contract his eye muscles and force his pupils to focus, the scene presented on his retina had undergone a new mutation. The jumping scarlet dots, hidden in the darkness, beat like a heart next to the flickering flames. Or it was the heart. Jiang Chen growled and fired at the red dots with his rifle. Ah! Wukab. The unknown screams made Jiang Chen's eyes more violent. He even left the bunker and moved towards the target while firing. The strong light of the tactical flashlight was undoubtedly a nightmare for the natives who were used to the darkness. The field of vision was white. Not to mention aiming, they could hardly see anything. After leaning out of the bunker, the natives could only shoot randomly. However, these scattered bullets had no effect on Jiang Chen. The kinetic energy penetration of the PK-2000 made their rough bunkers look so pale. Even if they curled up behind the bunker, they could not hide their beating hearts. The red hearts that were hit burst out with strings of blood and then returned to calm. Jiang Chen didn't know how many bullets he fired from his hands. He just wanted to tear apart all the red dots. That made him furious. Gradually, the gunshots from the opposite side stopped. Jiang Chen's cruelty and hideousness made the barbarians living underground feel terrified. This man is a devil. Abandoning the old-fashioned rifle in his hand, a mentally collapsed man screamed and rushed out of the bunker. As a result, in the horrified eyes of his companions, his heart was exploded, spurting out intoxicating blood. The natives hiding behind the bunker were defeated. They fled, ran desperately, and were harvested by Jiang Chen's bullets. You bastards, stand still, your grandpa Jiang Chen is here. Haha. Jiang Chen shouted insanely, holding a rifle and crossing the bunker. Suddenly, he saw a still beating heart out of the corner of his eye. The dark-skinned boy looked at Jiang Chen, who was grinning, with fear in his eyes. The pistol in his hand was jammed and could not fire. Da. Jiang Chen's rifle spurted out flames, tearing the heart. That made him irritated with a sweeping fire. Next. Who is it? The rotten wooden door blocked Jiang Chen's way forward, and Jiang Chen kicked the door open with a kick. The disgusting stench hit him in the face, and the internal organs, limbs, blood. There were also crawling maggots and bones with mincemeat. In the middle of the cave was a big pot, and next to it was a living person who had lost his hands and feet and was dying. Ugh. Even Jiang Chen, who had fallen into madness, covered his stomach, and made a dry heave motion, but the next second he raised his body with a grin, raised the muzzle of the gun, and started to shoot. The females who were crawling and trembling, and the living person who was already beyond saving, were all put under the firepower. The creature, male or female, screamed like a scream, and the blood-stained person wailed in death, with a relieved smile on the corner of his blood-stained mouth. The fire from the muzzle reflected Jiang Chen's twisted face. He was angry, and he didn't know why he was angry, because he couldn't even remember his own name now. He just wanted to kill, and he only knew how to kill, because only killing could extinguish the scarlet flowers that disturbed his mind. Click. The bullet was stuck. Jiang Chen slapped the side of the gun roughly, trying to fix it. However, he didn't notice that the fish that escaped the net lying under the corpse had a fierce gleam in its eyes. Ah la la. Shouting a strange cry, the blood-stained person pushed Jiang Chen, who was not paying attention for a while, to the ground. Under his loose hair were a pair of pupils the size of green beans. He sat on Jiang Chen's body, mobilized all his strength and weight, and stabbed the short knife in his hand fiercely into Jiang Chen's throat. This knife had dissected the bodies of countless survivors. Haha, little bastard. Go to hell. Jiang Chen roared with a grim smile, raised his hand to hold the falling wrist, and held the dagger firmly above it. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't get a single drop of it. That disgusting color. Raw. Jiang Chen furiously wanted to tear the man's heart into pieces, not with a rifle, but with his hands. However, his restless nerves suddenly became dazed, and a sore feeling instantly filled his muscles. It was like the feeling of lactic acid filling the muscles after a long run. The man's face was happy, and he screamed a few times, desperately pressing the dagger in his hand down, and it was about to pierce Jiang Chen's throat. Bang! Blood. The man was stunned, looking at the bloody hole in his abdomen, and slowly raised his head. It was a crying face, flashing with sadness and fear. So ugly. I wanted to tear it apart. However, he didn't have time to make a strange cry to charge. Bang! Another gunshot. This time, it was his head that was shot through. Yao Yao cried, and the gun in her hand slipped to the ground. She picked it up from a boy. She knew how to deal with a jammed weapon. After treating Sun Jiao's wound, she didn't expect that the first sentence Sun Jiao said after coughing up blood was, "You, go catch up with Jiang Chen quickly. His condition is very dangerous." Looking at the almost pleading look in Sun Jiao's eyes, Yao Yao couldn't help but start to worry about Jiang Chen. Although she was afraid, she didn't know what finally defeated her fear. Yao Yao chased in the direction Jiang Chen was moving. When she saw Jiang Chen being thrown down, her heart almost stopped. Picking up the pistol from the ground, removing the jammed bullet, Yao Yao suppressed the fear in her heart and pulled the trigger. This was her first time to kill someone, although the thing she killed was not worthy of being called a human, but just a beast in human form. Faintly, Jiang Chen felt something warm and soft hugging his head, resting his head on his knees, and holding him tightly in his arms. Faintly, he could hear the girl crying. Water dripped onto his cheeks and cracked lips. Was it salty? Was it not the taste of blood? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Cashing in Gold. When Jiang Chen smelled the familiar smell in the air, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Ahem. Of course, the smell of haze is not pleasant. The clock on the wall pointed to 11 o'clock. It seemed that the time of the end of the world was indeed synchronized with the time of the present world. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning when he left there. Jiang Chen rubbed his sore temples and took a deep breath slowly. His sun value was about to fall below the limit. He didn't know if he would become abnormal if he stayed there for a while. As a man, Jiang Chen believed that his nerves were tough enough, but he still overestimated himself. When facing the whistling bullets, the strafing of heavy machine guns, and the broken bodies on the ground, although he didn't tremble, he didn't think that the mental impact he suffered would be less than Yao Yao. The familiar noise in his ears came from the road outside the window. In the past, these noises would only make Jiang Chen feel irritated, but at this moment, hearing these noises, he really felt so familiar. Long live world peace. Although Jiang Chen wanted to shout like crazy, he just stretched his stiff arms out of various concerns, and didn't shout like crazy. The unique restraint of civilized society, fear of being regarded as a *** or a mental patient. Feeling the heavy metal texture on his back, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but warm up, and he hurriedly held the backpack to his chest. Gold. I'm rich. Putting the backpack with gold bars on the electronic scale, looking at the pointer pointing to more than 7 kilograms, Jiang Chen's heart pounded fast. This is more than 1 million. Jiang Chen didn't know the specific price of gold, but he knew it was about 200 to 300 yuan per gram. Even if it was 7 kilograms, 200 yuan per gram, it would be a huge sum of 1.4 million. This windfall was a number that Jiang Chen, whose monthly income had never exceeded 3,000, could only dream about. But at this moment, it became a reality. Such a huge contrast made him feel a little confused besides being happy. What to do with so much money? It's enough to buy a car, but a house? It seems to be about the same. No, if you want to live in a mansion. Oh, right. There is also the entire bank vault. But when he thought of the bank vault, Jiang Chen's expression became a little dim. He had to go back to that place. That apocalypse where even the air was filled with strong oppression. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hesitate. However, just as he hesitated, that charming figure appeared in his mind. I believe you too. No need to say anything. Come back early. Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen silently recited the name, and unconsciously reached out to touch his lips. The warmth of the kiss had not yet faded. Thinking of the kiss, another petite figure appeared in Jiang Chen's mind again. Also, I'm very obedient. No matter what you want me to do, I won't resist. I don't hate having such a kind master. Yao. I'm already very happy. I hope you won't abandon me. Yao. Jiang Chen silently recited another familiar name. That fresh kiss, although a little abrupt, was also imprinted in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Chen laughed, leaving all his depression behind. What am I thinking about? I'm not a lolly control. Jiang Chen laughed and jumped up from the bed. Anyway, let's make lunch first. Then, go out and deal with the gold. As for buying a house and a car, if we want to live, we'll live in a mansion, and if we want to buy, we'll buy a luxury car. The house we buy can't be more shabby than the one we picked up in the end of the world, right? The entire bank's vault is mine. As for this little money, haha, enjoy it first. Now that I'm back, I'll relax first. Jiang Chen hummed a little tune and walked into the familiar kitchen. He held up the kitchen knife that was already a little dusty. He would make some fried eggs with tomatoes for lunch and then have a big dinner at night. He made up his mind to spend all the money. If not, it would be hard for him to muster up the courage to go back. It would take some time to adapt. After lunch, Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom. This time, in addition to the gold, he also brought the holographic computer and a pistol. In fact, he didn't want to return to civilized society with such a troublesome thing as a gun. After all, if this thing was seen, he might have to go to the police station. After all, in China, firearms are controlled weapons. Jiang Chen didn't want to make too much noise here. It was enough to quietly dispose of the gold and then quietly be a rich man. He came back to enjoy himself, not to cause trouble. As for the holographic computer, Jiang Chen just brought it to watch a movie. The owner of the electronics store patted his chest and guaranteed that the 100 TB movies downloaded here were absolutely all top notch, which made Jiang Chen look forward to what it would be like to watch movies on a holographic computer. While thinking about it, Jiang Chen pressed the start switch of the holographic computer. The exquisite holographic screen was projected from the pen-shaped entity. The interface constructed by light particles looked even cooler than Sun Jiao's thing. It turned out to be a high-end computer. Jiang Chen, who couldn't help but clicked on the folder named Movies and quickly selected the first movie in the list. However, the picture that appeared stunned him. Well, hard. The exciting scene was projected directly into the room. The shouting that was no less than a real battle scared Jiang Chen so much that he quickly turned off the computer in his hand. This sound, I'm afraid everyone upstairs and downstairs could hear it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, turned on the computer again, and slid his finger on the progress bar. This time he could see the names of those movies clearly. In the Office, 16 shots. Continuous 20th, the female teacher's secret teaching. What the hell, what is this? It's all asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Chen finally understood what the boss's ambiguous look meant. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen might have been very interested in masturbating to the men and women in the movie. But now, the realm is different. Ahem. After tasting such a wonderful taste on Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen is no longer interested in the kind of sports that only one person can enjoy. Throwing the holographic computer pen on the bed, Jiang Chen put on a 7-kilogram backpack and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Jiang Chen hesitated while holding the pistol. This pistol was given to him by Yao, and it was the pistol that saved his life. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of his storage space ability, so he slapped his head and threw the pistol and bullets directly into the storage space. In addition to the slow startup and the handling fee for access, the function of this storage space is quite convenient. Besides, Jiang Chen is not short of money now. Oh no, he is not short of subcrystals. It only takes about 10 subcrystals to fill the energy slot of the bracelet. The energy consumed by accessing a thing the size of a pistol is less than 1% of the energy slot. As for the EP, Jiang Chen did not take it off. Anyway, it is hidden in the sleeve, and it doesn't look strange. The ergonomic design makes it feel free to wear it, and you don't need to take it off even when taking a shower. After locking the security door, Jiang Chen left his low-rent apartment and stepped into the sunny city. The mottled shadows of the trees swayed on the bluestone road. It was June in Wanghai City at this time, and the rustling cicadas lingered in Jiang Chen's ears. After standing on this bustling street for a while, Jiang Chen came back to his senses from the inexplicable trance. Everything here is full of deja vu, but it forms such a sharp contrast with that messy world. How to say it? Although I only stayed in that world for a few days, everything in that world has formed an indelible impression in Jiang Chen's mind. In a trance, the simple bluestone road seemed to be replaced by a cracked cement road, and the mottled tree shadows were only a few horizontal branches. Covering his forehead, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and expelled this unhealthy feeling from his mind. It seems that I really need to relax. If I continue like this, how long will it take for me to go crazy? Jiang Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a cicada lying on a tree to escape the heat. He had never seen a cicada in the doomsday, but the cockroach was as big as a wolfhound. Throwing the weird idea out of his mind again, Jiang Chen stopped a taxi and began his journey to cash in his gold. Of course, there was no need to think about the bank. Jiang Chen's gold did not have an invoice. I was afraid that the staff would not only dare not accept it, but also report it immediately. Those more famous gold shops are a good choice. They have enough capacity to buy goods and don't have to worry about getting into lawsuits. All you need to do is make some concessions on the price. Anyway, gold has no cost, and Jiang Chen doesn't care much about the price. Jiang Chen got off the car at the Goldlian Gold shop. The reason he chose this place was not because of anything else, but because of the nice name. Anyway, it was Jiang Chen's first time selling gold, so it didn't matter which store he chose. Hello, sir. Are you buying a ring for your lady? We have. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the door, the sales lady greeted him enthusiastically. Although Jiang Chen's dress was rather rustic, maybe he was a hidden rich man. Years of work experience told her that the more awesome people are, the more low-key they are. Of course, those who are awesome to a certain extent will not come here to buy jewelry. Do you accept gold? Jiang Chen raised his hand to signal the sales lady who was talking like a machine gun to stop, and then got straight to the point. The sales lady was slightly stunned, and her professional enthusiasm faded a lot in an instant, but she still answered politely. We buy gold here, but we only buy 999 gold with a higher purity. If you need it, sir, call your manager. You can't make the decision on this business. Jiang Chen interrupted the sales lady with a smile. With the amount of gold he wanted to sell, this was not a business that the sales lady could make the decision on. The sales lady looked a little unhappy, but she was afraid that her colleagues would take the opportunity to make things difficult for her, saying that she offended the customers. So she still held back her temper and notified the manager. She really didn't believe that this rustic young man, who was carrying a sports bag on his back, could come here to discuss business. She seemed to have foreseen the frustrated expression on the face of the ignorant country bumpkin when he was thrown out by the security guard. Looking at the gold that Jiang Chen showed after opening his backpack, Liu Chen couldn't help but take a breath. Having worked at Goldlian for more than 20 years, he had seen people selling gold, but this was the first time he saw someone selling it in a backpack. The 7-kilogram gold bar. After seeing the appraiser nod, Liu Chen coughed and smiled kindly at Jiang Chen. It's 71.22 grams in total, and it's 999 gold. No problem. Sir, do you have an invoice? No. Jiang Chen stared into Liu Chen's eyes and said very straightforwardly. Liu Chen was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he signaled the appraiser to leave first, leaving only 2 people in the room. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang's gold may not come from a common source. Liu Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The processing of this gold seemed to be made in the bank. But the gold purchased by the bank often has an invoice, but Jiang Chen couldn't produce an invoice. The gold may not come from a simple source, and Liu Chen just asked tentatively. Don't worry, it's just not registered in China. The source is absolutely normal, it's my reward. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said lightly. He didn't lie, it was indeed the fruit of his labor in the end times. Liu Chen was not a man who had never seen the world, and the aura emanating from Jiang Chen made him a little unsure. Using gold as a reward? Could it be an international mercenary? No, this is a bit too much. Letting Liu Chen think about it, Jiang Chen did not explain anything, just took a sip of the tea on the table, then looked at Liu Chen and continued. Boss Liu, are you interested in doing this deal? Yes, of course, Boss Jiang. Haha, Liu Chen said with a smile, but you don't have an invoice for this gold, so we can't. 71.22 grams of gold, calculated at 220 yuan per gram, a total of 1,566,840 yuan. I'll cut off the decimals and deliver it at 1.5 million. The extra money will be your tip. How about it? The current gold price is 270 yuan per gram. You won't lose money in this deal, right? Jiang Chen played with his smartphone and directly made this proposal. The price was just checked online, and it was checked in front of Liu Chen. Jiang Chen didn't believe that this old slicker would not have a channel to sell the black goods. At most he could give him a little profit. Haha, Boss Jiang, then I'd rather obey you than be polite. Liu Chen was shocked by the price Jiang Chen offered. He would make a profit of more than 100,000 yuan, so he quickly accepted the offer. Do you want cash? Or transfer? Transfer. Jiang Chen reported the bank card number of his salary when he received a text message on his mobile phone indicating that the transfer was successful. The transaction was completed. When Jiang Chen left the VIP room, the shopping guide was surprised to see that her boss actually personally sent the country bumpkin to the door and smiled and said welcome to come next time. This was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. The big mouth could almost fit an egg. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the expression of this little person. Boss Jiang, this is my business card. If you have business next time, don't forget me. Liu Chen made more than 100,000 yuan in a few minutes, and his face was smiling. Jiang Chen really guessed right. With his channels, it was not difficult to get rid of this little gold. With the quality of this gold, even the refining step can be omitted. You can directly file a case and take it to the gold exchange for listing and sale. Of course, the filing process needs to be completed, or you can sell it directly to the gold shop in your own name. In addition, Liu Chen is more optimistic about the long-term benefits than these gold, so his attitude towards Jiang Chen is also very respectful, at least on the surface. It is for this reason that he handed over his business card. Jiang Chen didn't say much and directly accepted the business card. After saying goodbye to Liu Chen, he stopped a taxi and left. Looking at the direction where Jiang Chen left, Liu Chen narrowed his eyes. He was a little hesitant now whether to find someone to keep an eye on Jiang Chen. He had a hunch that this person who didn't even blink when selling gold must have more than this. The big head must be behind. If we can find out where he got it from. Jiang Chen's eyebrows flashed with greed, but after struggling for a moment, his thick eyebrows still relaxed and turned back to the store. Let's wait and see. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 16. Become a rich man today. Dude, where are you going? Billion Shimeo. That was where he used to work, although he was just an ordinary salesman in a high-end clothing store. Jiang Chen rolled down the window and let the whistling wind hit his face. Only in this way could he cool down his excited mood. The driver wanted to close the window and turn on the air conditioner, but he stopped him. After glancing at the arrogant Jiang Chen with a look of ecstasy, the taxi driver didn't say anything. Haha, did you encounter something good? Almost, just so. Jiang Chen laughed and drank a mouthful of wind. When they arrived at the destination, Jiang Chen directly threw down 100 yuan old man's head, revealing his Navo-rich face. No need to change. Under the taxi driver's surprised eyes, Jiang Chen swaggered out of the car. Fuck, his mother had wanted to say this sentence for a long time, and today he finally had the capital. After selling the gold, Jiang Chen felt nothing but joy in his heart. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Without a good outfit, it would be difficult to get things done wherever you go. If Jiang Chen had said he was wearing a suit when he walked into the gold shop, the sales lady would have thought he was a jerk. Ahem. In such a hot day, only a jerk would walk around in a suit. But that's the point. People's first impression of you is often judged by your appearance. And this first impression will often dominate the subsequent interactions. After all, those who wear tattered clothes, but are actually billionaires mostly only live in novels. As a person who is afraid of poverty, Jiang Chen is naturally more interested in pretending to be cool and being low-key. Putting on a good outfit, whether it is picking up girls or talking about business, it is much more efficient than wearing cheap clothes. In short, Jiang Chen returned to the clothing store where he used to work. Before entering the store, he couldn't help but raise a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He was very curious about what kind of expression the woman who dismissed him with a cocky face would show when she saw that he was living such a comfortable life. Since it was a slap in the face, it had to be a loud one. Anyway, Jiang Chen was also going to get himself some presentable clothes to facilitate his work. Welcome, sir. The waiter at the door was replaced. At the end of June, when colleges and universities were on vacation, many college students would come here to work part-time. Luxury stores are still the first choice for many beautiful girls. Not only are the working environments elegant, there is not much physical labor, and you may even be able to find a sugar daddy. This damn capitalism. However, although wealthy tycoons often come here, not many people go there alone. To be honest, men really don't have a high demand for clothes. The significance of the existence of luxury clothing stores like this is mostly to provide those tycoons with the opportunity to spend a lot of money in front of their female companions and warm up for the sports in the hotel at night. Jiang Chen is not so vulgar, he just came here to slap someone in the face. It seems quite vulgar. Seeing Jiang Chen picking out clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan without blinking, the eyes of the beautiful young saleswoman following Jiang Chen naturally became brighter and brighter. When she saw that Jiang Chen was about to lose his grip, the beautiful part-time college student came over and took the clothes from Jiang Chen's hand, smiling sweetly at him. The hint in that smile was just short of saying, "Come and make an appointment with me." However, Jiang Chen, who was busy looking for his old friend, was a little ignorant of romance. He didn't notice the various small movements of the beautiful woman around him at all. Of course, if this beautiful woman was willing to make an appointment, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind. Although her breasts were not as firm as Miss Sun Jiao's, the taste of urban women and youthful beauty were all reflected in this saleswoman. She must be a department flower of a certain university, but there are too many universities in Wanghai City, and Jiang Chen couldn't guess which university she was from. After putting a bag of clothes on the counter, Jiang Chen, who still didn't see the woman, couldn't hold back. Damn, where is she? The person disappeared, and a slap was slapped into the air. What a fart. Jiang Chen's face was half gloomy, and he was in a bad mood. The sales lady thought that she had offended this rich man. She carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression and even began to wonder what she had done wrong. A total of 157,000. We have waived the change for you, sir. Would you like to pay by card or in cash? What a nonsense question. Who would go out with 150,000 in cash? Jiang Chen took out his bank card and glanced at the clothing store again. There were not many familiar faces. Was the personnel changed so fast? Card. What's the name of your manager? Jiang Chen handed over the bank card and asked casually. This sentence scared the sales lady behind him and trembled. Could it be that I had offended him in some way and he wanted to complain? But that's not right. There's obviously nothing. Regardless of how flustered the part-time student behind him was, the cashier who took the bank card was also stunned. After looking at the shopping guide, she immediately showed Jiang Chen a very polite smile. Zuliping, do you need me to contact you? Complaints from big customers like this are enough to ask the manager to come out. The cashier obviously had no idea what to do with Jiang Chen. She thought that the shopping guide behind him had offended him, so he wanted to complain to the manager. As a formal employee, she was not very familiar with this kind of temporary worker, so naturally she would not speak for her. There are new faces working part-time every winter and summer vacation. Obviously, she mistakenly thought that Jiang Chen was dissatisfied with the shopping guide and wanted to complain to the manager. No need. Do you know Sun Jiao? Jiang Chen stopped her, and after entering the password, he signed the receipt. The cashier frowned in confusion, as if she didn't remember the name. It seems that she doesn't know it. Jiang Chen was about to turn around and leave, feeling confused, but at this moment, the cashier suddenly spoke, as if she remembered something. Oh, by the way, the former store manager's last name seems to be Za. What's her name? Yes, her name is Sun Jiao. What about her now? Jiang Chen asked with some confusion. It seems that she was fired because of layoffs. We received training at the headquarters and then came to take over here. Since we are not familiar with this place, if there is any offense, I hope you can forgive me. The cashier smiled very politely and then said something flattering, but Jiang Chen didn't listen carefully. She too is unemployed. Haha, ha 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 ha. That stinky woman only walked 2 steps later than me. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen just wanted to laugh at this moment. However, after a moment of pleasure, Jiang Chen felt an indescribable loss. But it's hard to say. It's just a feeling of emptiness, as if I punched the air. In the bathroom, Jiang Chen threw the bag full of clothes into the storage space and then left this place. That left him with many memories. Pushing open the exquisite glass door, the cool air hit him. Jiang Chen walked into this image design salon, thinking that since he had bought clothes, he might as well take care of his hair. Jiang Chen did not make an appointment, but when he saw his outfit worth tens of thousands of yuan, the receptionist immediately welcomed him into the VIP room with a smile on her face. It was just a haircut, although it would be fine to find a barber shop on the roadside, but Jiang Chen just wanted to spend money now, so he naturally chose the most expensive one. At this moment, only consumption could stimulate his highly tense nerves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but begin to understand those corrupt officials who spend money lavishly, living in fear all day long. How could they not spend money desperately to save their lives under gunpoint? Of course, understanding is understanding, but forgiveness is absolutely impossible. However, Jiang Chen probably had this mentality at the moment. Lying on a soft armchair, a beautiful stylist came over. The curly Korean pear flower hair perfectly matched the delicate face, and the fashionable uniform fit the graceful figure. Although he only took a glance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly praise her. In such a formal and famous store, there is no need to expect any special services, but smelling the jasmine-scented hair tips that occasionally touch the tip of the nose, letting a pair of delicate hands rub the scalp, listening to elegant music, it is still a beautiful thing. It is really worth the price to be able to wash your hair so artistically. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that the beautiful image designer who washed Jiang Chen's hair was also looking at him. As a person in the fashion industry, she knew very well how much Jiang Chen's outfit was worth. This was not the key point. She had seen rich men before, but it was rare to see a man who was both rich and handsome. As far as the people she had received were concerned, the rich ones were either bald men with beer bellies who came with their wives who were more than 20 years younger than him to get their hair done, or pale-faced rich second generations who had obviously been drained of their foundation by alcohol and sex, and wanted to get a celebrity hairstyle. She peeked at Jiang Chen's muscular chest muscles as he lay down with his eyes closed. Although they were separated by his clothes, she could feel the fullness and strength with her eyes. The beautiful stylist couldn't help but blush slightly, and she began to fantasize. What kind of pleasure would it be to be pressed down by him and galloped? The water is a little hot. Ah, sorry sir. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. He was about to fall asleep comfortably. It stands to reason that the staff in such a shop should be very professional. But Jiang Chen did not think much about it. Although he was a bit vindictive, he was not the kind of person who would nitpick. There was no need to quibble over such a small matter. After washing his hair, the beautiful hairstylist gently covered the towel above Jiang Chen's nose bridge, and after a soft gesture, she dried his hair for him. Every detail was impeccable. It was more of an enjoyment than a hair wash, especially when the thighs exposed outside the hot pants accidentally rubbed against Jiang Chen's fingers placed flat on both sides. The cool and elastic touch. After trimming the hair, the beautiful hairstylist also gave Jiang Chen a treatment. The feeling of the liquid of unknown composition invading the scalp was very comfortable, especially when the soft fingertips massaged it regularly. Jiang Chen was so comfortable that he wanted to scream, cough cough. After handling everything, Jiang Chen looked intoxicatedly in front of the mirror, posed a few handsome poses, and then paid the bill very readily. Although it was hard to tell what had changed about his hairstyle, Jiang Chen looked completely different after getting his hair cut. With his expensive outfit, he looked tall, rich and handsome, far different from the Navo-rich look he had at the beginning. Of course, it might just be a psychological effect. Next, Jiang Chen strolled around the bustling square. When he passed by here before, he had no money in his pocket and couldn't buy anything. But now, he had a lot of money in his trouser pocket, but he didn't know what to buy when standing in front of the dazzling array of shops. It would be great if Sun Jiao was here. However, Jiang Chen smiled self-deprecatingly, as this idea was a bit unrealistic. Regardless of how to explain it, he didn't know if he could bring a living person with him. It was really lonely to go shopping alone. Those good friends from college went home, went to Beijing, went abroad. He was the only one left in this bustling, but not very human city. Maybe some people stayed, but they hadn't been in touch for a long time. Although the address book was full of phone numbers, he still didn't know who to call after picking up the phone for a long time. However, playing alone also has its own freedom. When he saw something interesting, he would stop and look at it, and when he saw delicious snacks, he would buy them. When passing by a women's clothing store, Jiang Chen almost walked in, but then he smiled awkwardly and walked out. It was really strange for a man to visit such a store without a female companion. He had to give up the plan to buy some clothes for Sun Jiao and Yao. The sky gradually dimmed, and it was already lunchtime. Sitting alone in a luxurious restaurant, Jiang Chen picked the most expensive items on the menu. Boiled catfish, iced lobster, rancheng chicken, Jiangxi rolled beef. Jiang Chen didn't know whether he would eat it or not, so he ordered 10 dishes in one go. Then, under the suspicious and surprised eyes of the waitress, he disdainfully took out his bank card and slapped it on the table, indicating that he would pay the bill first. After taking the gene enhancement drug, Jiang Chen's body functions were greatly enhanced, and his appetite naturally increased. Under the surprised eyes of the waiter, Jiang Chen ate heartily and ate most of the delicacies on the table. As for the rest, just leave it. Clapping his hands, Jiang Chen walked out of the restaurant directly. He had already paid the bill. The waiter who cleared the table for Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen's back in a daze. It's not like she hasn't seen diners with big appetites eating half of the dishes on the table by themselves, but it's the first time she's seen someone dressed so neatly and with such a well-proportioned figure, almost sweeping away all the dishes on the table. It's really weird. These dishes are all meat that's easy to fill up. Chapter 17. Meeting an old friend. The salty sea breeze calmed Jiang Chen down for a while. Looking at the elderly walking on the beach, the couples walking together, and the tourists taking photos, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples tiredly. He felt much better, but a little tired. Jiang Chen spent nearly 200,000 yuan in an afternoon. However, after the climax, all that was left was fatigue. He took a taxi to the beach. For some reason, Jiang Chen just wanted to feel the sea breeze. This is a famous scenic spot in Wanghai City. The marble railings are adjacent to the Golden Beach. The founding fathers wrote on the seaside stone tablets with domineering and majestic strokes, and there are small wooden houses full of the atmosphere of the times. As early as when he was in college, he had heard his roommates talk about this. Of course, those wolves couldn't say anything good. Jiang Chen just vaguely remembered that they said there were many beautiful women here, and many of them were beautiful women wearing swimsuits. Now it seems to be true. However, after studying in Wanghai City for 4 years, this is his first time here. There are two very simple reasons. No money, no one to bring here. It's funny to say that, if there is money, there will definitely be no shortage of people. So in the final analysis, it's still the former reason. It's lonely to go shopping alone, and it's also lonely to go to the beach alone. However, now that he is still alone, Jiang Chen stands here without the hesitation that the boy used to have. He has money. Yes, 1 million is really nothing in Wanghai City. Even if the rich here use all the high-speed railways in the country, they can't afford it. 1 million? You can't even afford a suite in the city. However, the realm is different. Yes, it's the realm. Jiang Chen is not bragging. The wealth he has now is not even comparable to Bill Gates. The gold in a bank is at least tens of billions, right? What about the banks in the entire Wanghai City? What about the entire end of the world? Of course, gold will cause trouble due to large-scale sales, and even a large number of sell-offs will cause the overall gold price to fall. For long-term considerations, Jiang Chen only plans to get enough gold in a vault, and there are many ways to make money. What about technology? Take the holographic computer pen for example. If Jiang Chen starts a company to sell it, the market value will probably exceed 100 billion. And what about the virtual reality system used as teaching equipment? What about the hibernation chamber? It is not a dream for the market value of this company to exceed 1 trillion. Here we are referring to US dollars. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to build power step by step. If you rashly display the black technology, I'm afraid that it will not only be money that will flock to it, but also the police. Or the kind of police that are generally shady. Some people have done a lot of killing the chicken to get the eggs. After getting the gold, the accumulation of original capital can be completed, and then the next step of development can be planned. Step by step, when the power at hand grows into a behemoth, people with ulterior motives will not be able to touch it, even if they want to. As for the more than 1 million, it is enough to enjoy it. So, at this moment, Jiang Chen stood here, and he didn't feel that he was out of place here at all. Things that were only thought of before are now within reach. Those beautiful young figures, those magnificent villas, those luxury cars with countless price tags. Burp. Jiang Chen burped and rubbed his sore eyebrows. He was a little drunk. He stuffed the beer can beside him into the trash can and took a deep breath of the slightly salty sea breeze. Handsome boy, don't you want to play together? A woman in a swimsuit smiled at him. Her bright eyes and white teeth showed the color of youth. She usually liked to read fashion magazines, and she could tell at a glance that Jiang Chen's outfit was very expensive. Those melancholy and deep eyes looked like a domineering president who had just broken up. When people break up, their hearts are most easily conquered. Sophie, who thought she knew the secret of love, first sent away her girlfriends who were playing together, and then walked to Jiang Chen alone, smiling sweetly like a young, lovely, and kind girl. Sophie didn't care how many women this man had had, nor did she care whether he had a woman. She envied her roommate who had a godfather. She had countless pocket money every day, and she carried LV and Hermes bags when she went out, and used opium and Biang perfumes. She was unwilling to accept this, and she thought that her beauty was not inferior to her roommate. As long as I was willing to chat up, I could also catch a rich man, and this man was much more handsome than Guoguo's godfather. Thinking of this, Sophie's heartbeat accelerated a little. No. To Sophie's surprise, the man just glanced at her, then smiled and shook his head to reject her. You should leave your youth to more meaningful people. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked away without looking back, leaving Sophie stunned. That girl, she might think I'm a psychopath. Jiang Chen smiled wantonly, ignoring the eyes of others, and staggered along the roadside aimlessly. The body that has been genetically enhanced has also enhanced the metabolic rate, so the speed at which alcohol is excreted from the body is much faster than that of ordinary people. Jiang Chen enjoyed the feeling of being tipsy. If possible, he really hoped that the alcohol could stay in his body for a while longer. Why did he reject that woman just now? It was purely because Jiang Chen had no desire for that now. And although her appearance was good, it was still a little worse than Sun Jiao. As for the line of pretending to be cool, it was just what he wanted to say. The night gradually fell, but the life of this city had just begun. Pedestrians on the street were constantly flowing under the lights, which made Jiang Chen, who wanted to stay quiet for a while, feel quite helpless. It was too noisy here. For the remaining days, I might as well find a place to go on vacation. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to walk towards the less crowded streets and unknowingly walked into a secluded alley. Speaking of which, should I go back? Jiang Chen, who was almost completely sober and walking aimlessly, looked at the gradually deepening night and muttered. However, at this moment, a familiar figure entered his eyes, which made him slightly stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face. Zha Xiaoyu graduated from Wanghai University, majored in economic management. With both talent and beauty, she naturally spent 4 years in college in the praise and admiration of countless people, and left the campus with excellent degree course results. It is simply a completely opposite life from Jiang Chen, even though the two graduated from the same university. However, due to family reasons, she did not choose to study for a master's degree, but chose to work in a clothing store. Because of her outstanding ability, she was easily hired as a store manager, and it was a store located in a bustling area. This undoubtedly gave this talented woman a good platform to display her ambitions. Indeed, as soon as Zha Xiaoyu took office, she launched a series of measures in succession, which raised the sales of the clothing store to a higher level. It is precisely because of her strict style that she has earned the title of an iceberg beauty among male compatriots and the title of a stinky gossip among female compatriots. Ahem. Jealousy is something that everyone has, and it is even worse among the same kind. Not only that, she is quite successful in her career, and it is said that she also has a boyfriend who loves her very much. This boyfriend always came to pick her up after work, but this arrogant female boss never seemed to deal with the man. Jiang Chen even joked with his colleagues in private, wondering if this female boss with a sullen face had irregular menstruation. However, the tragedy happened. As the saying goes, misfortune comes from the mouth. The rumor seemed to be heard by Zha Xiaoyu by coincidence, and she managed to find the culprit for such a trivial matter. Jiang Chen's fate can be imagined. She just picked some faults and kicked Jiang Chen out of the place where he had worked for a year. Jiang Chen still remembers the cold and mocking expression on her face at that time. To put it bluntly, people are human after all. No matter how impartial and clear the distinction between public and private, they will occasionally act inconsistent with their usual behavior due to emotional impulse. Of course, Jiang Chen did not deny that he was wrong, but he was really angry that he was fired for a joke. Who would hold on to such a small matter for no reason? However, Zha Xiaoyu would not allow it. She was used to enjoying the admiration and compliments of men. She could ignore the bad comments of women, but she could not tolerate the disrespect of men. This is her weakness, or bad spot. At that time, Jiang Chen even had the extreme idea of wanting to retaliate against her, but after drinking and venting his anger, he put the matter aside with the weak excuse of not worth it. After all, life has to go on. This is a society ruled by law, and not everyone is a carefree and reckless person. On the other hand, Zha Xiaoyu is still her executive, and the clothing store is still running without a small figure. However, things did not end there. Ability is one aspect, academic qualifications are one aspect, but people's hearts are another. Jiang Chen, who has a good relationship with people, was fired like a fuse, igniting the resentment in everyone's hearts. More and more people can't stand her management style. High pressure and strict management brings short-term efficiency, but long-term negative emotions. She can't always stand on the front line with ordinary employees, but she requires all employees to do what she says all the time. Maybe her request is legitimate, but it is unkind. The not so high salary and high standards began to conflict, and more people complained, and this emotion was directly reflected in the details of the work, and in the sales performance. Although they were optimistic about the ability of this top student, and appreciated the profits she had created for the company in the first few months after taking office, the top management eventually removed this immature store manager and some employees with poor performance evaluation. Xia Xiao's position was replaced by reserve talents airdropped by the headquarters. This strong woman, who was once hailed as the flower of the School of Economics of Wanghai University, was actually unemployed. It was only a short year. She was in pain. She didn't understand what she had done wrong, or she was smart enough to realize what she had done wrong, but it was too late to correct it. She still had some impression of the man she fired. It seemed that from that moment on, everyone looked at her differently. Originally it was awe, but later behind that layer of awe was a hint of disgust. Even the male employees who had been attentive to her. After losing her job, she suffered a double blow in her career and love. Her boyfriend, who had always been at her side, left with his new love without any warning, saying, "I have been with you for so many years, and you didn't even agree to kiss me. Haha, go and be your mother's iron virgin." Perhaps because she could no longer provide him with financial support, the man was too lazy to even hide his affair. Ironically, Xia Xiao always thought that he loved her very much, and that it was the kind of unconditional love. Because he was the only one who pursued her for the longest time, and he did not give up pursuing her until he graduated from college, so she agreed. She did not love him, or rather, she was interested in every man who circled around her like flies. However, she knew that she had to get married, so she chose the man who pursued her for the longest time in the most efficient way. As a result, reality obviously betrayed her. To be honest, she almost fell in love with that man. Just because there was no kissing? Just because there was no sex? Could it be that the so-called love could not even withstand this test? Xia Xiao was confused. She clearly promised him that she would give him everything on the day of their wedding. However, this was not the most devastating thing for her. Out of revenge or for some other reason, the man used her ID card as collateral to borrow money, which was also the real origin of the car that picked her up every day. Because she would give him a sum of money every month, half of which was used to repay the loan, so there was no sign of anything. It was not until the day she lost her job that all the problems were exposed. A 500,000 yuan car might not be a big deal in the past. If she worked for 2 or 3 years, she could afford such a car. However, for her who was unemployed, it was simply a huge sum of money. Although with her ability, it was not difficult to find another job to pay off the loan. But there were too many graduates every year, and it was a nightmare to get ahead in the talent market. She had lost the aura she had on campus. In addition, those who were willing to accept her job all had some humiliating conditions. High salary? Sure. Can I have an unspoken rule? No. Next one. In this densely populated country, there are too many capable people. What's more ironic is that the person sitting in the passenger seat of the car at this moment was not her. She thought about calling the police, but this private loan was not so clean, and the other party was obviously not a good person, so naturally he would not let her get what she wanted. How could a decent girl fight against the gangsters? She would be eaten to the bone. She escaped from her original apartment, hid in a low-rent house, and made a living by working. On the one hand, she hoped to save money, to seek legal means to solve her problem, and on the other hand, she struggled to find a suitable job. However, her good luck still came to an end. Several people with obviously unfriendly faces blocked the door of her part-time job. It was obvious that they were not here to discuss things properly. Chapter 18. The old-fashioned hero saves the beauty. Oh, it looks like you've had a good time these past few days. The man with a shaved head whistled and leaned against the door in a nonchalant manner. He is known as Brother Husey, and he is a thug employed by the Hangai gang. He has learned Sanda for 6 years. In a street fight, he was noticed by the boss of the Hangai gang for his ability to knock down 5 thugs with weapons, and thus he has his current status. It may not be said that he has a high status, but it is also a kind of enjoyment to see a group of younger brothers being servile to him, and a group of students who have not yet grown up calling him big brother. Although when he meets a real big brother, he is just a fart. Oh no, not even a fart. When he has nothing to do, he looks at the Hangai nightclub and occasionally collects debts for the boss, followed by a group of younger brothers, and lives a leisurely life every day. Although he feels a little bored to find a woman to collect debts, especially when the other party dares to consider calling the police, running away. When borrowing money, he doesn't even ask what the Hangai gang is. However, since she is a beauty, let's spare this girl this time. Liu, who showed a faint lewd smile on his face, and the 10 brothers behind him had surrounded the store in trance. Customers who were buying flowers put down their things and hurriedly left the flower shop. These gangsters naturally did not stop those who left tactfully. For a moment, the flower shop, which originally had many customers, became empty. The owner looked at the gangsters at the door with trembling hands and did not dare to call the police. He knew that if he meddled in other people's business, he would not be able to run the store. However, with this row of people standing at the door, the business could not continue. Come out? Do you want me to go in? Huzi whistled and looked at her playfully. Xia Xiao bit her lip slightly, and her pretty face, like a flower on the mountain, was now covered with a shadow of fear. Noticing the boss's pleading gaze towards her, Xia Xiao sighed, tremblingly put down the vase in her hand, and walked forward with a somewhat stiff step. I didn't expect you were still working in the flower shop. Huzi looked at her and stretched out his hand to touch her face. How is it? Have you collected enough money? However, what Huzi didn't expect was that this stubborn woman dared to avoid his hand. I will work to pay it back. Please don't bother me anymore. Xia Xiao took a deep breath and said lightly, work? That's it? Grandpa will have to wait for you for a long time. Huzi, whose hand was dodged, did not get angry but laughed, but his eyes turned cold. Then what do you want? Xia Xiao looked at the scoundrel with a cold face. She was very scared, and her calves kept shaking, but the stubbornness in her bones made her unwilling to give in. This girl is quite interesting. Her legs were shaking with fear, but her face still had a bad temper. Huzi raised his eyebrows and showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. 2 options. 1. Take the money. 2. Take the person. Huzi slowly shook out 2 fingers. I don't have any money now. Xia Xiao tried to calm herself down and answered. That's easy. Take the person. Huzi smiled and spread his hands as if a deal was done. People. Xia Xiao snorted coldly. You dare to traffic in people? Ha ha ha. Everyone, including the little brothers behind Huzi, laughed. This made Xia Xiao feel humiliated. She didn't think it was funny at all, but she was helpless and couldn't make any counterattack. She once thought that, even if she was a woman, she could completely rely on her own efforts to support herself and her parents and realize the value of life. However, reality is so ruthless. No, that's too wasteful, especially for a beauty like you. As if he had laughed enough, Huzi raised his hand that was supporting his belly and then looked at the younger brothers behind him. At least let her play with you for a few years before selling her to someone else as a wife, don't you think? Ha ha ha, of course. The brothers may even support you and help you, little girl. How about selling her to Brother Pi as a wife? He just likes to wear sluts. Fuck you. I like to wear sluts, but I didn't say I want to marry a slut. His mother's. Listening to those vulgar words, Xia Xiao almost bit her lips to bleed. She wanted to cry. This was the first time she had the urge to ask someone to save her. Even in the most difficult moments, she had never had such an idea. Humiliating tears swayed in her eyes, and she even thought of death. If she was taken away by this group of people, it would be better to die. Huzi was also a person who had experience in debt collection. He knew what Xia Xiao was thinking by looking at her expression, so he raised his hand to signal his brothers to shut up, and then spoke in a relaxed tone. Okay, I think you are also a pitiful person. But the rules are like this. It is only natural to pay back debts. Don't worry too much. Work at Hangai nightclub for a few years, pay off the debt and interest, and you can get out. Anyway, no one will know, right? When the time comes, you can leave this city, find a good family to marry, and don't borrow money that you shouldn't borrow. It's really smart. After giving a big stick, give a carrot. Although it's old-fashioned, it's really effective. I'm afraid that the vulgar words of the group of brothers just now were just to match the next sentence of this person. Great acting skills. Deep routine. The same sentence. Gangsters are not scary. What's scary is that gangsters have organizations. Although Jiang Chen wanted to continue watching, he sighed softly when he saw the expression on the face of his former boss, who was almost about to collapse. Even though he hated her before, but now he didn't feel like kicking her when she was down. So he'd help her. If it was before, he would have been a little scared of those hooligans who spoke dirty words, but now, what's the name of this big brother? He was stunned for a moment. He didn't notice that there was a man standing next to him and offering him a cigarette. Sun Jiao looked at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes, looking at him in disbelief, with surprise written all over her face. It was him who stood up for her, the man who had fired her because of her momentary anger. Although she felt a little regretful for her rash behavior afterwards, she didn't expect to meet him again, and in this situation. Why was he here? Why did he stand up? Shouldn't he stand aside and watch the show at this time? Sun Jiao's face was full of disbelief and hesitation, guilt, gratitude, confusion, and confusion. Who's he? He took the cigarette blankly. He really didn't understand the situation. Generally speaking, when the underworld is doing things, no one dares to come up and talk to them. A cop? He immediately denied this possibility. The boss has someone with the police, and the police will not come to intervene unless the news is made. Idiot. Huzi's face became a little strange. It's really a coincidence. I ran into an acquaintance, so I came up to take a look. Jiang Chen laughed, and then changed the subject. I heard the conversation. How much money does she owe you? Huzi narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. In his opinion, this guy was too jumpy. Moreover, the task assigned by the boss to him was to bring as many people as possible back as possible. How much money can you get from the interest that hasn't been rolled over many times? The key is that this girl is pretty good looking, and she can be a popular card in a nightclub. At that time, it will be 20% to 80%, and it will be no problem to do it for 4 or 5 years. That is the main source of money for the Hangai gang. Hey, kid, you are jumpy. Huzi sneered and threw the cigarette aside, reaching out to grab Jiang Chen. Sun Jiao, who was standing by, was so angry that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She even began to worry about the man who dared to stand up for her. I must have thousands of pieces of this dress. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged? Jiang Chen sighed and raised his hand to pinch the claw that was reaching out to him. With his 28-year-old reflexes, it might not be enough in the perilous end of the world, but it was too easy to deal with these minions in the present world. Huzi felt as if his hands were clamped by iron pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward or backward. Damn it, this kid must have practiced before. He felt that he might have hit a wall, and although he wanted to retreat, with so many brothers watching, the bandit spirit in his heart also surged up. He shook out a knife in his left hand and swung it at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head to avoid the slow knife, stretched out his hand, and pushed the thug backwards. Fuck, you're so arrogant. Brothers, get your weapons. Seeing that Huzi couldn't win, the younger brother, who was obviously his confidant, immediately jumped out and called on his brothers to join in the fight, preparing to escalate the duel into a group fight. Looking at the man who was cursing and drawing his knife, Jiang Chen sighed. To be honest, if he had known it would be so troublesome, he would not have worn such luxurious clothes to show off. How about going to the alley over there? There are surveillance cameras here. Jiang Chen pointed to the alley on the side in a casual manner. Huzi was stunned. This reaction seemed a little wrong. The man didn't look scared at all, which made him feel a little uneasy. But since he said so, wouldn't he lose face if he was scared now? How could he get along with his younger brothers in the future? Haha, this brother is really brave. Please come in. Huzi straightened his collar and spread his hands like a big brother, making a gesture of invitation to the alley on the side. He is really good at pretending to be stupid, and he has the nerve to fight in a group. After cursing a few words of contempt in his heart, Jiang Chen curled his lips, raised his foot, and stepped into the alley. Looking at Jiang Chen entering the alley, Huzi couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. No matter how good your kung fu is, can you beat 10 people with weapons? You think you are a Superman? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Of course, he will know who the asterisk 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 is in a while. Leaving a useless little brother to watch Xia Xiaoyu to prevent her from running away, Huzi led the remaining 9 brothers into the alley. Soon, he will know who the asterisk 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 is. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen who entered the alley with worry. She wanted to take out her phone to call the police, but this gangster with a lewd smile was standing by and staring at her, so she didn't dare to move. She cast her eyes on the shop owner who had always taken care of her, but at this moment he just pretended not to see it and looked aside, as if it had nothing to do with him. Xia Xiaoyu suddenly wanted to cry. For some reason, she wanted to cry very much. Not because of fear, but because of helplessness. She had never relied on anyone for more than 10 years. The fatigue brought by being strong, because of the powerlessness at this time, attacked her heart. Do it. Huzi's face, full of banditry, froze when he was halfway through the words. A black muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. There is no surveillance here. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He did not expect that the gun that Yao picked up would come in handy here. Of course, if he was not worried about damaging the clothes, he would not suggest using fists to teach these hooligans a lesson. Fake. A drop of cold sweat slid down Huzi's forehead, but he still forced a smile and stared at Jiang Chen's eyes, trying to find a wavering that would give him courage. Jiang Chen moved the muzzle away without saying a word. Bang! The firing pin hammered a bullet, and the sound of gunpowder exploded like thunder beside Huzi's left ear. At such a close distance, it almost broke his eardrum. Ah! A little brother covered his thigh and fell to the ground with a pale face. The huge pain made his expression distorted, but the people standing by just looked at Jiang Chen in fear, not daring to go up and help the brother who fell to the ground. The bullet penetrated the hooligan's thigh and embedded in the concrete floor. The unlucky guy who was shot was the little henchman who was clamoring to grab a weapon outside. You are so cool, but you still want to run? Gun. It was terribly quiet all around. Those who can play with guns in the underworld are either crazy or kidnappers. A big brother in the underworld once told Huzi this wise saying. Huzi has never touched a gun, but he has always kept this sentence in mind. No matter what kind of person it is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. The gang in Wanghai City is not only the Hangai gang. If he offends some big boss who should not be offended, a small person like him will have no one to bury him even if he dies. No one will stand up for a dispensable thug like him. Big brother, we can talk about it, right? There is no need to pull out the gun. Huzi swallowed his saliva, his face as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Jiang Chen poked the hot muzzle of the gun directly on his forehead, but he could only endure the pain and dared not move at all. His scalp was probably burned, but Huzi didn't dare to fart at this time. I want to talk nicely, but you always interrupt me. Jiang Chen made an innocent expression and shrugged. This guy must be a lunatic. Huzi swallowed his saliva again, just laughed, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, not knowing what to say. Okay, I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Jiang Chen tapped Huzi's forehead with the muzzle of the gun. Huzi, who noticed that Jiang Chen didn't turn off the safety, was soaked in cold sweat. He always claimed to be fearless, but this was the first time he felt so scared. Did you bring the IOU? With it. Huzi took out the IOU with a trembling hand and handed it to Jiang Chen's empty hand. Bank card number? Huzi was stunned, not understanding what Jiang Chen meant. Pay back the money. Are you stupid, or what? Jiang Chen laughed and scolded Huzi, and the sudden increase in volume scared Huzi's heart to the point of flying out. Pay back the money? Huzi asked tremblingly. He was a little doubtful of his ears. He thought he could only return empty-handed this time. It's like you sold the IOU to me. Do you understand the debt transfer? What's wrong with your brain? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't pay for meals? Jiang Chen twirled the gun and put it back in his pocket. No, not like that. Hu Zi didn't dare to say that he looked like that. Simply tearing up the IOU wouldn't solve the problem. The Hangai gang would definitely not let it go. Jiang Chen wasn't that scared, but Zhao Xiao was just a powerless woman. Even if she was a little strong, it was useless to be strong against unreasonable people. Jiang Chen still had to deal with the affairs of the end of the world, so he couldn't spare too much time to keep an eye on Zhao Xiao. After all, he just helped out when he saw an acquaintance in trouble, and he didn't intend to invest too much energy in it. You know, his time is very precious. He was going to go to the legendary resort of San'er in a few days. Helping her change the creditor was the most perfect way Jiang Chen could think of to solve the problem. Paying back the money would also save the other party's face and give the matter some room for maneuver. Although he didn't care about this little money, Jiang Chen didn't plan to help her forgive the debt directly. Although the high interest was illegal, repaying the principal was within the legal framework. It would be a waste if he didn't take this opportunity to bully the female boss who used to be cold in front of him every day. Moreover, Jiang Chen had other plans. The delighted Hu Zi hurriedly nodded and bowed to thank him. After Jiang Chen paid the remaining 410,000 yuan in arrears, he called on his younger brothers to help the injured brothers up and retreated in embarrassment. How could he dare to ask Jiang Chen for interest or something? I believe the boss would not blame him. After all, he had a gun on him, and repaying the principal was already a great honor. In that panic, he didn't even dare to ask Jiang Chen's name. Looking at the direction where Hu Zi left, Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain and threw the pistol into the storage space. Touching his cheek, Jiang Chen stepped out of the alley. Hey, where did the blood come from? Chapter 19. Zhao Xiao in despair. Are you okay? Looking at Jiang Chen approaching, Zhao Xiao bit her lip, not knowing what to say, and finally squeezed out this sentence. Something happened. I got a little hurt. Jiang Chen shamelessly pointed to the small cut on the side of his cheek. If Jiang Chen hadn't pointed it out, no one would have noticed such a small wound. I'll help you deal with it. Zhao Xiao lowered her head with some guilt. She never owed anyone a favor, but now she owed this person so much. Here. Saliva can kill bacteria. Jiang Chen blurted out almost subconsciously, which surprised himself. Huh. Why did I become so talkative? I have alcohol and gauze in my room. Zhao Xiao faced Jiang Chen's teasing coldly. Don't look at me like that. I'm your new creditor after all. Jiang Chen smiled and raised his hand, shaking the IOU between his fingers. Look. But I'm good in every way, but I'm a little too kind. I won't charge you interest. Is there anyone more narcissistic than this guy? Zhao Xiao looked at the complacent Jiang Chen speechlessly. At the same time, she was also confused. Is this still the same asterisk? See who didn't even dare to look her in the eye. What medicine is wrong with her? I will pay you back, including interest. Zhao Xiao lowered her head in gratitude and assured Jiang Chen in a firm tone, but immediately said with some hesitation, at the normal interest rate. At the usurious interest rate, she really didn't have any confidence that she could pay it back. Jiang Chen shrugged and said nothing. He knew the character of this strong woman very well. Once she made up her mind, she would never change. Zhao Xiao. Hey. Hearing the owner's call, Zhao Xiao quickly turned around and responded. This is your half-month salary. Although I'm sorry, I really can't afford to offend those people. Please do me a favor. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. The boss said with difficulty, gritted his teeth, and still said those ruthless words. It was almost a pleading tone. After taking the envelope containing the money, Zhao Xiao nodded blankly, looking at the closed flower shop, the pairs of evasive and suspicious eyes, the place where she had worked for half a month. For some reason, she wanted to cry. How many times has this happened today? This was the first time Zhao Xiao was so fragile. Fired? Jiang Chen teased. How could it feel so good to see her boss fired again? Zhao Xiao ignored Jiang Chen's teasing, just bit her lip, and looked at him with a complicated expression, then turned and walked home. Jiang Chen followed behind consciously, because Zhao Xiao said that she would help him treat his wounds. Although the wound was about to stop bleeding, the curiosity to see what the former boss's residence looked like still prevailed. Anyway, it would be boring, right? Jiang Chen laughed secretly. He felt that he was really bad. He was almost catching up with that girl Sun Jiao. Stepping on the stairs covered with black moss, Jiang Chen frowned. He was really surprised that there was such an old house in Wanghai City, and the cracks in the wall didn't look like a place to live. When Zha Xiao took out the key and turned the rusty iron door, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl is really strong. If it were another girl, I'm afraid she would definitely not be able to stand it. What's more, she is such a beautiful girl. If she lowers her status and acts like a spoiled child, I'm afraid that 500,000 yuan is not a big problem. Such a good face, all ruined by her bad temper. It's useless to have personality. There was a faint musty smell at the door, but it was much better after entering the door. The smell of air freshener was obvious. It was obvious that Zha Xiao had sprayed a lot of it. This method of treating the symptoms, but not the root cause, was quite helpless. The house was very small, much smaller than Jiang Chen's low-rent apartment. The living room and kitchen were next to each other, and there was only one not very spacious bedroom. There was no TV in the living room, only a wooden table that looked a bit old, and the chairs were also very old-fashioned. Maybe they could make some money by selling them as antiques. Forget about the sofa and coffee table. There was no ceiling fan on the roof, and naturally there was no air conditioner on the wall. There was only a plugged-in fan in the corner. The most valuable appliance here should be the stainless steel kettle. Did she bring it from home when she was escaping from debt? The laptop on the table should be her own, but there was obviously no Wi-Fi here, so what was the use of having a computer? Jiang Chen noticed 2 pairs of women's shoes neatly placed at the door. It was a bit unlikely that a woman had only 2 pairs of shoes. It seemed that she must have been in a hurry when she fled here, and she didn't even bring a few pairs of shoes. Although the environment was simple, it was obvious that it had been carefully cleaned. Sorry, it's a bit shabby. Please sit anywhere, Zha Xiao said stiffly. It was the first time that Zha Xiao brought a man she didn't know well to her home. Even her ex-boyfriend, she always asked him to stop at the door. Being alone with a man made her feel uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it was this excessive sense of self-protection that made her have no one to rely on when she was in trouble. After saying that, Zha Xiao turned and walked into the small bedroom. Jiang Chen casually pulled out a stool and sat on it carelessly, but he almost fell down. Damn it, the legs of the stool were all lame. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly and sat on another stool. Soon, Zha Xiao came out with a small bottle of alcohol and a cotton swab. Where? She asked mechanically, and her movements and expressions were very stiff. Here, you really want to? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He actually just wanted to tease this former female boss, but he didn't expect that she actually took out a bottle of alcohol. I said I would help you treat the wound. Zha Xiao took a deep breath and moved closer to Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know where to put his hands and let the iceberg beauty in front of him hold the cotton swab dipped in alcohol and applied to the injured area. Don't move. Zha Xiao frowned slightly and glared at Jiang Chen, who was not very calm. Okay. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly again. It smelled good. A scent of gardenia lingered at the tip of Jiang Chen's nose. There was no jewelry on the white neck. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that there should be a necklace here. Because she leaned forward, the collar of the cool summer dress faintly revealed a hint of ambiguous color. Although it was probably only a B-cup, which was not good enough compared to Sun Jiao's 3060, but combined with her slender waist, she was more beautiful overall. Both her figure and face were goddess level. It was embarrassing to say that Jiang Chen had imagined her wearing black silk stockings and masturbating. Ahem. In his impression, her black hair was tied up behind her head, but at this moment, her long black hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, which made Jiang Chen a little dazed for a moment. Is Zha Xiao, who was dressed like a female college student who had just left the campus, still the capable urban white-collar worker? What are you looking at? Noticing Jiang Chen's somewhat naked gaze, Zha Xiao couldn't help but shout a little scared, but her face still had that cold expression of protective color. No, nothing. Jiang Chen touched his nose awkwardly. The wound treatment was completed, but the two people's eyes met. Time seemed to stand still. So awkward. Yes, it smells good. Ha, haha. Jiang Chen smiled somewhat forcedly and scratched his head, breaking the silence. Xia Xiao was slightly stunned, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and her cold expression loosened slightly, but soon her eyes became even colder. It's the smell of gardenia. Maybe I got pollen while working. Xia Xiao frowned, sniffed her cuffs, spoke quickly, and then quickly packed up the alcohol bottle and cotton swabs, and hurried back to the bedroom. My heart is beating so fast. Holding down her heaving chest, Xia Xiao stood by the bedside table and panted slightly, looking at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression. She didn't know what was wrong with her, that she would lose her composure like this. My heart is beating so fast. Jiang Chen touched his chest in surprise. I'm not attracted to this girl, am I? However, Jiang Chen quickly denied this idea and attributed it to the natural reaction of hormones. Compared with the kind of beautiful women with a cold face, he prefers Sun Jiao, who is lively, has big breasts, is sometimes domineering, and sometimes feminine. Of course, it would be better if she wasn't so domineering. Ahem. Xia Xiao came out of the bedroom not long after, interrupting Jiang Chen's wild thoughts. Xia Xiao sat opposite Jiang Chen, but there was no conversation between the two. Silence lingered between the two. The only thing that was not peaceful was the ticking of the clock and the heartbeat that only they could hear. Thank you. It was Xia Xiao who broke the silence first. You're welcome. I just happened to pass by. Jiang Chen lied. In fact, he had gone to see her today with bad intentions, but after hearing the news that she had resigned, he left in boredom. But speaking of it, he really didn't expect that this stubborn woman would actually thank him. You, Xia Xiao paused, biting her lower lip lightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she still asked the question in her heart, don't you hate me? This question did not surprise Jiang Chen. He was also asking himself this question, do I still hate her? I hated her. However, in the end, the words that he had been weaving in his mind for a long time turned into these two short words. Jiang Chen looked at Xia Xiao's eyes with some complexity and spoke. Then why did you save me? This sentence was not asked out loud, but Jiang Chen was unexpectedly able to read this question that was stuck in his throat from her eyes. Jiang Chen asked himself if he had hated her. It was she who fired him, and he almost became homeless and almost couldn't even eat. He had not hesitated to curse her the most viciously and the most vulgar insults. However, all of this was in the past. Yes, many things are no longer a big deal after venting. Life still has to go on, and Jiang Chen is living a good life now, so there is naturally no reason to hate her. There aren't many reasons. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. To be honest, I was quite happy to hear that you were fired. You should have noticed that this dress was bought in that clothing store. However, I suddenly found myself quite childish. Childish. Xia Xiao chewed on this word in a low voice. She was very confused by what Jiang Chen said, and her cold eyes were full of confusion. If Jiang Chen had severely humiliated her, or even beaten her, she would have felt better. However, this man who was almost pushed into a desperate situation by her did nothing at this moment, but instead helped her when she was in trouble. Why? Even if I take revenge on you, what compensation can I get? Jiang Chen shook his head. Honestly, the pleasure of revenge is very good. But if I watch a beautiful woman being forced to redeem herself by a gangster, and I have the ability to stop all this, but I just stand aside and watch with gloating, the guilt after the pleasure will probably be quite big. Besides, he is my acquaintance, and there is no irreconcilable hatred between us. It's just a job. Even if you give that job back to me now, I'm afraid I won't look down on it. It's just a job. Compared with what he lost, Jiang Chen asked himself that he had gained a lot. If he hadn't been drinking, because of losing his job, he wouldn't have passed by that path drunkenly, and he wouldn't have obtained the warping bracelet that could bring him endless wealth. A blessing in disguise. It has to be said that fate is so magical. After I fired you, I thought a lot. Xia Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Perhaps, as the facts have proved, I'm not a qualified manager. Your ability is worthy of recognition, but you don't understand human hearts. Jiang Chen smiled. Human hearts? Do you mean psychology? No, 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 it's not the kind of thing that can be written in textbooks. No one can really figure out human hearts, even if they spend their whole lives. The two of them sat at the table and reminisced like good friends who hadn't seen each other for many days. Although there was no tea and no scenery that could be called pleasing to the eye, Jiang Chen, who was sitting here, did feel comfortable that he hadn't felt all day. Yes, it was fun to spend money and eat a big meal, but it was still a bit lonely. In this city that was so big that it was overwhelming, there was not even a friend with whom he could have a long chat. Perhaps this was what Jiang Chen really wanted. After graduation, his roommates went their separate ways. The class beauty he once had a crush on went back to his hometown to get married, and the counselor he had drunk with started to deal with a new class. Everyone was like clockwork. This simple little house, on the contrary, brought him a rare sense of peace and satisfaction. Perhaps this was fate's reward for kindness? Chapter 20. How about working for me? Looking at the sky outside the window, it seems that it is getting late. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock at the door, which was pointing to 12 o'clock. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly found something strange at the door with some confusion. There were only 3 pairs of women's shoes, and 1 pair of shoes he took off. No, in Jiang Chen's impression, Sun Jiao has a boyfriend. Won't your boyfriend be jealous of you keeping me so late? Jiang Chen asked casually with a smile, but he noticed the haze on Sun Jiao's face. In an instant, Jiang Chen understood the general direction of the matter. Sun Jiao is such a smart woman, she will definitely not borrow money from people with irregular backgrounds. Then there is only one possibility, that man abandoned her after Sun Jiao lost her job. The debt was probably borrowed from those criminals in the name of Sun Jiao. This also explains why she is living in such a shabby apartment with no one to rely on. Your man is really a piece of shit. Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak for her. He's not my man, Sun Jiao replied indifferently, with an indescribably cold tone. Why don't you go back home? Jiang Chen was a little surprised by the cold expression on Sun Jiao's face. In order to change the topic that might cause embarrassment, Jiang Chen asked casually, I don't want to bring trouble home. The strength on Sun Jiao's face moved Jiang Chen slightly. This strong woman who used to be his boss seemed to have her own strengths. Jiang Chen once imagined that a senior executive of the company was attracted by her beauty, but he was just too evil. Being able to open chain stores all over the country, the company's managers must not be ordinary people who think with their lower body. To be honest, I admire you. Jiang Chen looked into Sun Jiao's eyes and said with some emotion. Really? The bitter smile was full of self-mockery. For some reason, when Sun Jiao opened her mouth, Jiang Chen found a trace of sadness in her eyes. No, maybe it's not sadness. To be more precise, it should be fatigue. As a woman, she still didn't give up on herself after experiencing such a big gap, and she was strong enough to shoulder everything. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say to comfort her. He was not a man who was good at coaxing women, otherwise he wouldn't have been single for more than 20 years. Silence fell again. Want to hear my story? Sun Jiao opened her red lips slightly. Jiang Chen nodded. Sun Jiao poured out all her experiences after she fired Jiang Chen. From the poor management of the store, the company headquarters increasingly questioned her management ability, to many anonymous letters of complaint, and then she left the place, where she had worked for a year with a dismissal notice in her hand with mixed feelings. Unemployment, betrayal by her boyfriend, intimidation by the underworld, and embarrassment with nowhere to go. In the end, she had to flee the rented apartment and move here to work in a nearby flower shop. What made her even more sad and desperate was that when facing the voices of her loved ones on the phone, who were proud of her, she couldn't express her sadness. She could only smile and say something against her will. Very good. Everything is going well at work. Don't worry too much, Dad and Mom. After all, her parents are old. Jiang Chen also felt this kind of sadness when he was unemployed. It was not to gain sympathy, but just because she was too tired. She needed to find someone to talk to, and this person had not appeared in front of her until now. You are very strong. If there is anything I can help with, you can call me. Thank you, but I don't need sympathy. Sun Jiao smiled and reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes that were a little wet. Smiled? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a little stunned. Is there something on my face? Xia Xiao was a little embarrassed by Jiang Chen's straightforward gaze. She touched her face, and it seemed that there was nothing dirty. No. It's just that I remember that this is the first time I saw you smile. Jiang Chen nodded blankly. He knew that if he looked in the mirror at this time, the expression on his face must be very stupid. Puff. Xia Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, she was stunned immediately because she was surprised to find that she actually laughed, and laughed so happily. I say, is it so funny? Jiang Chen coughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. You are, interesting? Why is it a questioning tone? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes unhappily. My story is over. Can you tell me your story? Xia Xiao rubbed the corners of her eyes, and her expression, like melting ice and snow, was so beautiful. Really, she has such a cute face. Why does she have to keep a cold face as a whole? Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Me. Haha, there's nothing to say. I just made some money from business recently. Jiang Chen was ashamed to not tell the truth, but just made up a not so delicate excuse. Xia Xiao's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at Jiang Chen with some dissatisfaction. Even she herself didn't notice that this rather feminine expression actually appeared on her face. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't help it. If you don't believe it, Jiang Chen spread his hands. Some secrets can never be told, but I do believe you can become an excellent manager. How about it? Are you interested? This is Jiang Chen's other plan. Open a company and let Xia Xiao work for him. It is definitely not reliable to always rely on gold to exchange for money. One day, people will doubt the source of his assets. He can't stand the investigation. If the country notices him, he can only run to the other side of the earth to live. The best way is to open a company. He even thought of the name of the company, which is Future Man Technology. Sort out the garbage that can be seen everywhere in the end of the world, and then launch epoch-making high-tech products. What about iPhone, Microsoft, Samsung? All of them are so weak. Can there be a technology NB in 200 years in NB? HMM. Even the screen is formed by holographic imaging. Can you make a computer? HMM. If those high-end gadgets that only exist in science fiction movies are put on display, I'm afraid that consumers all over the world will go crazy for them. It's not over yet. This is just the electronic products. Blizzard, EA, Sega, they all have to lick their boots. Virtual reality technology will blow it away, and playing online games with a helmet will no longer be a dream. Once mature virtual reality technology comes out, who will be willing to hold a mouse or a controller to play games? Then to home appliances, cars, even military industry, and even space. Ahem, I'm getting off topic, and I still have to eat one bite at a time. There is actually no special reason for choosing Xia Xiao. It's simply because Jiang Chen can't find anyone else, and he trusts Xia Xiao's ability. Although Xia Xiao offended him before, after so many things, Jiang Chen found that she didn't hold grudges as much as he imagined. Perhaps this has something to do with her good nature. Or perhaps it's just that she had a similar experience with him later, and he felt a sense of sympathy. So when he saw Xia Xiao's miserable appearance, he still helped her and wanted to recruit her. Interested? Xia Xiao was stunned, not understanding what Jiang Chen meant. You'll have to work in the flower shop for a few years to pay me back, and you're unemployed now, so I'll find you a job. Jiang Chen spread his hands and said, your company? Xia Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with some suspicion. Didn't I tell you I'm in business? Look, you don't believe me. Jiang Chen spread his hands and showed a helpless expression. Oh, then I have to be your subordinate? Xia Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with some teasing. Why is it not possible? I'm looking forward to my former boss working hard for me. Jiang Chen said with a smile, but the look on his face was indeed serious. Xia Xiao closed her eyes slightly and pondered for a moment. This proposal was very tempting. For Xia Xiao, who had lost her source of income, she could not find a reason to refuse. I promise you. Great. Jiang Chen laughed, stood up and stretched out his right hand. Thank you, Manager Xia. You have been hired by Future Man Technology Co. Limited with a monthly salary of 10,000. A monthly salary of 10,000. This salary is almost the same as her previous job. Jiang Chen's generosity made her look a little complicated. After not seeing each other for so long, has this former subordinate grown to this level? She shook Jiang Chen's outstretched right hand, and the warm and rough feeling made her tremble slightly for some reason. Such a high salary? I declare in advance that I don't accept unspoken rules. As if by some strange coincidence, Xia Xiao made such a joke that surprised herself. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. He was amazed by Xia Xiao's charm at that moment. This iceberg beauty actually made a dirty joke with him? Haha, no. However, the company does not prohibit ***CHAIRMAN. When it comes to dirty jokes, this serious beauty is naturally no match for Jiang Chen. Hearing the word **** from Jiang Chen's mouth, Xia Xiao's face flushed with shame and anger. However, what she herself found incredible was that in addition to anger, she was more just embarrassed. Why is this? Can I know about the company you are about to take office in? However, Xia Xiao, who is known for her competence, quickly recovered from this unnatural emotion and got straight to the point. Future technology company, judging from the name, it should be a company mainly engaged in high-tech industries. Am I responsible for the sales part or R&D management? If it is in the R&D field, although I have no management experience in this area, I'm confident that I can familiarize myself with the position within a month. Stop. Jiang Chen quickly raised his hand, motioning Xia Xiao to stop talking, and then cleared his throat under her inquiring gaze. Simply put, you are the CEO, and everything is left to you. When there is something to do, the secretary does it. When there is nothing to do, the secretary does it. This is Jiang Chen's ideal life as a boss. He doesn't have so much free time to manage the work of a large group of people. Xia Xiao's face suddenly became strange. She was wondering why she had never heard of future technology. I'm afraid this company, at present, this company is still in the conceptual stage. Jiang Chen said the problem that Xia Xiao was worried about very casually. Aren't you excited? You will become the Steve Ballmer of China, and I will become the Bill Gates of China. Jiang Chen said this line excitedly. He had been holding this sentence in for a long time, and finally he found a chance to say it. Wait, why are you taking out your phone? Book a bed for you. That look has already revealed which hospital bed was booked. Fuck you. Jiang Chen finally snatched Xia Xiao's phone and tried to convince her to listen to him. He took a deep breath. If you don't join us now, you will regret it even more in 5 years. Just like no one was optimistic about Jack Ma at the beginning. Wait, don't take out your phone. I'll talk to you nicely. Jiang Chen laughed and quickly comforted Xia Xiao, who was about to lose her temper with a cold face. He didn't have much literary talent and didn't know how to incite people. He wanted to copy the tricks of WeChat businessmen in the circle of friends, but he didn't expect that he made himself more suspicious. It's better to talk nicely. Ahem. In short, your position as CEO, but because the company doesn't have so much business at present, you can also do the position of general manager. At this stage, I will pay you a salary of 10,000 yuan per month. I don't need you to pay me back this money in a hurry. I really don't care about that little money. Maybe your monthly salary in the future will be more than that amount. Don't look at me like that. I'm not kidding. Briefly describe your task. I will give you 500,000 yuan, and you will help me register the company. Then you don't have to worry about the next thing. You will be busy in about 2 months. Xia Xiao sighed after looking at Jiang Chen, who felt good about himself, in silence. Aren't you afraid that I will abscond with the money? Xia Xiao said in a teasing tone. You are not that kind of person. Jiang Chen shook his head, and it is not a loss to spend 500,000 yuan to get to know a person, compared with the future market value of my company. Anyway, she has not found a job yet, and still owes so much money. Xia Xiao, who has made up her mind, no longer hesitated and nodded silently to show her understanding. Many years later, Xia Xiao still sighed when she recalled this day. When asked by the media how she felt about almost rejecting Jiang Chen at that time, Xia Xiao just said this sentence with deep emotion. Sometimes, being worth hundreds of billions and being poor and destitute is really just a thought away. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Not only was it late, It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, Xia Xiaoyu stood up silently and sent Jiang Chen to the door. Remember to send me your bank card number later. I will transfer your salary for July in advance, and the future salaries will be settled at the end of the month as usual. Hurry up and find a better place to live. It's not safe for a girl to live in such a place, let alone a beautiful girl. Jiang Chen shrugged teasingly. The mobile phone number and questions number had been exchanged just now, and the specific work contract could not be signed until the company was ready. However, Jiang Chen didn't care much about the contract. After all, you should trust the person you employ. Xia Xiaoyu's character was still worthy of his trust. When Xia Xiaoyu heard Jiang Chen call her a beautiful woman, her face turned slightly red. Although many people have called her that, this feeling of accelerated heartbeat was the first time. However, Xia Xiaoyu naturally would not show the attitude of a little woman, but just nodded calmly as always. Got it. That's all. I have to go out in a few days. You may not be able to contact me. With a smile, Jiang Chen turned and left the simple low-rent apartment. Wait a minute. Huh? Jiang Chen turned his head in confusion. Thank you. At that time, you were very handsome. Under Jiang Chen's surprised gaze, Xia Xiaoyu quickly closed the door, making a sound of light. This girl, wouldn't she like me? Jiang Chen thought narcissistically and couldn't help but touch his nose happily. However, it might just be a simple thank you. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it and walked downstairs. Leaning against the door, Xia Xiaoyu panted slightly and slowly slid down to the ground. The cold tiles pressed against her cool thighs, cooling her chaotic emotions a little. What happened just now? How could I say such embarrassing words? Xia Xiaoyu covered her cheeks to hide the burning sensation transmitted to her hands, and her lips trembled slightly. So embarrassing. I want to die. Ah. With a humiliated expression, Xia Xiaoyu plunged into the arms around her knees and let out a strange cry. Chapter 21 Trip to Sanaya. Sanaya, located at the southernmost tip of Hainan Island, is also known as Lucheng, and is known as the Oriental Hawaii. It ranks first among the 4 first-tier tourist cities in China, Sanwei, Hangzhou and Xiamen, and has the most beautiful seaside scenery on the island. Beaches, seas, and swimsuits. This is a paradise for vacations. The slightly salty sea breeze is filled with a faint coconut fragrance. Here, there is no need to worry about any toxic gases or PM 2.5. You can open your arms to embrace the blue sky and smell the fragrance of nature. This is the city with the best air quality in China, no doubt about it. A trip that can be taken at any time. Floral shirt, sunglasses, and a suitcase with not much stuff in it. Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, squinted his eyes, and looked up at the charming blue sky. He stood at the door of the airport for a while, before hailing a taxi. The driver diligently helped Jiang Chen put the suitcase into the trunk and respectfully opened the passenger door for Jiang Chen. Don't ask why the driver's service is so thoughtful, because I booked the Hilton Hotel, and it's the most expensive luxury beach villa room. Although it will cost Jiang Chen 220,000 RMB for just 7 days, it's enough for the down payment of the house. In the past, this would definitely be a luxury that he would never dare to think of. But now, enjoying the journey to the fullest is the kingly way. Spend the money as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Speaking of which, is Sun Jiao doing well? Jiang Chen couldn't help but start to miss the hot assistant. If she was with him at this moment, this journey would definitely be more enjoyable than him being alone. And yayo, did you take good care of yourself? Just put your arm on the window and appreciate the local customs and customs outside the window. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the city, there is a leisurely atmosphere everywhere here. Do you want to buy an island when you have money? Jiang Chen was admiring the scenery while thinking about his worries. The car soon drove to the destination, Hilton Hotel. This is a castle located in Yalan Bay, Sanaya, at the southernmost tip of Hainan Island. It is also a pristine tropical paradise. The white and silvery beach stretches along the South China Sea. There are palm trees, coconut trees, everything that a beach should have, and even things that a beach doesn't have. As expected of a world-famous 5-star hotel, the service here is very considerate. Although Jiang Chen's suitcase was not very heavy, the waiter still asked if he needed help with the gift. After seeing Jiang Chen shaking his head, he smiled and led Jiang Chen to his villa. "If you need anything, sir, please notify us through the call service button on the terminal, and we will come as soon as possible. I wish you a happy vacation, sir, and I hope Hilton Hotel can become a beautiful memory of your journey." With a beautiful and charming smile, the waiter handed an iPad-like tablet to Jiang Chen and then left the villa. All the functions of the villa can be realized through this terminal. Throwing the suitcase aside, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Woohoo. After throwing off the shirt and shorts that were in the way, Jiang Chen sheared in a very unpresentable way and jumped into the hot spring for bathing. Plop. Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Chen wiped his face very refreshingly, then leaned comfortably by the pool, enjoying this extremely comfortable moment. How should he spend these 7 days? Jiang Chen had not made any plans. In his opinion, traveling is for enjoyment, not for completing tasks. Anyway, he has money and time now. As for whether there will be any regrets, if there are any regrets, why not come again? There is no shortage of money. Without applying sunscreen, Jiang Chen's strong body could not stand being exposed to the sun like this. Standing up naked from the hot spring, Jiang Chen shook off the water on his body and took a bath towel from the side to dry himself. Jiang Chen, who put on casual clothes again, walked to the balcony behind the villa, where he could overlook the entire Hilton Hotel beach. This villa is built on the beach, and it is the perfect sightseeing seat. The beach was full of beautiful figures. As for the men, they were automatically filtered out by Jiang Chen's eyes. He had no interest in bronze muscular men. There were Southeast Asian beauties with subtle figures, foreign friends with blonde hair and blue eyes, and even exotic Middle Eastern beauties. Some were lazily basking in the sun, while others were playing in the water with their partners, and some were surfing and playing beach volleyball. It was so lively. However, if you see too many beauties, you will get tired of them. It's really boring to watch others play. Jiang Chen dragged a glass of wine and took a sip with the posture of drinking beer. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the noble charm for a while. TSK, sour, boring. If the manager of the Hilton Hotel heard Jiang Chen tasting wine like this, I wonder if he would kick him out. Perhaps he was used to the crowds in the city and tired of the endless noise. After coming here, Jiang Chen just wanted to be quiet. This time Jiang Chen applied sunscreen on his body. It was a little awkward to apply it alone, but after applying it, he lay on the sun lounger to bask in the sun. The warm feeling was so comfortable. It seemed as if every pore was dilating, slowly secreting sweat, and then the fatigue on his body was gently taken away by the sea breeze. Away from the bustling places, just lying comfortably on the sun lounger on the balcony, enjoying the sunshine of the southern country, and feeling the breeze of the sea. Occasionally, 1 or 2 sounds of the rolling of the waves and 2 or 3 sounds of the laughter of the beauties playing beach volleyball can be heard from afar. The gentle rustling sound gently touches the eardrums that have been stiffened by the hustle and bustle, and soothes the nerves that have been tense. This feeling is so comfortable that it makes people want to sleep. I heard that sunbathing can also stimulate the activity of male hormones. Forget it, that kind of thing doesn't matter. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, raised a comfortable smile at the corners of his mouth, and fell asleep peacefully. No wonder those rich people in the movies like the beach and the sea. TSK, why didn't I find such a pleasant thing before? In this way, Jiang Chen spent a pleasant and comfortable afternoon. When the sun began to set, Jiang Chen finally admired the beautiful sunset on the beach and slowly left the balcony. Unknowingly, it was time for dinner. Jiang Chen, who was physically stronger than ordinary people, was also more sensitive to hunger than ordinary people. Although dinner could be brought to the villa by the waiter, Jiang Chen chose not to do so. It was a rare opportunity to come to a 5-star hotel. So how could he stay at home and not see the world? If he went out to travel and ordered to hear it, what was the point of traveling? Taking out the tablet terminal, Jiang Chen casually flipped through the introduction of various facilities in the hotel. It not only had a detailed map, but also listed the characteristics and reviews of each restaurant. But just as Jiang Chen was looking up the information about the food, the terminal vibrated slightly, prompting that there was an email at the door. Email? Jiang Chen was stunned, then walked out of the door and opened a box similar to a mailbox. Inside was an invitation. Saudi Prince Naif, for his beloved princess, birthday dinner? What the hell? Tonight, the most luxurious restaurant of the Hilton Hotel held a dinner party, inviting all the celebrities staying in the hotel. It was said that it was a birthday dinner held by a Saudi prince for his beloved princess, and anyone with a certain status could attend. Jiang Chen, who lived in the most luxurious room, naturally received the invitation. Haha, since I've received the invitation, why not go see the world? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen showed an interested smile on his face and put the invitation into his pocket. Of course, seeing the world here is equivalent to seeing what delicious food there is. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 High Society. After all, it was a private banquet, so the nature of the banquet was very relaxed, without the style that is often seen in movies. But Jiang Chen was the only one who entered the venue in casual clothes. This can't be blamed on him being unsophisticated. After all, Jiang Chen was here for vacation, so why would he prepare any formal clothes? The stage in front of the restaurant was playing elegant piano music. Celebrities from all walks of life who came here for vacation were holding wine glasses to find the circles they were interested in and joined in to chat with those like-minded people. However, Jiang Chen here was a complete outlier. He walked around the edge of the venue with a plate in his hand and walked around the long tables filled with feasts. It seemed that neither the dance party nor the social event could arouse his interest. Well, this steak is really delicious. Jiang Chen chewed very elegantly, nodded with satisfaction, and after eating, he wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a tissue. Ahem, a foodie is a foodie, but if he doesn't pay attention to his image while eating, he is really a country bumpkin, and the security guards might ask him to leave. Jiang Chen held the red wine and looked up at the position of the protagonist of the dinner. TSK, I have to say that Arab tycoons are indeed rich. As for the princess, her posture is definitely a disaster. Asterisk 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 figure, and that willow waist, that can be held in one hand. Exquisite nose bridge and very attractive eye sockets, and slender willow eyebrows. This princess has the face of an oriental beauty and the figure of a western beauty. Her gestures are also dignified and feminine. No headscarf. She must be from Lebanon. Jiang Chen couldn't tell the price of the shining diamond hanging on the neck of the beautiful princess, but judging from the size, it must be worth billions, and it's in US dollars. The prince standing next to her was also quite handsome, but Jiang Chen was not interested in men, so he didn't observe her too much. Surrounding the two protagonists were either arms tycoons or oil tycoons, and there were also a few Asian faces. Jiang Chen could not tell their specific nationalities. The rest of the celebrities from all walks of life gathered in groups of 3 or 5, spreading outward from the center of the venue. Jiang Chen saw many familiar faces among them, such as the so-and-so music queen, and the bald guy who played in Fast and Furious. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised to see so many celebrities here, but he was not a fan, so he did not plan to go up and ask for autographs. Mr. Naif, I wonder why you chose this mysterious East to celebrate this wonderful moment for your beloved wife. Haha, I like this place very much. The last time was in Hawaii, but the scenery here is also very good, and there are not so many annoying reporters. Of course there were reporters, but they were all invited by the police to talk, such as discussing passports, procedures, and proving that you are you. No matter how anxious those foreign devils carrying cameras were, they would not let you leave. Is it more important to cooperate with the legal procedures or your trivial news? Want to leave? Okay, stay here and wait until the time is up, or I will give you another proof question. After you prove this, I have to say that money is sometimes more useful in China than in capitalist countries. When in Hawaii, Naif had to spend more than twice as much money to hire gangsters to do these things, and then spend a similar amount of money to bribe the police to ignore this matter. The one-stop service in China made him, a rich Middle Eastern tycoon who had too much money to spend, very satisfied. It was precisely because Prince Naif always handled privacy issues so carefully that his friends with sensitive identities dared to come from afar to attend his dinner. Although the hospitable Naif sent invitations to everyone with a qualified identity in the hotel, not all of them were guests living here, such as the oil tycoon who was chatting and laughing with him. It's interesting to say that, in order to join this circle full of resources, many people even booked a few nights of luxury rooms for this purpose. Jiang Chen was able to book the most expensive beach villa at this time, which was really a bit lucky. Before he came, he had never heard of any Middle Eastern tycoons holding banquets here. Mr. Aurora, I wonder if you are interested in 5 tankers full of crude oil. Of course I'm interested. My little guys burn those things every day. Haha, Mr. Zaha, why don't we go to the site and talk in detail? It's Milner. Almost every minute, a transaction of varying sizes was completed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was standing aside eating salmon while witnessing everything. There were also many wealthy Chinese businessmen around him who were talking about business, market conditions, and even some private matters. Jiang Chen heard a lot of explosive news. For example, a female star who was rumored to be getting married soon slept in the room of a real estate tycoon in China last night. A certain idol singer who became famous for her pure and innocent beauty also attended a pornographic party held by a coal boss last night. The name seemed quite familiar. Jiang Chen even downloaded 1 or 2 of her songs on his mobile phone. This really shocked Jiang Chen, but it was expected. After thinking about it, hidden rules are nothing new in the entertainment industry, especially for those female stars who became famous overnight and have no backstage. If a reporter sneaked into a place like this, it would be unthinkable. Of course, reporters would never appear here. A 5 Kobe beef fillet, good stuff. Yeah, it's really good. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the white man sitting opposite him and chatting with him in surprise. Just such a small piece costs $300. Sir, the way you eat is really painful for the audience. The white man with short hair and stubble laughed, showing a mouthful of white teeth, but there was no pain on his face. The standard Mandarin made Jiang Chen even have the illusion that he was a compatriot in white skin. How do you know I'm Chinese? Jiang Chen smiled and asked curiously. If you put Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese together, if you don't speak, let alone Europeans and Americans, even Jiang Chen himself may not be able to tell them apart. I've always been very good at judging people. My name is Bruce Miller. Bruce smiled and extended his hand to Jiang Chen. Because you're the one who eats the most. Bruce thought to himself. Holding Bruce's hand, Jiang Chen also smiled friendly. Jiang Chen, I can tell you're up to no good at first glance. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Jiang Chen's intuition told him that this guy named Bruce was not simple. Of course, not simple here does not mean that he is rich. Everyone here is rich. It means not simple in another sense. This person has a faint smell of blood. Only people who have experienced life and death many times can have this kind of aura, which made Jiang Chen a little wary. He didn't understand what this guy meant by looking for him. Don't be nervous, I just saw that I was very friendly with my colleagues. Bruce noticed Jiang Chen's vigilant eyes and couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Oh my god, it seems that he thinks I'm a colleague? Jiang Chen felt a bit amused. Oh, is it so obvious? Jiang Chen did not expose it, but raised his eyebrows and asked with a slightly curious expression. Didn't Mr. Jiang Chen notice that the security guards at the door were all looking at you? Bruce took a sip of red wine and said lightly. Staring at me? Damn, why are you listening to me? Jiang Chen glanced at the security guard wearing sunglasses at the door with a smile on his face. His burly muscles were very intimidating. Jiang Chen did not have the ability to read eyes through sunglasses, and he did not know how this man named Bruce knew where the security guards were staring. He just gently picked up the red wine and took a sip. Me? Mr. Bruce, you are joking. I'm just an ordinary person who comes to the resort to relax. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. As a mercenary, it is normal that he is not qualified to enter such occasions, but because the security task of Saudi Prince Nayef was handled by his team, he made an exception and was qualified to enter. When he first entered the hall, he noticed the very eye-catching Jiang Chen. At the same time, the vague murderous aura on him made him feel daunted. This guy was definitely dangerous. Although he didn't have any muscular body, Bruce's intuition gave him an extremely absurd idea. If he fought in close combat, he would lose 80% of the time. If Jiang Chen heard his question, he would probably tell him with a smile that it was not 80%, but 100%. No matter how good his fighting skills were, Jiang Chen could crush him in terms of strength and reaction speed. There was no way he could fight him. But when he found out that Jiang Chen was just wandering around the food, he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Maybe he was just a fellow traveler who happened to be on vacation? In order to find out the truth about this strange man, Bruce walked up to him and talked to him. After exchanging opinions with his team, that would be the best. I wish you a happy dinner. Bruce smiled and raised his glass to Jiang Chen. After confirming Jiang Chen's situation, Bruce did not leave immediately, but chatted with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was free anyway, and he was also a little curious about the lives of these legal mercenaries abroad, so he was happy to chat with Bruce. That time was in Ukraine. We escorted a senior government officer to the front line and encountered an ambush on the way. Bruce, who had drunk half a cup of wine, became more and more excited as he spoke. I suspect it was the Russians. Their firepower was very strong. In the end, we had to defend a building until the government tanks drove over to eliminate the danger. Because it was not a secret, Bruce did not hide too much. From Bruce's words, Jiang Chen roughly understood that they were security personnel affiliated with Blackwater International, mainly responsible for foreign business, that is, the so-called mercenaries. Bruce was also a veteran who had experienced many battles. He was active in the Iraqi battlefield before retiring and joined Blackwater after the war. Since we are just chatting casually, Mr. Jiang Chen, please talk about yourself too. I'm very curious. With my salary, I can't afford to live in a luxurious beach villa that costs thousands of dollars a day. Bruce said with some curiosity. The money you earn is for enjoyment. Or save it to buy a coffin? Jiang Chen replied with a smile, and at the same time he had already started to cut the third steak. Excuse me, if it's a business that is not convenient to disclose, Mr. Jiang Chen doesn't need to say it. Bruce used a fork to put a piece of chicken into his mouth, and his movements were skillful, not like a rough man who licked blood on the blade. It's not inconvenient. Simply put, it's a business related to gold. Jiang Chen took a sip of red wine and said with a slightly mysterious expression, "Oh, working in South Africa? That's a good place." Bloom smiled. "No, it's in Asia." Jiang Chen shook his head, which surprised Bruce. "Excuse me, in my impression, Asia doesn't seem to be a hot spot. Is there any business to do?" Bruce frowned slightly and asked. "That's not necessarily true. There are a lot of businesses on the border. We usually settle with gold." Jiang Chen said nonsense casually. Bruce smiled after hearing this and stopped talking. There are many things that are not convenient to say, especially for his identity. I think there are only two things traded on the border. One is arms and the other is drugs. No matter what it is not convenient to talk about it in public. Therefore, this kind of dinner usually has a lounge, which is used for businessmen who have reached an agreement to further negotiate. There are some South American illegal arms dealers and some FBI agents who are looking around. It is not polite to ask too much in public. The dinner went smoothly until the end. After the prince's romantic birthday speech to the princess, it came to an end. The rich and famous people began to leave gradually, and Jiang Chen was ready to leave with the crowd. Bruce handed Jiang Chen his business card and said goodbye to Jiang Chen. The main purpose of chatting with him for so long was to monitor him. Now that the dinner is over, he naturally has no need to stay here. After holding the business card and looking at it, Jiang Chen casually put it in his pocket. It is unlikely that there will be any intersection in the future. After all, Jiang Chen does not intend to make any big noise here, but in line with the principle of one more friend, one more way, Jiang Chen still put the business card. Chapter 23 Liu Yao. This level of dinner will naturally attract the attention of other tourists, but they can only watch from a distance under the obstruction of security personnel. When seeing the muscular Dwayne Johnson appear, many crazy girls at the door cried out in surprise. However, the real big guys just smiled and walked to their rooms accompanied by their female companions and bodyguards. Those who can enter and leave this level of dinner are naturally rich or noble, which also makes those VIPs the target of those prostitutes who have been lurking outside for a long time. Just kidding. Those who can enter and leave here are real international celebrities. If you are with such a rich man, you will really become a phoenix. However, there are always opportunities, right? After all, there are still people who like this. That Heishan Shengyan. Cough cough. Let's not talk about the rumor that was later debunked. Those news that people all over the country have heard of, don't they prove this point? Hilton Hotel is also relatively adaptable to local customs. It turns a blind eye to these young and beautiful women who usually live in other small hotels and frequently go in and out of Hilton Hotel. After all, no one wants to come to a place that is too clean, right? Jiang Chen met Liu Yao, and the male and female guests holding hands was not successful. Author, crying, a competition. In this case, at least in these 7 days, we should enjoy this rare holiday well. The names of people, places, and movies in the book are purely fictional, and take place in imaginary Earth-like planets and imaginary countries. There was no such sentence originally, but I still added it. Regarding the question of the book friends, is the name of future technology company a suicide? Well, I think I still need to explain it. For example, the alien computer has very high-end configuration and is very NB, but almost no one would associate it with aliens. Similarly, the name future technology may make people think this thing is just like what a future traveler would do, but almost no one would take this idea seriously. Because unless you have a God's perspective to see absolute and comprehensive evidence, people's subjective cognition still prevails. It only gives you a feeling of it's like, instead of it is. These problems are difficult to explain. So, please put aside these insignificant details. If the plot of this book can make you feel a little relaxed after dinner, the meaning of this book has been achieved. The idea of the whole book is still to be cool. Even if the main line about the origin of the jumping bracelet will be introduced later, it will not affect the main theme of the protagonist opening a harem, making money, and enjoying life. Chapter 24 Roberts invites. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight shone into the house, Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep. Jiang Chen opened the app and took a look. When it was not unfolded, it looked like a high-end and strange watch. Asterisk 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 username, Jiang Chen physical condition, muscle strength. 25 bone strength. 27 reflex nerve. 29 brain cell activity. 14. The 3 index is floated up by 1 or 2 points. It seems that the effect of the gene drug has been fully exerted. If you want to improve your physical ability, you can only do it through exercise or more advanced drugs. Jiang Chen only heard about the origin of Sun Jiao's abnormal index from her. It seems that, as long as you experience the test of life and death several times, the potential in the genes can be developed again. Sun Jiao, like Jiang Chen, drank ordinary gene drugs, and that index was barely reached by Jiang Chen when he entered the frenzy state. It is conceivable what kind of danger she had faced. Putting all the important matters behind him, Jiang Chen turned off the app and glanced at Liu Yao who was still sleeping beside him. Jiang Chen did not wake her up and walked to the balcony. Leaning on the balcony railing, smelling the sea breeze blowing in his face, Jiang Chen held a glass of red wine and quietly waited for the sunrise. Leisure, comfort, luxury. Next, what else is not satisfied? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Since returning to this world, his mentality is like being under high pressure before and then being released in an instant. The bloody scene has faded a lot in his mind, and he feels that his sun value has returned to normal. Sighing, regardless of whether he likes it or not, Jiang Chen took a sip of the sour red wine. Drinking red wine in the morning is not good for the stomach. Oh, you're awake. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, turned his head and smiled. Yeah. Liu Yao gently stroked her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. Because she didn't bring any clothes, She was only wrapped in a bathrobe at the moment. Standing in the wind at this moment, she has a unique charm. Then accompany me to watch the sunrise. Jiang Chen turned his head and put the red wine on the beach table. Liu Yao quietly walked to Jiang Chen's side, slightly close to Jiang Chen's position, and leaned on the railing. The golden cheeks imprinted by the sunrise made Jiang Chen, who was peeking at her, a little crazy. Are you looking at me, or watching the sunrise? Looking at the beauty in the sunrise. Jiang Chen smiled and cast his eyes towards the direction of the sea horizon. I don't quite understand. Liu Yao gently lifted her slightly messy hair and responded to Jiang Chen's confusion. You are very beautiful and smart, but why are you not famous? Jiang Chen grinned. He has seen the movie that year. Although it was just to accompany the girl he didn't catch up with, he still watched the movie from beginning to end. The second female lead who only had 1 or 2 shots was only there to set off the second male lead's tragic existence. Even later, this tragic feeling was more reflected in the second male lead's confession to the first male lead. However, Chen Lel, the math class representative who only had a few shots, still left a certain impression in Jiang Chen's heart. As a supporting role, this is not easy. Beauty is a sin, especially for me who has no one to rely on, isn't it? Liu Yao raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and it was hard to tell whether it was ridicule or self-mockery. But there was indeed a hint of expectation in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged and did not continue the topic. He read the vague expectation, but he did not intend to respond. Everyone has their own difficulties, maybe she doesn't want to, but this is her story. Jiang Chen only intends to touch the exquisite title page and does not intend to read the difficult chapters behind. Life is nothing more than pleasure. Even if there is an occasional adventure, Jiang Chen is just an ordinary person in the busy city. Since we are on vacation, let's forget about life for a while. Ding dong. The sound of the electronic bell interrupted Jiang Chen's leisure. Taking off his sunglasses, Jiang Chen lazily took the iPad terminal. This tablet with a special interface can control all functions of the room. TV, air conditioning, and even the water temperature of the shower. It is a very user-friendly and convenient design. Jiang Chen ordered breakfast and cold drinks today through this thing. Who? Jiang Chen clicked on the surveillance camera at the door, and it was Bruce's beard. Dear friend, have you forgotten me in just one night? Bruce spread his hands humorously. The white man's standard Chinese made Jiang Chen a little surprised. Haha, of course not. I'll open the door for you. Jiang Chen smiled and turned off the terminal, slowly sat up, and put on slippers. Your friend? Liu Yao looked at the white man on the tablet screen curiously. Business friend? Maybe? Jiang Chen shrugged. Liu Yao shut up very tactfully. In her opinion, a big shot like Jiang Chen who went in and out of international banquets was definitely not someone she could easily inquire about. But in fact, she was overthinking. He was just a mercenary, bodyguard, leader, and the business he said was just a possible business in the future. Jiang Chen was very good at making others overthink. Smart people always saved him a lot of trouble in explaining. Do I need to step aside? No. Well, forget it. Why don't you go and cancel your original hotel room and leave the gift here? Jiang Chen smiled mischievously. You don't have much chance to go back. Considering various factors, Jiang Chen still sent Liu Yao away. This kind of villa-level room usually provides spare clothes to facilitate those busy people who are not short of money to really move in with their bags. But few people who can afford to stay in this kind of hotel will wear those clothes. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that there was really business coming to him. My old friend, aren't you working as a security guard for the Saudi prince? How come you still have time to come to my place? Jiang Chen took a puff of the cigar handed to him by Bruce and sat on the chair to chat with him. Haha, Bruce smiled, hesitated for a moment, but quickly got to the point. My former employer seemed to have heard our conversation yesterday. He is very interested in you, so he hopes to introduce you to him through me. Oh. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Did he want to hire him? He didn't plan to go to a certain hotspot with a rifle and shoot. He had a more lucrative business to do. I don't plan to let this rare vacation go to waste. You may have misunderstood. As if seeing the suspicion in Jiang Chen's eyes, Bruce blew a puff of smoke and spoke in a sincere tone. Robert Smith is a famous middleman. He deals in both crude oil and gold. I have been a bodyguard for him in Iraq. He is a pretty good guy. This time I came here specially to attend the dinner hosted by an old customer. He lives in the presidential suite on the 7th floor. Gold? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. It seems that this person must be met. Chapter 25 Middlemen. Welcome, you must be Mr. Jiang Chen, the mysterious oriental friend. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Chen saw a white man with golden curly hair smiling and greeting him. He used a gesture that he didn't know he learned from some Chinese kung fu movie and cupped his hands. Although he was white, Jiang Chen felt that Robert's face was not very white. His rough skin looked like he had rolled in the sand. However, his clean and tidy appearance and polite gestures still made people feel respected. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. You must be Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bruce introduced you to me. Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange, but he still smiled and cupped his hands to show his friendliness. To be honest, seeing foreigners greet each other with the gesture of Chinese people greeting in the eyes of foreigners is a bit funny, no matter how you look at it. This sentence may be a bit confusing, but that's what it means anyway. Bruce is a good guy. He once took a bullet for me in the Middle East. I'm glad to meet him again here. Haha, there's a Chinese proverb, a friend of a friend is my friend. Am I right? Roberts stretched out his hand. Yes. Mr. Roberts' Chinese is amazing. Jiang Chen shook Robert's hand and exclaimed sincerely, it should be right, although Jiang Chen didn't know whether the sentence was a proverb. Haha, of course. I have always been interested in this mysterious oriental country. There are business opportunities everywhere here. Roberts looked at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes and made a gentlemanly invitation gesture. Come in, my friend. I happen to have a bottle of 1982 Lafite here. Haha, I've wanted to try it for a long time. Well, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Jiang Chen cupped his hands. Unlike the new wine served in the villa, this blood red liquid has a mellow taste. Even Jiang Chen, who was not used to drinking red wine, could not help but secretly admire it. It was indeed a good wine. The man who had been standing on the side was as still as a log, but Jiang Chen could feel the beast-like aura coming from him. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the prominent forehead bone and high nose bridge of the Slavic features on his face were still quite obvious. His bear-like temperament faintly revealed his nationality of the fighting race. My bodyguard, Nick Kaksinski, is a Belarusian. Haha, we met him in Ukraine. He is also a good guy and is responsible for my safety. Roberts noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, so he introduced him to Jiang Chen with a smile. Although Bruce is a good man, Blackwater International sometimes does things unkindly. They are too close to the FBI, so I changed my partner. Even when he heard that he was being talked about, the aura of the sculpture-like bodyguard did not fluctuate at all. Is what you do dangerous? Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and asked in a casual tone. I heard from Bruce that you are a famous middleman in the United States. Oil and gold? That's right. Because in addition to the relatively safe crude oil and gold, I sometimes have to get some weapons and other things for my employer. Once you get involved with these things, it is inevitable that someone will want to kill you. Roberts lit a cigar and then handed Jiang Chen one very politely. Your country has very strict control over guns. It is simply a vacation paradise for me here, but good times are always short. For example, I have a flight to South Africa at 3 o'clock next. Is the time okay? Jiang Chen looked up at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. It doesn't matter. Roberts waved his hand with a smile and then sat up straight. I'm very interested in Mr. Jiang Chen's business. I wonder if there is any way I can help. Jiang Chen was stunned, shook the ash on the cigar, and couldn't help but sit up straight. I hope you don't misunderstand me, my friend. I just accidentally overheard your discussion with Bruce at the dinner. It was purely accidental. But aren't business opportunities always born out of chance? You know, I have always been interested in business in the Far East, but it's all in the exploratory stage. My intuition tells me that we must have areas where we can cooperate. Oh. Jiang Chen did not accuse him of eavesdropping on private conversations, but raised his eyebrows with slight interest. For example, Mr. Jiang Chen should use gold to settle business, but as far as I know, your country's laws and strict regulatory system will inevitably attract the attention of the government to sell large amounts of gold. What's more, it is gold without an invoice. It seems that Mr. Roberts knows a lot about our national conditions. However, is there no problem selling gold in the United States? Jiang Chen smiled and said without comment, "It's the same problem, but we talk about law and evidence, not politics. I have a very professional team to handle this kind of trouble for me. Even though the FBI and I have had some minor conflicts recently, I still haven't been arrested, right?" Roberts shook the ash off his cigar and smiled mysteriously. "As for how to deal with it, let me give you an example. I registered a shell company in Saudi Arabia. I got a batch of crude oil from Iran. According to the embargo agreement, my practice is illegal. But if this batch of crude oil is transported to my shell company in Saudi Arabia, it won't be long before this batch of crude oil appears on the international market for legal sale. You told me all this, aren't you afraid of being eavesdropped?" But then Jiang Chen suddenly realized that with such a strong bodyguard, it is impossible for the anti-eavesdropping work to be in place. Jiang Chen immediately understood what Mr. Roberts meant. It turns out that this middleman also has a business specializing in dealing with contraband. Interesting. So, there is really a possibility for us to cooperate, Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I'm an honest businessman." Roberts smiled happily when he saw the deal was done. "No matter how large the quantity is, I can take it. As long as your gold goes through a procedure at my mining company in South Africa, it can legally appear on the international market. Of course, you don't have to worry about the specific operation. You can sell the gold to me directly, and I will only charge a 9% handling fee." Jiang Chen thought for a while. A 9% handling fee is not high. After all, his gold is a business with no capital. A small amount of gold may be taken by ordinary gold shops, but if Jiang Chen really moves out more than 10 tons of gold, I'm afraid no shop dares to accept it. Even if it is sold in batches, the risk of being targeted will be very high. Moreover, the man named Jiang Chen always gives him a bad feeling. I'm afraid his hands are not very clean, but he doesn't have any ideas because he can't figure it out. It's better to be cautious. Although privately selling a large amount of gold abroad is suspected of smuggling, I believe Roberts has his channels to solve this problem. Roberts was a little unsure when he saw Jiang Chen remain silent. This 9% handling fee might seem a bit high, but he was not risk-free in this business. He was busy just raising funds. If the transaction amount exceeded $20 million, he would not be able to get the money, even if he sold all his assets. In order to make this deal, he had to contact acquaintances everywhere to find a way to get a private loan. The interest rate of the loan was probably not a small number. However, if the amount of gold in Jiang Chen's hands was large enough, there was still room for 1-point adjustment in the handling fee. Just when Roberts was about to tentatively lower the price, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. "No problem, but I have a condition." Jiang Chen's words made Roberts stunned at first, and then he showed a happy expression. "I can guarantee the quality of the gold. It is 999 gold, which is what you often call 24K gold. I believe you also have special talents to identify it." "Nonsense. Can there be fakes in the bank vault? The fake ones are all sold." "Ahem, but you have to be responsible for the transportation. I'm only responsible for transporting the gold to a certain place in China. Also, the gold and US dollars will be delivered on the spot. I will no longer be responsible for the safety of the gold after leaving my hands." "No problem, my friend." Roberts agreed very readily. "It seems that my deal has been reached." "Yes, happy cooperation." Jiang Chen readily extended his right hand. "Happy cooperation." Roberts smiled and shook Jiang Chen's hand, and the two stood up together. "This is my business card. If Mr. Jiang Chen is ready, you may call me to make an appointment. Also, it is best to prepare a Swiss bank account, which is more convenient. Of course, I wish you good business." Jiang Chen took the business card. "Can I know in advance? I don't know how much goods Mr. Jiang Chen has, so that I can prepare enough working capital." Just in case, Roberts still asked this somewhat presumptuous question. "Oh, there is no rush. I will call you around July 15th. As for the amount of gold, it is probably a few tons. After speaking, Jiang Chen left the room, leaving Roberts with a shocked face. Roberts' expression was so dull that he didn't even notice the precious cigar falling to the ground. How many tons? How many tons? According to the recent market, if an ounce of gold is worth $1,350, a ton of gold is $43,402,500. With a 9% handling fee, just 3 tons of gold can bring him tens of millions of dollars in profit. 9%. This is a crazy pace of making money. It's like making money without doing anything. Several tons of gold. He would do it, even if the handling fee was 7%. How rich must he be to not even bother to bargain? At the same time, this also made Roberts more certain of his guess, that this batch of gold was indeed black goods. What kind of business could get so much gold? Did he rob the China Financial Futures Exchange? Hiss, got. Roberts took a long time to come back to his senses and took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, I'm going to get rich this time. Reselling 10,000 tons of crude oil only made a profit of more than $500,000, and he had to risk being seized by the US Navy and investigated by the FBI. However, Jiang Chen decided on a transaction of hundreds of millions of US dollars as soon as he opened his mouth. Nick, do you think this Oriental friend is reliable? Roberts asked softly, as if he was dreaming. He naturally knew that Nick didn't understand business matters. At this moment, he just wanted someone to wake him up. Sorry, boss, I don't really understand. Nick shook his head silently as Roberts expected. However, after a moment of silence, Nick continued, but this Oriental guy is a dangerous guy. Oh. He also knows Chinese Kung Fu. Roberts chuckled and posed like Bruce Lee in a funny way. He didn't believe in these things. Nick looked at the boss who was showing off and shook his head silently. He was very familiar with this boss. Whenever he was excited, he would always do some actions that looked weird to others to express his excitement. Based on the intuition of a soldier, he may be more powerful than Bruce. It was his duty to be responsible for the safety of the boss. Nick spoke out his intuition seriously. Roberts was stunned and frowned slightly. Isn't he a businessman? No, I should be able to judge people correctly. Nick hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. Maybe he is a businessman, but he should be quite skilled. My intuition tells me that if he is armed, he is not my opponent. But if he is empty-handed, I only have a 50% chance of winning. Roberts was stunned. He had seen Nick's ability. When he was in Ukraine, he was suddenly attacked by civilian armed forces when he was selling the arms that were sold to the government army by the US government. At that time, Nick immediately pulled out the pistol from the waist of the dead government officer, and then with the remaining 9 bullets, he fought and retreated, and successfully brought Roberts to a safe area. More than 10 civilian armed element were killed during the battle. Now Nick actually said that Jiang Chen's close combat ability might be comparable to his? Suddenly Roberts laughed. The East is indeed a mysterious place. Why don't we go to Egypt next time? Ha ha ha. No wonder Jiang Chen didn't hire a bodyguard. It turned out that his own strength was very strong. In China, a country that bans guns, being able to fight is indeed enough. However, what does Jiang Chen's ability to fight have to do with their deal? Roberts is an honest businessman. The spirit of contract makes him believe that credit can bring him long-term returns. He will never do anything that kills the goose that lays the golden eggs. Even when he sees diamonds in the hands of children in refugee camps in Africa, he will only choose to exchange them with candy instead of bullets. After all, the unit price of a bullet is much more expensive than candy. Roberts has no doubt whether Jiang Chen really has tons of gold to sell, and he has no ability to investigate his background in this unfamiliar land of China. How can it be called a business without risks? Roberts is willing to take the gamble. Jiang Chen's unhesitating attitude must be backed by gold. Besides, deceiving him will not bring any benefits to Jiang Chen. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.